You are lying in bed with your eyes closed, and that's enough for now. The weight of your body is settling into the mattress, not because you've decided to rest, but simply because there's nowhere else for it to go. You're still upright under the blanket, shoulders drawn forward as if bracing against something invisible. Your spine aligned in a way that doesn't quite feel like surrender yet. That tension isn't failure, it's just presence. The shape of awareness when thought is too loud and sleep hasn't arrived. Tonight's reflection is a simplified interpretation offered for rest, not an authoritative account of philosophy. You don't need to fix it. You don't need to release it or relax into anything better. What you're feeling, this quiet dread, this sense that the future refuses to show itself, is not something you've created. It's not a flaw in your mind or a signal of weakness. The uncertainty isn't yours alone, and it doesn't belong to any one moment. It belongs to being awake at night when everything feels too large, too open-ended, too unanswerable. There is no answer waiting for you here. Not today. Not ever in this form. That's okay. You don't need an answer to be allowed to breathe. You don't need meaning to be permitted to lie still. The fact that the future remains unknown isn't a threat. It's just how things are. And right now, it's enough that you're here. You don't have to decide what comes next. You don't have to map out where this path leads or whether it matters at all. Whether the door is locked, whether someone will call, whether your choices today will echo in years no one can see. That doesn't need to be settled tonight, not now. The only thing required of you is that you stay present with what's already here. Your breath, your skin on the fabric beneath you, the slight coolness of air against your forehead. This isn't about solving anything or reaching peace. It's not about winning the argument between wanting to know and being okay with not knowing. You're allowed to feel both at once, the ache of what could happen and the relief that it hasn't happened yet. That tension is real, and so is your right to hold it without having to move past it. You don't need to understand this moment. You just need to be in it. And you are. Your chest rises and falls with no agenda, no goal of deeper breathing or longer pause. It's not trying to calm itself, nor is it trying to panic. It simply moves, like the slow tide returning after being drawn out. That breath isn't a tool. It doesn't serve any purpose other than being what you're doing right now. When your mind starts listing things, what needs to be done tomorrow, who might say something in a meeting, whether someone will remember your name, you don't need to stop it. You just notice that the list has arrived and let it sit there like an old letter on a table. Not read, but not thrown away either. You aren't responsible for making sense of what comes up. You're only responsible for noticing it without grabbing hold. Whether you care about tomorrow's decisions or whether they'll matter in 10 years, neither one is the task at hand. The task isn't to predict, nor to prevent, nor even to accept. It's simply to be with the feeling of being here, now, lying down, and not needing to go anywhere. The darkness around you doesn't need to be filled with answers. You don't have to turn on a light or reach for something familiar just because it feels strange in the quiet. The dark isn't empty. It's full of possibility that never needs to become certainty. It can remain open and still be safe, still yours. You're not falling asleep yet, not quite, but you are beginning to let go of needing to stay awake. That shift doesn't happen all at once. It happens in small moments when the mind stops fighting its own shape. You don't have to will yourself into relaxation. You just notice that your shoulders aren't so tight anymore, or that your fingers have uncurled from their grip on the blanket. You're allowed not to know what tomorrow holds. The future isn't something you can hold in your hands, and it doesn't need to be claimed by you. It's simply there, unwritten, yet still being shaped by forces too vast for any one person to name or control, and that is okay. There are no rules about how long this should last, no deadline for finishing the thought. You can stay in this moment as long as your body wants. The only requirement is that you let it be enough to simply lie here, with all that's unsolved still floating around like dust in a sunbeam. Your breath continues without effort. It doesn't need to be perfect or deep or even noticed. It just is. And because of that, you are allowed to stop trying to change anything about yourself right now. You don't have to become calmer, quieter, more accepting. None of those things are required. What's needed is only this: a willingness to stay present with the shape of your body, the rhythm of your air, the soft resistance of fabric against your skin. You can let go of having to answer anything. The fact that you don't know what comes next isn't a problem. It's just part of how things are. You aren't failing because you can't see ahead. You're not broken for not being able to predict time. There is no failure in uncertainty, only the illusion that there must be an end or answer. And even if there were one, a single truth to unlock, the moment it arrived would still pass. And then another kind of unknown would take its place. So you don't have to solve anything. You just need to stop pretending you can. You're not supposed to fix your thoughts. They aren't broken. They're only thinking as they do, trying to make sense of a world that doesn't offer clear answers and never has. That's how the mind works. It reaches for patterns even when there are none, and it wonders about futures even when no one can see them. You don't have to stop wondering. You just need to let it happen without taking it too seriously. Whether you care if things turn out right, or whether they'll matter in 5 years, neither is the point. The only thing that matters at this moment is what your body feels, what your breath does, and what your mind allows itself to hold. You're not required to believe anything about meaning or chance. You don't need to decide if time is real, or whether events are random or shaped by something greater. You can simply rest in the fact that you don't know and still be okay with that. There's no demand for certainty, only permission to stay where you are. The blanket isn't hiding anything. It's just covering your legs like a quiet promise. It doesn't matter what happens next, because right now is enough. You're not being asked to forget the weight of decisions or the fear of losing control. You're only being invited to notice that even in those feelings, there's space for breath, for stillness, for simply being here. That tension you feel, shoulders tight, spine upright, mind racing, isn't wrong. It isn't a sign that something is going badly. It's just the shape of your awareness when everything feels too big and no one has told you what to do next. And yet, even in that shape, there is room for softness. You don't need to break down or let go completely. Just enough to notice that your chest still rises. Your fingers are relaxed on the edge of the blanket, and your eyes closed. Don't have to stay open just because you're thinking. You don't have to choose between holding on and letting go. You can do both at once. You can be aware and also allow yourself not to act. You can feel anxious and still be safe in bed with a blanket over you, breathing without effort. There is no right way to be uncertain. There is only being here now under the weight of not knowing, and that weight isn't crushing you because it's holding you up too. The future remains unknown. Yes, but so does what will happen in 2 minutes or 3 breaths from now. That uncertainty doesn't mean anything is lost. It just means everything is still possible. And possibility doesn't have to be managed. It can simply exist. You can let your breath settle into whatever rhythm it finds without guiding it toward calmness or depth or any particular shape. It doesn't need to become slower or deeper to be enough. The way your ribs rise and fall is already a kind of listening to air, to gravity, to the quiet space between thoughts that you didn't ask for, but are still here. You don't have to teach it anything. Let it move as it does. Irregular, uneven, not quite predictable, like leaves on a tree when no wind has touched them yet, but something is about to happen. There's a softness in the way your body meets the bed that isn't effortful, not trying to be still, not pretending you're already relaxed. Just letting the weight of your limbs settle into the mattress with no expectation of change. The blanket drapes over your legs like it was made for this moment. Not because it's special, but simply because it fits. It doesn't promise peace. It just stays where it is, covering what needs to be covered. And that's enough. You don't need to know why you're lying here with your eyes closed and your mind full of questions. You don't have to justify the tension in your shoulders or explain why the future feels heavy, even when nothing has happened yet. The fact that things are unresolved isn't a flaw. It's just how being human works. There is no clean moment before uncertainty arrives. It doesn't knock. It's already inside, sitting beside you like an old friend who never leaves. The darkness behind your eyelids isn't empty. It holds shape and texture, darker than any color, softer than silence. You can feel its presence not as absence, but as something that is there in the way a shadow is real, even when no light has touched it yet. There's no need to look into it or name what might be inside. Just let it be. Let your mind rest without trying to claim ownership of it. There's nothing wrong with wondering whether you've made the right choice, or if tomorrow will bring something different, or if all this thinking is just noise. None of that needs fixing. You don't have to decide what's true or false about any of it. The only thing required right now is that you stay present, not in the way of forcing yourself to focus, but by allowing your attention to drift like a leaf caught in still water. You can feel the fabric of the blanket against your thighs, slightly worn at the edges, thin where the thread has loosened over time. It's not perfect, and it doesn't need to be. The way it brushes your skin is just one more small sensation among many that don't matter much, but together, they make up this moment, a quiet weight, a touch of fabric, the soft resistance of air against your face. You don't have to believe anything about time being linear or circular or meaningless. You can let go of needing to know whether events are random or fated, whether one decision changes everything, or if nothing truly matters. None of that has to be settled now. There is no need for clarity, only the ability to remain here without rushing ahead. The room doesn't move, the walls don't shift, the air stays still, not because it's frozen, but because there is nowhere else to go. That stillness isn't a demand. It's just how things are when nothing urgent happens. And that lack of urgency is itself part of the peace. You can notice your hands without needing to do anything with them. Just let one lie where it is, fingers curled slightly as they rest on top of the blanket, not gripping or reaching, just there. The space between your fingertips and the cloth beneath them is a kind of pause, not an absence, but a holding place for breath. There's no story being told right now, no plot unfolding in slow motion behind your eyes. No future needs to be written down. You aren't required to build anything or prepare for arrival. The only thing that matters is the feeling of sitting upright, your spine long and quiet beneath you, not because it's correct, but because you are still here. You don't need to understand how you got from one thought to another, or why certain images appear without invitation. Whether it was a memory, a fragment of something someone said last week, or just the shape of a light that flickered in your peripheral vision earlier, it doesn't have to mean anything. It's allowed to be there and then drift away like mist. There's no rule saying you must keep thinking until it stops. You're not supposed to outlast your thoughts. They can come and go linger or vanish without your approval. The mind isn't a machine that needs calibration, just a place where things pass through like weather, moving across the sky. You don't have to protect yourself from any of it. There's no danger in letting your imagination wander into what might be. Not even if you picture someone calling your name at midnight, or something falling off a shelf in another room, or a door opening with no one behind it. Those images can exist without becoming real. You don't have to decide whether they're significant or not. You just need to notice that they pass, not because they were wrong, but because nothing stays. Not even the fear of what might happen next. The blanket doesn't care if you're afraid. It doesn't know about your plans or regrets. It only knows how it feels against your legs and how much warmth it holds. And in this moment, that's all it needs to be. You can let go of needing to solve anything, of wanting the unknown to become known, of hoping for clarity like a flashlight in a dark room. There is no reason you must carry every possibility on your back. You don't have to keep track of what might happen or how things will turn out. The future isn't yours to manage. Even when you picture yourself standing at an edge, knowing only that something lies beyond it, not what shape it takes, you can still stay here, not waiting for answers, not reaching forward with desperation, just resting in the fact that this breath is real, this body is whole, and this darkness holds no threat. There's a kind of safety in knowing you don't know. Not because it gives you peace, but because it lets you stop fighting what can't be controlled. The more you accept that there are questions without answers, the less pressure there is to find them. Your breath continues. It doesn't care if you're thinking too much or not enough. It just moves, rising from your chest like steam rising from a cup left on a table. You don't have to listen to it, but if you do, you'll notice how soft and regular it becomes when you stop trying to change it. You can feel the coolness of the air near your neck, where the blanket doesn't quite cover. Just enough that you know something is there. Something not hot or loud, just present. The way it touches your skin isn't a warning. It's just one more sensation in a long list of quiet things happening all at once. There's no need to fix what's already incomplete. You don't have to make sense of the shape your thoughts take when they gather around uncertainty. Whether they form patterns or scatter like dust in sunlight, none of it needs validation. You can allow yourself not to understand, not to decide, not to prepare. There's room for that kind of stillness, even within a mind full of questions. Not because you've solved anything, but because the act of staying is enough. The way your feet rest on the edge of the mattress, bare skin against fabric, isn't about posture or control. It's just where they are, not trying to go anywhere. No need to straighten them out or tuck them under. They can stay exactly as they are, quiet, unclaimed, present. You don't have to believe in anything beyond this moment. You don't even have to believe that belief is necessary. The only thing required is the willingness to let things be. Your thoughts, your breath, the blanket, the silence between heartbeats, the way your fingers press lightly into the edge of the blanket, just enough to feel its weave, to know where it ends and your skin begins, isn't an act of holding on. It's just a gesture that happens when your hands remember what they used to do before thought took over. You don't have to name it. You don't need to decide whether it means anything or if you should keep doing it. The pressure is only real in the moment it exists, and even then, it doesn't demand recognition. It's enough that it's there. This small point of contact between your body and something that doesn't ask for attention. The air around you carries no weight, not because it's empty, but because it isn't carrying anything toward you or away from you. It simply is, not a current, not a signal, just the space where things float, without needing to be explained. Your shoulders settle deeper into the mattress with each slow release of breath, like water sinking through sand. No effort required, no reason to keep them raised. You can let them fall, just slightly, without fear that they'll stay there forever. There's a quiet hum beneath your awareness, not loud enough to be called sound, but present in the way warmth lingers after you've stopped touching something hot. It might come from the walls, or the wiring behind the switch, or just from the stillness itself, the kind of background silence that doesn't vanish when you stop listening for it. You can listen to it if you want, not as a search for meaning, but simply because it's there. Like an old song hummed in another room. You don't have to decide whether it matters. The fact that it exists is enough. And so is the way your toes curl slightly on their own, without direction or purpose. Just a tiny shift of muscle and bone, moving as if remembering how to be part of something larger than intention. They aren't trying to reach anything. They're not even aiming for comfort. They are just responding to an impulse that doesn't need a name. This is the kind of movement that happens when you stop needing to explain why things happen at all. You don't have to trace the path from thought to motion, or assign value to what it means when your body shifts in sleep's half-light. The fact that it does, without permission, without demand, is not a problem. It's just how living feels when you let go of needing control. The darkness isn't cold. Not really. It doesn't touch the way ice does or the way wind cuts through fabric. It's softer than absence. It's more like being held by something that has no shape. You can't reach into it and pull out a meaning because there is none to find. But you don't have to keep searching for one. The dark doesn't need your attention, and neither do the things you're afraid might come from inside it. There's no sound now beyond your own breathing, no creak of wood or distant hum of appliances, just the quiet pulse of silence that settles like dust after a long stillness. It isn't empty. It isn't waiting for anything to happen. It is what remains when everything else has stopped trying to be heard. You can stay in this moment without needing it to last. You don't have to hold on to it or fear losing it. There's no need to gather the pieces of awareness like they're precious. The fact that you're here, your chest rising and falling, your legs lying flat on the bed, is enough. Not because it means something, but because it is. The blanket has shifted a little. It now covers your hips more fully, draping over them in folds that catch the air without needing to be rearranged. You don't have to adjust it. The way it settles isn't a message or a sign. It's just how fabric behaves when left alone. It doesn't care if you're thinking too much, if you're afraid of tomorrow, if your mind is full of unfinished plans and unspoken names. It only knows its own weight, its own texture, the way it holds heat where you touch it, and that's all it needs to be. There's no reason why this moment must lead somewhere else. No demand that it becomes something more than what it already is. This quiet breath between heartbeats, this soft resistance of fabric against your thigh, this sense of being held by the space around you without needing anything from it. You don't have to believe in continuity or purpose. You don't even need to believe that time moves forward. The only thing required is the willingness to let go. Not of thought, not of feeling, but of trying to make them lead anywhere. Let your thoughts drift like leaves on a slow river. They're carried along without needing direction, without being responsible for where they end up. The way you feel now, tense in one place and loose in another, isn't wrong. It's just how the body settles when it stops fighting itself. There's no need to smooth out the knots or stretch them away. They can stay exactly as they are, real, unexplained, present. And if you choose not to notice them for a while, that's okay too. You don't have to carry anything forward into tomorrow. Not your fears, not your hopes, not even your name. The future isn't waiting with open arms or closed doors. It's just out there in the shape of what hasn't been named yet. And you can let it be unclaimed for now. Even the silence has a rhythm, just below awareness. A slow breath drawn by something larger than yourself. Not a voice, not a signal, but the quiet pulse that runs through all still things. It isn't trying to speak to you. It doesn't care if you're listening or not. You don't have to respond. You just need to let it pass through without resistance. The room holds no answers. It only holds what is. Your body on the mattress, the weight of the blanket, the quiet air that moves through space without needing a reason. There's no story here, no arc, no lesson to take away. Just this stillness in which nothing happens and everything remains. Your hands rest now, palms up, fingers slightly parted, not reaching for anything, not clutching at anything either. They're just open, Not because you've decided they should be, but simply because there's no reason to close them. The space between your fingers is real, not as a metaphor or symbol, but as an actual gap filled with air and stillness. You can let the thoughts that come now pass through without holding on. They don't need to make sense. They don't have to be useful. You don't have to follow them forward or judge whether they're true. Just notice how they appear, like shadows passing across a wall you never asked to see, and then watch them dissolve into the dark. Not because they were false, but because nothing stays. The way your breath slows when you stop trying to control it isn't proof that you're doing well. It's just what happens when effort stops. You don't have to want calm. You don't even need to believe in peace. All you need is the permission to not fix anything. The fact that you're here, aware but unforced, already contains everything. The edge of the blanket near your knee has pulled slightly upward, just enough that a small patch of skin shows through. It's exposed not because it was uncovered by accident, but simply because things don't always stay exactly where they were. You can choose to pull it back or leave it be. Either way, there's no consequence. The coolness against your leg isn't a warning. It's just the feeling of air touching skin in the quiet hours. You can let that part remain uncovered, not because you've made peace with uncertainty, but because you don't have to fix it. You don't need to interpret the sensation or assign meaning to what is happening. It exists not as proof of anything, but as a detail in a long night, one among many that will pass without needing explanation. There's no reason why this moment has to be remembered, no rule that says you must carry it forward. It can simply exist, unnoticed and unclaimed, as one part of the dark, like a single thread dropped into an ocean. It doesn't need to matter, because it already is. You are still here, not because you've chosen to be, but simply because being here is what happens when no other movement is required. The space around your shoulders isn't tight from effort. It's soft, like fabric that has settled into the shape of someone who stopped trying to change it. Your spine leans slightly forward, not from fatigue, but from gravity, having finally taken its due without ceremony. You don't need to correct it. There is no posture to achieve. The line between your back and the mattress isn't a boundary. It's just where softness meets resistance, and neither side wins. The air in this room doesn't care about your thoughts. It moves through corners you've forgotten existed, sliding along baseboards, passing behind picture frames whose meaning has long faded. There's no reason for it to pause. It isn't carrying a message or holding a memory. It simply is, shifting, unseen, indifferent. You can let that movement be the only rhythm in your world right now. Not because you've decided on it, but because nothing else demands attention. The blanket doesn't need to cover everything. The part of your ankle exposed near the foot of the bed isn't a mistake. It's not an invitation or a warning. It's just skin that has come into contact with air after hours of stillness. You could tuck it in, or you could let it stay. No judgment from anything around you. Even the weight of your legs on the mattress is quiet. There's no urgency to shift them. No need to reposition for comfort, because comfort isn't a goal here. Your fingers have not moved since they opened. They remain like two hands resting in still water, not waiting, not reaching, not even remembering what motion feels like. The space between them holds nothing but air, and that's enough. It doesn't need to be filled with intention or meaning. You don't have to decide whether it matters. Just let it stay unclaimed. Outside the window, something passes. Just a shift in shadow across glass. Not loud, not sudden. Maybe a branch swaying against the pane. Maybe nothing at all. The difference between what is and what isn't doesn't matter here. You don't need to name it. It's only one of many small changes that happen without announcement. Your breath continues, not because you're doing anything, but because your body knows how to do this thing, even when the mind has stopped trying. It flows in and out like something returning home, not with urgency, but simply because there's no other place it needs to be. You don't need to listen to it. You only need to notice that it keeps going. There is a faint smell near your pillow, not from anything you've placed there, nor from the room itself, but from memory, perhaps. The kind of scent that arrives without warning. Old paper, or damp wool, or something gone for years. It doesn't mean anything. You don't have to trace it back. Let it drift through your awareness like a thread pulled too loosely from a loom, unraveling slightly before it even begins. The wall behind you is not listening. The floor beneath the bed isn't waiting. There's no audience for this moment. No one who needs to know how it feels. You don't have to perform stillness or prove that you're present. The fact that your eyes are closed doesn't make this a performance either. No one sees you in here. You can let go of the need to understand what is happening, not because there's nothing to understand, but because understanding isn't required for things to be real. The way the blanket sags slightly at the footboard, it isn't broken. It's just worn, like everything else that has stayed in one place long enough. There's a sound, a low hum from somewhere far off. Maybe the refrigerator humming on its cycle, or an old pipe settling after heat loss. It doesn't need to be labeled. You don't have to decide if it's important or not. Just let it enter your awareness, like dust entering a sunbeam, present but unclaimed. You are allowed to notice that you're noticing, not because there's anything to gain, but because attention is its own kind of rest. There's no need to hold on to the observation. Let it pass through, not unlike a thought that appears and then dissolves. Not because it was false, but because it never needed to stay. The back of your neck feels warm, just one patch of skin where heat gathers without cause. It doesn't mean anything about temperature or health. It's just warmth in the shape of a small circle on flesh. You can let it be, not because you've accepted it, but because there's no need to do otherwise. You don't have to carry this moment forward into tomorrow. It isn't meant to become a memory. There's no reason why this breath should be remembered more than the last one. Let each one pass like water over stone, without marking, without leaving trace. The silence in between heartbeats is not empty. It holds something that doesn't need a name. You don't have to fill it with meaning. Just let it exist as part of the rhythm, neither loud nor quiet, just there. The space after your exhale isn't waiting for you to return. It's not holding its breath. There's no story behind why this is happening now, why you're lying here in darkness, aware but unforced, with thoughts drifting like leaves on a slow river. There's no reason required. You don't have to explain the weight of your stillness. Let it be what it is, not effort, not surrender, just presence. Your toes are curled slightly, not because they want to grip something, but because movement happens even when you aren't directing it. One toe lifts an inch above the blanket's edge, just enough that a sliver of skin appears again. Not deliberate, not accidental, just part of how bodies live in darkness, shifting without permission. You don't need to decide what any of this means. You don't have to fix anything or make sense of it. Let the feeling of your body on the mattress remain uninterpreted. It's not a metaphor for anything. It's just weight, warmth, contact. Three things that happen simply because they do. The edge of the blanket near your hip has folded over itself. Not neatly, but in the way fabric does when left too long without touch. It isn't damaged. It isn't wrong. There's no need to smooth it out. Let it stay as it is. A small crease formed by time and gravity. Not choice. Your breath slows again, not because you've instructed it to, but because resistance has faded. You're not trying anymore. The air moves in without demand. It doesn't ask for your attention or approval. Just let it pass through like a current that knows its path, even when no one is watching. There's no need to wonder what happens next. No urgency to predict the shape of tomorrow. Let the future stay formless, not as a burden, but as something that simply hasn't been shaped yet. You don't have to prepare for it. There's nothing you can do to change how it unfolds, because it isn't yours to control. Even your awareness is allowed to drift, not because you've lost focus, but because attention doesn't need to be constant to be real. Let the next thought come, like a cloud passing across the sky. Not important, not significant, just present for a moment before dissolving. You don't have to decide what's true or false in here. The way your hand rests on your stomach, fingers slightly curled, isn't proof of anything. It's not a symbol of surrender or peace. It's just the shape that happens when no one is doing anything. The darkness isn't hiding things from you. It doesn't keep secrets. There's nothing behind it to uncover, no door to open, no truth waiting on the other side. Darkness is just what remains when light has left. Unclaimed, unjudged, unmoving. You don't have to make peace with anything, not with uncertainty, not with silence, not even with your own stillness. You can let them all exist without needing a resolution. Your heart beats in the quiet, the only steady sound that doesn't ask for acknowledgement. It continues because it has no choice, because that's what hearts do when they're left to themselves. You are lying on your side now, one arm tucked beneath your pillow, the other resting along your rib cage like a hand that forgot why it was lifted. The blanket has slipped just enough at your shoulder to let the air trace the line of your collarbone. Cool, but not cold, just present, as though the room is breathing in time with you. There's no demand for temperature to be fixed or adjusted. The slight chill doesn't need a remedy. It exists alongside warmth, side by side, neither chasing the other away. Your jaw has softened. You haven't noticed it happening, just felt it settle into a place where tension wasn't holding on anymore. That softness isn't an achievement. It's not something earned or deserved. It simply is. A loosening that happens when you stop asking what comes next. When your muscles remember how to forget their job. The silence isn't empty. It's full of things that don't require names. Like the faint creak of wood settling in the house. The kind that only surfaces when nothing else is moving. A sound so quiet it doesn't disturb sleep. It just lives inside it. Like an echo from a room you never entered. Your fingers are still, not rigid, not relaxed. Just still, as if they've decided not to pretend anymore. The tip of your middle finger presses slightly into the fabric beneath, just enough that pressure registers, but not so much that it calls attention. It's not seeking anything. It doesn't want to be noticed or fixed. Outside, There is no wind, but somewhere beyond the walls, a tree might shift its branches in a way that makes no sound at all. Or maybe nothing shifts at all. Just the slow turn of things too large to measure. You don't need to know whether it's happening. The world doesn't require your confirmation. Your breath has found a rhythm so quiet it almost vanishes. It isn't loud enough to be called breathing, but it is still there. A soft movement in and out that makes no claim on you. You're not guiding it, not resisting it, just allowing the air to pass through as if it were a river flowing under a bridge you didn't build. There's nothing waiting at the end of this moment. No reward for staying awake. No punishment for drifting off. The darkness doesn't care whether your mind is busy or still. It simply continues, not as an absence, but as a presence in its own right. Like the feeling of being held without hands. You don't have to carry what's coming. You don't need to name it or prepare for it. It's already out there, not ahead of you, not behind you, just elsewhere. Like something that exists on another scale, where time moves differently and meaning isn't required to be meaningful. Your body is still a part of this moment, not because it has to stay awake, but because it hasn't left yet. The weight against the mattress is real, even if it feels like less than nothing, like gravity's quiet way of saying you're here, without needing to say anything back. The blanket near your knee has gathered in a soft fold, not from being pulled down, but from the slow accumulation of stillness over time. It doesn't need to be smoothed or rearranged. The crease isn't a flaw, it's an imprint, like something recorded by gravity itself. A shadow cast, not by light, but by time. You're not trying to become anything in this moment. Not peaceful, not awake, just existing without doing the work of becoming. Your thoughts come and go like birds that don't know where they're going. They land for a second on a branch you didn't notice, then fly off into air you can't see. There's no need to understand why one thought lingers longer than another. No reason to judge whether it's useful or irrelevant. It's just there, like dust in sunlight, drifting through space that doesn't care if anyone sees it. Your hand on your stomach is not a gesture of comfort. It's not a signal of intention. It's simply the shape your body makes when no one is telling it what to do. The warmth beneath your palm isn't proof of anything, just heat generated by stillness, like steam rising from stone after sunset. The room doesn't need you to believe in its shape. It holds itself without needing your attention. The walls are not watching. The ceiling is not judging. You don't have to be worthy of their existence. You can let the future stay unknown, not as a threat, but as something that hasn't been shaped yet. Not because it's dangerous or hidden, but because it doesn't need a form until it needs one. It's not waiting for you to catch up. It's just moving forward in its own way, like water finding its path through soil. Your eyes are closed. You haven't decided that they're open or shut, just that they're still, not seeing, not trying to see, just resting under the weight of their own quiet. The thought of tomorrow doesn't have to be greeted with anxiety. It can simply be left as it is, a possibility that hasn't yet become a reality. Like a door standing slightly ajar in an empty hallway. You don't need to open it. You don't need to know who might walk through. It's just there, unclaimed, unmarked. You're not responsible for what will happen, not even for the shape of your own life. The world doesn't require you to fix anything. There's no unfinished business that must be completed before you can rest. The fabric at your hip is soft but slightly frayed, where it folds over itself, just enough that the thread has begun to loosen. Not from wear, but because time moves differently when nothing is happening. It isn't damaged. It isn't broken. It's just changed in a way that doesn't need explanation. Your breath slows again, not because you've told it to, but because your body remembers how to stop fighting its own rhythm. The air comes and goes without demand, without resistance, like water flowing through stone, not breaking anything, simply moving. You don't have to decide what this moment means. You don't even have to notice that it's happening. It can be real without being understood. It can exist without needing your permission or interpretation. The darkness isn't hiding anything. It doesn't conceal truth or protect secrets. It just is, like the space between stars. Not dark, because there's nothing there, but because light hasn't reached yet. And even that isn't a problem. The universe doesn't need to be illuminated for it to be real. You are allowed to stay here, not for any reason, not for any purpose. Just because you're still lying on the mattress, your body resting in its own way, not needing anything from anyone or anything else. Your heart beats again, not with urgency, not with effort, but just as it always does, a steady pulse that doesn't ask to be heard. It continues without being asked, without needing praise or attention, just doing what it was meant to do, even if no one is watching. You don't have to make anything happen. You don't need to feel better or worse. There's no requirement for clarity, no demand for meaning. The fact that you're lying here, aware, but not striving, this isn't failure. It's just another way of being present. The weight on your chest is not a burden. It's not pressure. It's not a sign of anything wrong. It's simply the weight of your body resting against gravity, the natural state of things when no one is moving them. There's nothing you need to fix, nothing that needs changing, no moment that must be saved or corrected. Even uncertainty isn't an error. It's just part of how this kind of time moves. Slow, formless, and full of possibilities that don't require names. Your fingers have shifted slightly, just enough so the knuckle now rests against your rib cage. Not pressing, not holding, just touching. A small contact point between skin and bone. Not because it's meaningful, but because movement happens without intention. The air in the room is still, not frozen, just quiet. Like a breath held by something larger than you. Something that doesn't need to be named or explained. You don't have to understand why your mind drifts towards certain thoughts and away from others. You don't need to know what's happening beneath the surface of awareness. The fact that some images appear, some feelings rise, it's not a problem. It's just part of being awake in darkness. The edge of your left foot brushes against the side of the mattress where the blanket has curled inward, not pulled back by force, just settled into its own shape, as if the bed itself had learned to fold around you over time. You're not holding that part in place, nor are you trying to keep it from drifting away. It's simply there, a quiet seam between fabric and surface, where pressure leaves no mark but still holds a trace of presence. Your foot doesn't shift because something is wrong or right, just because weight shifts when the body breathes into sleep, not as an effort, but as part of being held by gravity without protest. There's silence in the room that isn't empty. It hums at a frequency just below hearing, like the space between two notes where no sound exists, yet still allows one to form. This quiet doesn't ask for your attention. It doesn't demand you fill it with thought or story. You can let it be without needing to name what's happening in its center. The air feels heavier near your shoulders than elsewhere. Not pressing, not cold, but like the way a cloud moves slowly across an open field. No hurry, just existing. Your hands lie flat on top of each other now, left over right, with only slight pressure where they meet at the wrist. Not tight, not relaxed, just touching in that small interval between intention and motion, as if your body had chosen to settle there without consulting you first. The skin is warm, but not hot. The kind of warmth that comes from being still long enough for heat to gather near the surface, like dew collecting on a blade of grass before dawn. Outside somewhere, far off, A light flickers once in a window too distant to recognize, then fades again into darkness, as if it were never there at all. You don't need to wonder who turned it out or why. It's not meant for you. The moment passes like breath through stone, silent, unrecorded, complete. Your mind doesn't follow that flicker. It stays where it is now, in the space between your palms and your ribs, tracing no path but returning again and again to what's already here. The soft weight of fabric across your legs, the slight give beneath your hips as gravity pulls you down into stillness. You don't need to know how long this will last, or whether anything changes when it ends. There are shapes in darkness that aren't shapes at all, just differences in shadow density, where light fails to reach fully. They're not hiding things, nor revealing them. There's no story behind a patch of deeper gray near the wall, except what your mind supplies by chance. And even then, you don't have to accept it. Your breath slows further, not because you've decided to slow down, but because the rhythm has found its own pace in the silence between thoughts. It comes and goes like rain falling on soil that isn't waiting for harvest, just receiving, not resisting, not hoping. The blanket doesn't hold your body tightly. It holds it loosely, as if remembering a different time when you were smaller or softer, before stiffness came with age or worry. There's no intention in how the fabric drapes over your hips and thighs, only the way things settle into place when nothing is pushing them elsewhere. You are not responsible for what happens next, not even for whether this moment continues to feel like something real. You can let it drift, just as a leaf might float across still water without needing direction or destination. It doesn't have to mean anything that it moves. The current isn't judging its path, nor is the river demanding where it should go. You don't need to know if you're falling asleep yet, or whether your eyes are closed with full intention. You can be aware and unaware at once, like a hand reaching into shadow without knowing what's inside. Awareness doesn't require clarity. It only requires that something remains present enough to notice itself. A faint warmth spreads through the back of your neck, not from heat or movement, but as if blood had found its way there slowly, quietly, just by staying still long enough for circulation to settle in places it normally rushes past. Your fingers are no longer touching, just close enough that you feel their nearness without contact, like two things existing side by side with no need to touch. One doesn't owe the other anything. There's room between them, not because they're apart, but because space isn't a problem. It's just how some parts of existence remain separate while still belonging. The silence deepens again, not by becoming louder or darker, but simply by holding its own shape longer than before. It settles into your awareness like dust, settling on an old bookshelf, unnoticed, until you look down and realize it's there. You don't have to decide what kind of night this is, whether it's heavy or light, whether meaning has come through or disappeared again. You can let the quality be whatever it wants to be without naming it first. It doesn't need your approval. Your breath slows even more, not because you're trying harder, but because there's less reason to rush forward into thought. There are no deadlines here, no appointments with yourself, no promises unkept, no future waiting at a door that refuses to open. There is only this, the slight shift in pressure where your right ankle rests against the mattress edge, not pressed down but allowed to rest, like something finally letting go of effort after long holding. Your toes don't curl or tense. They just stay there, quiet and unasked for. The air feels different now. Not thick, not thin, but like it's remembering how stillness moves when no one is watching. It doesn't need to be named. You can breathe through that feeling without needing to understand why your chest expands slightly more than usual on this breath. There are thoughts passing behind your eyes, images forming and dissolving before they take shape. Not because you're thinking them into being, but because the mind finds patterns even in noise. But these aren't yours. Not really. They come from somewhere older, deeper. A place where memory doesn't require names or dates, just sensation. You don't need to pull any of it back. No image needs saving. No feeling requires attention. You can let them pass like clouds drifting over fields that no longer care who sees them. Your shoulders are lower now. Not lowered because you forced them down, but because they've stopped fighting the weight of being held by gravity and breath together. There's a softness in how your arms rest across your chest, not folded tightly, nor open wide, just resting where momentum has left them after silence took over. There is no task ahead that requires completion. No decision waiting to be made about whether you've done enough or failed too much. The future hasn't spoken yet, and it doesn't need to speak for this moment to exist as a kind of truth. Not because it's good, but because it simply is. Your left hand lifts slightly, not rising far, just lifting an inch, then settles again without purpose. Not searching, not reaching, just moving in the space where motion happens before intention forms. It doesn't mean anything that your fingers trembled a little at the edge of release. They didn't have to hold steady. There's no need for you to fix this moment or preserve it. You can let time pass through without claiming any part of it. The night isn't broken because it feels long, nor is it wrong because nothing has changed since last breath. You are not required to be awake in order to exist here, nor do you have to sleep in order for something to happen. There's room between those two states. Just enough space to breathe without choosing either side. The darkness isn't waiting for light. It doesn't care whether it gets brighter or stays as is. It's just what remains when no one turns on the switch, and that's fine. The absence of a signal doesn't mean there's nothing present. Your body feels heavier in some places, like parts are sinking gently into the mattress without effort. From where your spine curves slightly at the lower back to the curve beneath your hips, it isn't discomfort. It's just how weight settles when it stops resisting its own shape. There is a softness around your ribs now, not from breath, but from stillness deepening in that quiet place between lung and bone. Like something is released without being asked, simply because time allowed it to happen naturally. Your breath slows without being told to, just settles into a rhythm that doesn't care if you notice it. The space between each inhale is longer than before, not because you've stretched time, but because the air itself has found a way to linger in your lungs, as if testing how long it can stay without demand or urgency. There's no need to guide it. No instruction needed for your diaphragm to drop and rise like an island rising from calm water. Submerged one moment, surfacing gently the next. You are not holding onto anything but the lightest touch of awareness. That is enough. There's a sound now, not loud, not sudden, but something beneath the silence. A faint creak in the floorboard near your right foot, like wood remembering how to speak after decades of listening. It doesn't mean anything that it happened at this exact moment. It just did. You don't have to decode it or wonder why. The sound is already fading before you can place where it came from. No memory needed, no search required. Just a signal passing through the house like a breath exhaled by something older than walls. Your fingers twitch, not in response to thought, not in reaction, but as if they've been waiting for permission to remember their own shape. The skin on your knuckles feels slightly tighter now, stretched over bone that doesn't need to be proof of anything. You don't have to prove you're here by making a mark or leaving a trace. The fact that you are breathing is enough, that you can feel the faint coolness along the back of your hand where air touches skin. This isn't evidence of presence. It's just one more small thing that happens when stillness becomes deep. The weight of the blanket has changed, not because it's heavier or lighter, but because it no longer feels like something you're bearing. It lies over you as if it had always belonged there, not clinging to your body out of obligation, but resting on top of you like a quiet promise. I am here, and so are you. There is no need to decide what comes next, or whether this moment will be remembered later. The mind doesn't require continuity in order to exist. Only the sensation of being present without needing justification. You don't have to become something important for your body to be valid right now. Your spine curves naturally where it meets the mattress, not because you've aligned yourself with some ideal posture, but because gravity has found its own way through you and settled. Your left foot shifts slightly, not moving far, just shifting a few millimeters, like part of you is testing whether the floor still knows your weight. It does. The surface remembers even when you forget. There's no need for confirmation or proof. You don't have to check if it's true. Truth doesn't require verification in order to be real. A sound passes through the room, not from outside, not from any machine or person, but inside your own head. A soft hum that isn't music and isn't thought, just vibration. It rises like steam from still water after heat has been withdrawn too slowly. It's not trying to say anything. It doesn't need meaning. You can let it float without needing to catch it. There is no urgency in the way your breath moves through you now. No effort behind it. No desire for depth or fullness. It flows because air exists, and you are made of a body that allows it. There's no performance here. No act of will required to keep going. You don't have to be awake to feel this kind of quiet. The stillness is deeper than wakefulness. Your right arm lies across your chest, palm up. Open not an invitation, but simply because gravity has allowed it to rest that way. The shoulder blade rests where it's always rested, not fixed or adjusted, just present. There's no need to pull yourself together or make sense of how you're held by the world. You are already whole, not because you've achieved anything, but because being is enough. The darkness around you isn't empty. It holds space like a room that hasn't been used in years, not because it's abandoned, but because nothing has demanded to be placed inside. It doesn't feel cold or threatening. It feels patient, like something waiting for no one to arrive, just allowing itself to stay exactly as it is. You don't have to ask what lies beyond this moment. No need to wonder if the future will change its course, or whether you'll ever know more than you do now. The only thing that matters right now is how your body feels in the way of gravity and air. How your ribs expand just slightly when you exhale. Not because you want them to, but because they remember their own shape. There's a warmth spreading slowly through the middle of your chest, not from effort or intention, but as if heat had seeped up from somewhere below, like roots pushing gently through earth. It doesn't burn or demand attention. It just is. You don't have to make room for it. It already has space. Because you're letting go, your eyelids feel heavier now, not because they are tired, but because they've stopped resisting the pull of closing. They don't need to stay open in order to be aware. Awareness isn't tied to sight, it's tied to presence, and that remains even when your eyes shut without warning. The silence grows not by absence, but by depth. Like a well where sound doesn't echo because it has no reason to leave. It stays inside, settled at the bottom, waiting for nothing. You don't have to listen for anything in particular. There's no signal to decode or message to receive, just stillness that holds you without asking. You can let your jaw unclench, not with force, not through will, but simply because tension has found a place where it no longer needs to stay. It doesn't need to guard against anything. You don't have to protect yourself from thoughts that pass through like wind over stone. No need to hold on or push away. Your shoulders release not in one moment, but over time, as if the weight of holding had been slowly absorbed by the mattress and carried off into silence. They aren't falling down. They're just allowing gravity to take them where it wants. Not surrendering, not giving up, but yielding with care. The blanket shifts again, not because you moved, but because air has found a way through layers that weren't meant to be sealed. It's like the fabric is breathing too. Just slightly, barely noticeable, but enough to remind you that even in stillness, there's movement happening without permission or plan. There's no need to name what this feeling is. You don't have to label it peace or relief or acceptance. It doesn't require a word. You can just be with it as if it were the simplest thing. Like noticing how your skin feels when warmth meets coolness in one place. Not trying to explain why. Your hands lie still now. Not folded, not clenched, not reaching, but simply existing where they've settled. The fingers are relaxed, spaced apart slightly, like they're remembering their own shape after being held too long. They don't need to do anything, not even rest, just be. There's no demand for closure, no expectation that this moment must end in sleep or understanding. You aren't required to wake up tomorrow with answers, nor are you failing if you don't. The night holds space, not because it has promise, but because it doesn't need one. The air presses gently against your face, not with force, not with weight, but as if the room is breathing beside you, slowly, without hurry. You don't have to respond, no gesture needed. Just let it be part of the quiet. Your breath moves again, longer than before. Like time has slowed down just enough for one more cycle to unfold without interruption. There's no need to make it meaningful. It isn't meant to carry anything. It just happens. The edges of your awareness blur, not from weakness, not from loss, but because attention doesn't have to stay sharp. in order to remain present. You don't have to focus on every detail. Some things are allowed to fade without consequence. There's a quietness inside you now, deeper than thought or memory. A place where no question is asked and no answer expected. It isn't emptiness. It isn't fullness either. It just is. The kind of stillness that doesn't fear silence, because it knows silence has always been there. You're not trying to find where you began. There's no beginning that needs to be located. The feeling isn't fading because it's been replaced. It's deepening into something without name or edge. It's like water settling in a basin whose shape was never meant to be seen, only felt the way the body knows when it has found its place on the surface of things. Your back presses gently into the mattress, not with pressure, but as if gravity has simply chosen where you belong and made no further comment. There is no effort to stay upright, no need to maintain posture. Your spine settles like a branch accepting rain, bending only because it is allowed. The room doesn't brighten or dim. It holds its tone the way a breath holds its weight before releasing. You don't have to decide whether it feels safe. You're already within it. The darkness isn't empty. It's not waiting for light. It doesn't need to be filled, nor does it demand explanation. It is just there, like the space between your thoughts when they slow down and stop chasing each other. Your hands rest where they've landed, not in a pose, not in readiness. They are simply what remains after motion has passed through them. The skin is warm at the base of the fingers, cooler near the tips, the way warmth pools and then spreads only as far as it's invited. No need to check if this sensation is real. You don't have to confirm anything that doesn't ask for confirmation. It exists because it does, not because you named it. There's a softness in the air, like something has been unknotted inside the silence itself. Not a sound, not even stillness as a thing you can point at, but an absence of strain. Like when your body remembers what it means to be heavy without being burdened by that weight. You don't have to carry any meaning through this moment. The night doesn't demand interpretation. It only asks for presence. Just the kind where you're not performing awareness, but simply existing in its quiet way. You can feel your ribs expand, not with effort, not with intention, but because air has found a path it wasn't expecting. It moves in like someone walking into an empty room and realizing they've been invited to stay. No one said anything. There was no invitation written down or spoken aloud. It just happened. Air coming in, filling the space that had forgotten how to hold itself open. Your breath doesn't change course. It simply finds a rhythm that fits where you are now. Not faster, not slower. It's like time isn't moving forward. but unfolding sideways. So each inhale stretches into something longer than measure. You're not stretching yourself out. You're just letting the moment stretch around you, wrapping itself loosely in your shape. There's no reason to believe this is temporary. There's no need to prepare for it ending. The fact that you don't know what will happen next isn't a threat. It's simply part of the way things are. You don't have to figure out how to live with uncertainty. You're already living inside it, and that's where you've always been. Not trapped in it, but nested within it, like roots beneath soil. No need for light, no urgency to grow upward. The blanket lies across your legs, not as a cover, but as something that has learned the contours of your body. It doesn't hold you. It just stays there, quietly matching what's already happening underneath. You're not being protected from anything. You're simply allowed to be still in a way that doesn't require explanation or defense. There's no demand for clarity. No one is watching. There's nothing to prove. No performance of peace. No show of surrender. No evidence needed that you've let go. What happens here isn't measured by results. It isn't judged by whether it feels good or bad, useful or pointless. You aren't being evaluated. You can imagine the future without needing to act on it. Not as a plan, not as fear, just as something that exists in your mind like clouds passing overhead, visible but untouched. There's no reason to grab hold of any image, no need to wonder what might happen or how you'll respond. The thoughts come and go, like shadows moving across the floor at twilight. They don't stay long enough to demand anything. You're not responsible for where they came from or where they're going. They aren't yours to fix. You didn't make them appear, and you don't have to send them away. There's no scorecard, no penalty for drifting too far into the unknown. And yet, there's something tender about how your mind keeps returning to this place, not with worry, but with a kind of soft persistence, like a hand touching fabric again and again, just to remember it exists. Not because you're trying to change anything, but because in some quiet corner of you, there's a part that still wants to believe the world might be gentle enough to let you rest. That belief doesn't need to be true. It doesn't have to mean something. It can simply be like the way your fingers shift slightly under the blanket without reason or purpose. Not searching for warmth, not reaching for anything, just moving because movement is still possible, even when nothing needs to happen. The room holds you, not by holding tighter, but by staying open in a way that doesn't require response. The walls don't press closer. The ceiling doesn't lower. There's no pressure from above or below. only the quiet certainty of space that has learned how not to demand anything. You are allowed to be unsure about what comes next. You're not meant to know. No one is expecting you to have answers before they arrive. You don't need to figure out whether this stillness will last, whether it's real, whether it means anything at all. It can mean nothing and still be enough. It doesn't need a reason to exist. Your breath slows again, not because you've decided to slow it, but because the air is moving through you more easily now, like water finding its way down a slope that wasn't designed for speed. There's no hurry. No one will come knocking. No voice will call your name or ask why you're not awake. The silence isn't quiet because nothing is happening. It's quiet because everything is allowed to happen without being named, without having to do anything in return. You are not waiting. You aren't holding your breath for something better. You aren't resisting the way things feel right now. You're just here. Your body resting on the bed like a word that has been spoken and forgotten, but still lingers in the air between syllables. There's no need to stay awake, nor is there any reason to fall asleep. The moment doesn't care how you spend it. The darkness presses gently, not cold, not heavy, but warm with absence. It doesn't close around you. It simply surrounds you like a second skin that was always meant to be worn without notice. You don't have to understand why this feels possible, why your mind can rest even though the future remains unknown. You don't need to explain how stillness is becoming part of your body, not as an achievement, but as something that happens when you stop trying to make it happen. There's no right way for this to go, no wrong way either. Just the fact that you're here, and that's enough. Your fingers uncurl slightly, not because they've decided to relax, but because there's nowhere else to be. They don't need a purpose. There's no task left undone. You aren't preparing for tomorrow or reviewing today. Your hands are simply where they land when motion stops. And then there's the quiet hum beneath it all. Not sound exactly, not vibration either. It's more like the space between your thoughts, where things exist without being seen, and yet still feel present, the way a door might creak open in a house that no one is using anymore. You don't need to know what it is. You don't have to name it or give it meaning. It just is, like air moving through the cracks of an old building, not seeking anything, not avoiding anything, just passing through without urgency and leaving nothing behind. Your chest rises, not with effort, but because your body remembers how to rise when breath returns. The The movement isn't a signal. It's simply part of being alive in this moment. There's no demand to decide anything at all. The weight on your chest isn't pressure, it's presence, not something pressing down from above or holding tight against you, like a hand that won't let go, but rather an accumulation of being here in this body, resting without apology, not waiting for permission to exist as you are now. The air moves through the room differently than it did earlier, less charged with expectation. It flows around your limbs and across your skin, like something remembering how silence feels when no one is listening. There's a fold in the blanket near your shoulder, where fabric has settled into its own shape, not because of gravity alone, but because motion left behind memory. The crease holds warmth without effort, no intention to be warm or still, just shapes itself as if it had always belonged there. You don't need to adjust it. It doesn't demand attention, and you're allowed to leave your arm where it rests, not in rebellion, not by accident, but simply because the position fits. Outside, something moves beyond glass. A shadow passing over pavement far below, maybe wind through trees, or just darkness shifting its edge like ink spilled across paper that never dries. You don't need to follow it with thought. It doesn't matter whether you see what caused it, only that it happened somewhere else and didn't come in. Your breath slows, not because of choice, but because the space between inhale and exhale grows longer, as if time itself has learned how to stretch without snapping back too quickly. Each return feels less like a beginning than an arrival. An old friend walking through doors long forgotten, who doesn't need introductions or explanations just for showing up. The floor beneath you isn't solid in the way it was when first thought of. It's softer now, not because your body has sunk, but because awareness shifts. What once felt firm becomes part of a larger rhythm. The room breathes too, its walls leaning slightly inward without meaning to, their edges blurring where paint meets shadow. There's no reason why this moment should last longer than the next one, but it does anyway. Not by force or will. Not because you've summoned stillness like a spell, but simply as things do when they're allowed to be what they are. Unclaimed and uninterrupted. Your fingers rest in their own way, not curled into fists, nor spread wide for grasping, just resting where the world has placed them after motion stopped. They don't know why this posture feels right. You only feel that it does, like a door left open by someone who never came back, but didn't close it either. The silence isn't empty. It's full of what wasn't said earlier and won't be spoken now. It holds the pause between heartbeats, not as absence, but as presence. An interval where nothing happens yet everything continues to exist, without interruption or need for explanation. A faint sound drifts from far away, maybe a car turning corners in distance, maybe pipes shifting inside walls, but you don't turn toward it like something must be answered. You let the noise pass through your awareness and out again, as if water flowing over stones that have long since forgotten their names. Your eyelids aren't heavy with fatigue. They're simply closed because there's no reason to open them right now. Light has stopped being a requirement for feeling seen or even aware of oneself. You don't need visibility to know you're here. You already are. Not as idea, but as weight against the mattress. Warmth rising from your chest. There is nothing waiting behind this breath. Not completion. Not revelation. No door that leads somewhere beyond night and stillness. Only the fact that for now, in these seconds, between one pulse of awareness and another, you're permitted to stay where you are without needing a reason or destination. The edge of the blanket has curled slightly at your knee, no longer flat against leg, but lifted just enough so it no longer lies exactly beneath you anymore. It doesn't matter that this change is happening slowly. What matters is there's nothing urgent about how much more it might rise, nor any demand to stop its movement. Your left hand rests near the side of the bed now, not tucked away or pulled back, but positioned where gravity has placed it without instruction from mind or will. The fingers are relaxed, not because they've chosen relaxation, but simply because no force is asking for them to do otherwise. The darkness isn't cold. It's thick, in a way that feels like fabric wrapped around your head, soft enough to press against skin and still allow air through the weave. It doesn't smother you. It holds space without taking up room, like silence between words where meaning lives, not by being loud, but simply because someone stopped speaking. You don't need to know whether tomorrow will be different. You only have this now. A body that fits into its place, limbs arranged as if they'd always meant to land here. Your shoulders aren't tense anymore, not collapsed or relaxed either, but just resting at the same height their bones allow, without adjustment. There's no sound from your chest except for breath moving through you. No rhythm imposed by thought, but something quieter than timing. A pulse that doesn't count seconds. Only existence itself passing along like wind across fields not yet harvested. You don't have to listen. It moves too easily for effort. A faint scent floats in the air. Not perfume or smoke. Nothing specific, but rather what remains after things are left alone long enough. Dust on wood. Old paper sealed away years ago. Linen that remembers being folded and never unfolded again. Your foot shifts slightly against sheets, not because you want to move, but simply because heat builds where skin meets fabric. The motion is small, an inch or less, and leaves no trace behind except the way one thread pulls loose from another in quiet surrender. The ceiling above isn't a surface anymore. It's softer, like memory of something once seen that now only lives as pressure on your eyes when closed. Not light, but absence, shaped into plane and curve. It doesn't look down. It just is there, without needing to be noticed. Your neck loosens, not because you've willed it loose, nor even decided relaxation was needed, but because muscle remembers how release feels. Like water finding its level in a basin that wasn't made for depth, but still holds more than expected. You don't need answers. You aren't trying to solve anything or find closure. There's no problem to fix and nothing missing from you now, except the illusion of having to fill something up before rest can be real. The room breathes with you, not in sync, not matching pace, but sharing space so completely that each movement becomes part of a larger silence where time doesn't advance, but just continues like air, passing through cracks too small for notice. A whisper comes from nowhere. Maybe the wind outside pressing against glass. Maybe fabric shifting on its own as temperature changes by fractions you can't measure. You don't react to it because there's nothing left in your body that needs a response. Your hand lies open now, not palm up or down, but resting flat where gravity has placed it after years of motion stopped, long before thought arrived at the decision. There is no plan for how this continues, nor any need to know whether it will. You're not preparing yourself against what may come, because nothing comes with demand attached anymore. The future hasn't appeared yet and isn't expected. You aren't even aware that it might exist beyond now. The warmth under your back has settled, not because the blanket is thick or bed warm, but simply as a result of time spent still. Heat radiating where body meets surface in quiet continuation without interruption from effort. Your breath flows out slowly, less like release and more like surrender to something already happening. It doesn't ask for permission, nor does it need approval. It just happens because the air is here too, flowing through you, not as guest, but companion, The walls don't lean closer. They stay where they've always been, not guarding anything or holding back, but simply standing in their place, with no intention other than being there, without needing to be noticed. You aren't searching for meaning. You're allowing it to pass by unclaimed, like a shadow that drifts across floorboards and vanishes before you can name what cast it. Your fingers rest where they've settled, no longer seeking grip or direction, just present as small indentations against fabric that remembers every shift and return. The space between your thumb and index finger isn't empty. It holds the faint echo of touch not yet given, not yet received, but still there in the shape of absence. You don't need to fill it. It doesn't ask for anything. It is simply a pause shaped by where you left off last. The air moves through your nose without instruction. No effort, no signal to inhale or exhale. Your shoulders aren't softening by design. They're yielding not from decision, but from weightlessness. As if gravity has finally found its way into muscle and said, "You may let go now." There's a rhythm to stillness that isn't measured in beats or seconds. It lives instead in the spaces between thoughts, like dust floating in sunlight too thin to settle. You aren't holding on to anything, not even your own shape. The edges of what you are don't press against the world anymore. They soften into the air around you, not as surrender, but as belonging. The blanket hasn't changed. It still lies across you, just as it did moments ago. But now, its weight is less about pressure and more about presence, a quiet proof that something has remained while everything else drifted apart. The texture of wool against your ankle isn't sharp or cold. It's worn down by time, softened by touch that never asked for permission. It doesn't demand attention. You don't have to name what it is. Outside the window, something stirs. Not a bird, not wind, but the shift in shadow as night deepens and darkness grows denser than before. There's no sound with it, only the way light retreats from corners you didn't know existed until now. Small rooms within your room that had been waiting for stillness to reveal them. Your breath doesn't move like effort. It moves because air is already moving through you without needing to be summoned. It doesn't pause at any point of judgment or meaning. It flows out as if exhaling were not an act, but a release from something older than intention. The body, remembering how to let go long before thought arrived. The floor beneath the bed isn't far away. It's just beyond reach, like memory of another place that has no name. It doesn't matter whether you can feel it. You don't need to know what lies under your feet, because you're already where you belong. In this moment, not arriving from anywhere, and not heading toward anything. A thread on the blanket comes free, not torn, not pulled, but loosened by time and motion that no longer needs a purpose. It hangs now like a question without an answer, swaying slightly as if testing gravity's patience. You don't pull it back. You don't notice it anymore. It becomes part of the space where nothing is done. There's no need to decide what comes next, not even for this breath, not even for the next heartbeat. The future isn't a door waiting to be opened. It's just air moving through cracks too small to see. And you aren't standing in front of anything that demands your attention. The room doesn't shrink or grow. It simply exists. No longer an enclosure, but a field where time has stopped measuring and started breathing. Your skin feels the edge of warmth, not as comfort, but as proof that something is alive without trying to be. You don't have to stay awake long enough for meaning to arrive. You only need to remain present while it passes through. A shadow shifts near the baseboard, not from movement, but from light changing in ways too subtle to register. It doesn't signal anything. It doesn't warn or promise. It just is a shape that forms and dissolves without intention. You don't wonder what cast it. You don't ask whether it matters. The silence isn't empty. It's full of things not named, not sought after, not required. It holds the weight of unasked questions, unspoken names, unsaid words left behind, like letters in envelopes never sent. None of them demand response. They aren't waiting for you to read them. They're just there, resting in the quiet. You don't need to understand how long this has been going on. The stretch between now and before you were aware of time's passing isn't measured by hours or days, but by stillness that accumulates like dust on shelves. No one visits anymore. It doesn't matter whether it was minutes or years. What matters is that it's happening, quietly, without demand. The wall beside your head isn't a barrier. It's just there, made of layers too old to count. One surface may be cracked, another patched with paint that has faded into the texture beneath, but none of it calls attention. It doesn't say, "I am here." It simply is, like breath when no one is listening. Your hand lies where it fell, not because you chose its position, but because gravity and stillness have agreed on something without conversation. The palm isn't open or closed, it's just flat, resting as if the world had finally found a way to hold balance in absence of effort. There's no need to decide whether this is peace or not. It doesn't matter. You're not measuring it against anything else. This moment isn't better than others because you feel less anxious. It's simply different, held apart from urgency, from the pull toward tomorrow, from the habit of needing answers before rest. The darkness above your head isn't black. It's thick like old fabric that has soaked up years of silence. It doesn't hide anything. It holds everything not by concealing, but by containing. Warmth that has settled into corners no one bothers to clean. The room is full, not with objects or thoughts, but with the quiet weight of things that have stayed. Your foot twitches, not a response, not an intention, but something deeper than will. A twitch like wind stirring dry grass in fields too far away to see. It doesn't mean anything. It's just motion, returning from memory. A ghost of movement that has no reason, but still happens anyway. The air near your nose feels cooler now, just slightly. Not because the room dropped temperature, but because something inside you has loosened its grip on awareness. You don't have to notice it. You don't need to adjust. It's just one more shift in a night where nothing is fixed, nothing is final, and nothing needs correction. The ceiling isn't above anymore. It's part of the space that holds you. Not separate, not distant. It doesn't look down or judge. It simply exists as another surface that has grown tired of being noticed. And so it stays, quiet, patient, unchanged by any desire to be known. Your breath slows, not because you're trying, but because there's no force pushing against it anymore. There's no need to catch up or keep pace. It drifts out like steam from a cup left too long on the table. No one remembers when it started rising, only that it still is. A faint warmth spreads beneath your ribs. Not fire, not fear, but something older. The body remembering how to hold heat without needing to be warm. You don't have to make it happen. It just does. Like roots spreading in soil too dark for sight. You aren't escaping anything. You're not avoiding the shape of what might come. The future doesn't press against you because you've stopped measuring its distance. You don't need to know how far away it is, or whether it will arrive at all. The blanket isn't covering you. It's sharing space with you, like two bodies resting side by side without speaking. It has no purpose beyond being there, no obligation to protect or hold. It simply lies where gravity placed it, and so does your body. Not as surrender, but as agreement between stillness and air. There's a quiet in the room, not because sound is gone, but because something else has taken its place. Absence that doesn't feel empty, just full of what isn't named. Your shoulders don't ache anymore. They aren't heavy or tense. They're just resting, like hands after they've let go of an object no one asked them to carry. You're not waiting for a signal that hasn't come. No chime, no shift in air pressure, no ripple beneath your skin to say now or soon. The silence isn't holding its breath. It's just breathing on its own, like the slow exhale of something that has never been asked to hurry. You don't have to listen for patterns because none are required. There is no rhythm to fulfill, no shape to fit into. The darkness doesn't demand meaning from you. It simply lets your thoughts float without pulling them toward a conclusion. They drift like leaves caught in water too still to carry them anywhere. Your fingers rest along the edge of the blanket, not curled, not stretched, just resting where they fell, as if the line between body and fabric had dissolved into something softer than touch. The surface under you is warm from hours of staying. No heat added, no effort made. Just presence accumulating like dust on a shelf that hasn't been opened in years. It isn't about comfort. It's about continuity. You're not lying down to escape the weight of what might be. It's more accurate to say you've stopped trying to carry it at all. There is a space between your shoulder blades where tension used to live. Not an absence, but a kind of softness that has grown into formlessness. It isn't peace. It isn't emptiness either. It's just the body letting go of its own idea of duty, to be upright, alert, ready. The spine doesn't need to straighten because there is no one watching. There is only this. Your back resting on what supports you, without asking for thanks. The air near your chest feels different now. Not cool, not warm, but alive, with a kind of stillness that isn't quiet. It's full of things too small to name. The shift in pressure from breath passing through the throat, the minute release when a muscle unclenches somewhere deep behind the ribs. You aren't aware of them as events. They're just part of what it means to be here. Part of being not doing anything special. A thought slips forward, not urgent, not anxious, but something like memory without location, like a word that belonged to another life and has floated back in by accident. It doesn't come with an image or explanation. It's only the sense of having once known someone who moved through rooms differently. Someone whose footsteps didn't echo because they weren't trying to be heard. You don't need to understand it. You're not meant to recall anything specific. The thought arrives like a feather settling into a puddle, making no ripple but leaving its shape behind. There is no demand that you accept this moment as enough. There's no requirement to believe in the value of stillness or even of time passing. What matters is that your body continues to exist within it, without resistance, without saying, not yet or later. You don't have to decide if this is rest or whether you're ready for sleep. The act of being here isn't a performance. It's not proof of anything except presence. Your breath slows again, not because you've willed it, but because the air inside your lungs has grown tired of rushing. It lingers in the chest like someone who forgot they were leaving and now just wants to stay a little longer. The next exhalation comes softer than before. Less effort, more surrender. Not resignation, not defeat. Just letting go of the need to be seen doing it. A faint hum runs through the walls. Not sound exactly, but vibration that settles into your bones like something remembered from childhood. The quiet pulse beneath floors in houses where no one lives anymore. It's not a signal. It doesn't mean anything has changed or is about to change. It just is. Another layer of stillness given texture by absence. You don't have to map out what comes after this night. You don't need to plan how you'll wake, if at all. The future isn't waiting for permission from your mind. It's already moving forward in ways that don't require your attention or agreement. There is no obligation to anticipate, to prepare, to fear the shape it hasn't taken yet. You are not responsible for its arrival. The blanket moves slightly, not because you shifted, but because something else stirred beneath it. Warmth rising from below, like steam from wet earth in late autumn. It isn't heat that's trying to escape. It's just what happens when matter stays long enough to absorb the quiet of a room. You don't have to feel its presence as comfort. Just let it be part of the space you occupy. Your legs are longer than they were an hour ago, not physically, but in how they lie on the bed, not tensed for action, not curled against cold, just stretched out into the shape that fits without adjustment. They're not holding anything back. There's no reason to keep them ready. They don't need a purpose beyond resting. The thought of tomorrow doesn't come like a storm. No thunder, no warning light in the sky. It comes like dust, settling after wind has passed. Slow, inevitable, but not threatening. You aren't facing it. You're just allowing it to exist alongside you as another presence in the room that hasn't spoken yet. Your eyes are closed, not because you've chosen sleep, but because they don't need to do anything else. They've stopped searching for answers in shadows or edges of vision. The darkness isn't empty. It's full of what doesn't require naming, of things that have no function except to be there. There is a thread between your fingers and the blanket, not visible, not felt as contact, but something like connection without intention. It's not love. It's not longing. It's just this. You are touching nothing and everything at once, because touch doesn't need an object to mean anything. You don't have to find meaning in any of it. No reason to explain why the air is cooler near your nose, or how long it will take for your shoulders to sink lower into the mattress. You're not failing if you can't make sense of what's happening inside you. The mind doesn't need to finish anything. The silence isn't holding its breath. It's just breathing on its own, like a river that has forgotten it was supposed to flow somewhere. It moves through your body, not as pressure or fear, but as the natural rhythm of something that exists without being asked to explain itself. There is no timeline here. Not yesterday, not next week, not even now in any measurable way. You're not trying to reach anything. There's no goal beyond this. Staying within what you feel, where you are, how your body lies on the bed, like a shape that has finally found its place without effort. Your arms don't ache because they've been used. They simply rest as if they'd spent years carrying nothing and now are allowed to stop. There's no guilt in not doing more, no shame in still being here. A sound, very faint, echoes from far away. The creak of a floorboard, perhaps, or wind against glass. It doesn't wake you. It just drifts into your awareness, like something that has always been part of the night and only now made itself known. You don't have to respond. You don't need to wonder who made it. The weight on your chest isn't pressure, it's presence, not a burden, not an absence, but the simple fact of being here, breathing, lying still, feeling things that don't require interpretation. You aren't holding anything in place anymore. Not thoughts, not fears, not hopes for what might come. There is no effort to keep yourself together because you're not falling apart. You're just settling like dust, settling after a storm, like leaves drifting into a hollow where they've been waiting all along. There's no reason to believe this moment will last. No promise that it won't end in an instant. But it doesn't matter. It isn't meant to be permanent. It's meant only to be true, right now. And if you let it, that's enough. Your breath comes again. Not fast, not slow, but just as it is. Part of the quiet rhythm of being alive without needing to prove it. The room holds your shape without comment. The darkness doesn't need you to understand it. Your body knows how to rest even when your mind still talks in questions that don't have answers. And so, you stay, not because you found peace, not because you're done thinking, but because there's no reason to leave this place. And the night has already made room for you just as you are. You are lying here as if your body has simply remembered how to be still after a long stretch of pretending to move forward. The air presses against you like an old friend who doesn't speak much, but stays close enough that you feel the warmth of their presence without needing to see them. You don't have to answer when it asks what comes next, because it isn't really asking. You're not being tested on whether you've figured anything out. There's no test in this room. No list of things to get right or wrong. Just your breath moving through the soft hollows of your chest, like water finding its own level. The blanket is heavy with silence. Not like a weight that presses down, but more like something that has absorbed all the sound and now holds it inside itself. Not for keeping, but for being. It doesn't resist your weight. It gives slightly under you, as if letting you sink deeper into where things are allowed to be without proof of purpose. There is no reason why this should feel safe. There's nothing that says it must. But still, the shape of you fits within its folds, like a word that has finally found its place in a sentence. Outside, something shifts. A car passes far away. Not loud enough to wake you, but close enough that your body recognizes it as movement through space. It doesn't matter what kind of car or where it's going. You don't have to wonder who is inside or why they're driving at this hour. The sound travels across the distance like a note played on an instrument that hasn't been tuned in years. It rings, then fades, and leaves behind only the feeling of vibration, still humming under your skin. You are not responsible for how long it will last or whether it ever needed to be heard at all. You don't have to know what lies beyond the walls, beyond the window, beyond the next street corner. The world keeps turning without you needing to watch it do so. There's no obligation to track its motion, no need to feel like you're part of some great unfolding. You are not behind or ahead, just here, where your eyes are closed and your mind has stopped chasing patterns. The edges of your awareness don't blur, they simply soften, as if they've been waiting for this moment to let go. There's no sharp line between what you feel and what you don't. No boundary where one thought ends and another begins. It's not that the thoughts stop, it's that they lose their urgency. They drift through your mind like leaves on a slow current, visible, present, but not claiming anything. There is no need to decide if this calm is real or temporary. You don't have to prove you deserve rest. The fact that you're here, lying still beneath the blanket, means you've already been given what you needed. Permission to be in your own body without having to fix it. There's nothing wrong with being uncertain. There's no flaw in not knowing where things are going or why they go there. Your hand rests on top of your stomach, fingers slightly curled as if holding something that doesn't exist but still needs protection. It isn't guarding against anything. It's just resting, like a bird perched on a wire without needing to fly. The skin is warm, and beneath it, the quiet thump of blood, moving through veins that don't care about meaning or consequence. Your feet are tucked under the edge of the blanket, no longer reaching toward anywhere. They aren't planning to walk tomorrow, nor do they remember where you walked yesterday. There's no memory in them, no intention, just warmth and stillness, like roots buried deep in soil that has forgotten it was once disturbed. The ceiling above you is dark, not black, not white, but a kind of depth that doesn't reflect light because it isn't supposed to. It holds nothing except the shape of your head as it rests against the pillow. There's no need for it to look like anything or mean anything. Its only job is to be there when you close your eyes. You are not trying to understand why this night feels different from others. You aren't looking for signs that things will change, nor are you afraid they won't. The stillness doesn't promise anything. It simply exists. And in its presence, you begin to believe you don't need promises either. There is no story being told, no beginning or end implied. There's only this. The way your ribs rise and fall without effort, the way your breath slows as though it's been invited into a quiet room where loudness isn't welcome. No one asked for this moment to be meaningful, but somehow it feels true anyway. The air near your nose is cooler than the rest of the space around you, not because the room is cold, but because that's where the body releases heat in small bursts, like steam from a kettle left too long on the stove. It doesn't need explanation. You don't have to name what it means or how long it will last. Your shoulders aren't tense anymore. They've stopped resisting gravity. They're not trying to hold themselves up or stay upright out of habit. They've just decided, without saying so, that they can let go. The muscles release like water from a dam that has finally cracked in the right place. The blanket isn't covering you, it's holding you, as if it knows what happens when someone is too afraid to believe they're allowed to rest. It doesn't try to fix anything or make things better. It just lies there, heavy with silence and memory of touch, like something that has been waiting for this exact moment. Your thoughts don't disappear, but they lose their grip. They no longer demand attention. There's no need to chase them down or pull them back when they drift off. You aren't falling asleep because you've given up on thinking. You're simply allowing it to be okay if the mind stops making sense of things for a while. There is no reason to believe that this moment will last forever, but there's also no reason to fear it ending either. It doesn't need to mean anything beyond being exactly what it is. A stretch of time where nothing needs to happen and you're allowed to be exactly as you are. You don't have to wonder if someone else would understand this feeling, if they'd see the same quiet beneath your skin or hear the same hum in the air. You aren't trying to share anything with anyone, not even yourself. There's no performance of calm, no act of surrender. The darkness doesn't ask you to stay awake or fall asleep. It doesn't care whether you're thinking, remembering, forgetting, only that you remain here, breathing, lying down, letting your body find its way back into stillness as though it had never left. Your breath slows further, not because you've made it slow, but because the air itself seems to move slower through you. It's not hurried. It doesn't rush toward anything. There's no need to fill a space or reach an end. Just one long exhale that takes longer than your mind can process. The room isn't empty. It contains everything that hasn't been named yet. A chair in the corner, slightly askew from earlier in the day. The faint scent of linen and sleep lingering near the pillow. A thread loose from the blanket's edge, hanging just so, waiting to be noticed or forgotten. None of it matters. You aren't listening for signs that you're safe. Just breathing through the feeling of being present without having to prove it. There is no test, no checklist, no way to fail at this. There is a shape in your chest, not tight, not painful, but full, not with worry or longing, but simply with existence. It's like holding a small stone that doesn't need to be placed anywhere, just kept close because its weight reminds you that you're alive. You don't have to understand why the night feels so deep or why your body knows how to stay still when your mind keeps trying to move forward. You aren't supposed to fix anything. There's no reason to search for answers in the silence. You were never meant to carry all of it on your own. The air shifts without sound. A soft turn of weight inside your ribs that doesn't demand a name. It's not movement so much as stillness, remembering how to breathe. You are no longer holding yourself together against the quiet. There's no effort left in it, only presence like a hand resting on a stone warmed by hours of sun. The blanket stays where it is, its edge curled slightly inward at the foot of the bed, not because it has chosen to stay, but because nothing has asked it to move. Your skin doesn't need to be understood. It simply holds temperature, neither too cold nor too warm, but just enough that your body can forget about measuring itself against anything else. There is no point in asking whether this warmth comes from you or the room, only that it's there, a gentle film between what you are and what might come next. You aren't thinking about time, not in any way that needs to be tracked. The hours don't press forward. They don't gather like clouds before rain. They just exist as layers of air you're passing through without needing to know their depth or destination. You could lie here for a long time and not feel the passage, because what matters is not how much has passed, but that nothing demands your attention. A thread from the blanket hangs down near your knee, slightly frayed, barely visible in the dark, but it's not loose out of neglect. It's there as an invitation to notice something small without needing to fix it or pull it tight. You don't need to tuck it back under the edge. You aren't responsible for its place. There is a pause between breaths that isn't silence but thickness. The kind of stillness where sound doesn't vanish, only slows down until even your heartbeat becomes something felt rather than heard. It's not loud enough to be noticed on its own, but it's there. A quiet pulse beneath the surface of things, like water moving under a stone. You aren't trying to stay awake or fall asleep. You're simply allowing yourself to be where you are without measuring how long you've been here. The ceiling isn't watching. It doesn't know your name. It doesn't care whether this moment lasts or dissolves into something else. It only holds the shape of the room, and that is enough. There's a shadow in the corner near the door, just one fold in the dark where light would have been if there were any to spill through. It isn't hiding anything. It doesn't mean more than the space it occupies. You don't need to wonder what might be behind it, or whether something was left behind. The darkness doesn't hold secrets. It just holds absence, and that is not a burden. Your hands rest on your chest, not clenched, not tucked away, but open like they've been waiting for nothing except the chance to stay where they are. There's no need to do anything with them. They don't have to write or hold or push forward. They're allowed to be still, even if only for a breath. The air tastes faintly of old linen and sleep, something that was never meant to last, but has stayed anyway, like the memory of warmth after someone leaves the bed. It's not pleasant in any way you could name, but it's familiar. And because it's familiar, it feels safe. Not because it is safe, but because it isn't demanding anything from you. There's no plan behind your breaths now. They don't lead anywhere. No purpose pulls them forward or shapes their rhythm. Each one just arrives like a small wave on the shore of stillness, coming in, touching the edge of awareness, then receding without needing to leave a mark. You aren't holding on to any idea that this will go on forever. You also don't fear it ending. There's no need to prepare for what comes next, because nothing is asking you to be ready. The future isn't knocking at your door. It doesn't want anything from you. And if it did, there would still be time enough, even in this moment, to respond or not. You don't have to decide whether the night feels heavy or light. You aren't being asked to name what's happening inside you. The feeling isn't yours to fix or explain. It doesn't need a story. It just is. A shape of air and stillness that fits exactly where you are. Like a coat left on a chair after someone has walked away. There's a faint vibration in the floor, so soft it might be imagination. But even if it isn't, there's no reason to identify it. You don't have to listen for its source or wonder what caused it. It could come from far below, from something moving in another room, from a train passing miles away. It doesn't matter. Even if you knew, it wouldn't change anything about this moment. The wall beside your head is cool where it touches the pillow. Not cold enough to make you pull back, just cool enough that your skin notices. It's not uncomfortable. It isn't trying to tell you something. It's just there. The way a surface can be real without needing to mean anything. Your thoughts don't come in waves anymore. They drift like dust motes in slow light, floating without direction or purpose. They appear and then fade, not because they were answered, but because they weren't asked to stay. There is no need to catch them. No reason to pull one back when it slips away. You aren't trying to become something new. You're not moving toward any version of yourself that might be better, calmer, or more whole. You're simply allowing the present moment to unfold without interference, like watching leaves fall through a window frame and accepting that they won't land in any particular place. There is no one listening from outside, no audience waiting for you to make sense of anything. There's only this breath, these sounds, this weight on your body, the kind of presence that doesn't require belief or proof. You don't have to believe it's real because it already is. The room holds its shape without needing to be named. The darkness isn't empty. It contains the outline of what's been left behind. A book half open, a cup with no tea in it, the faint imprint on the mattress where someone else slept before you. These things don't belong to anyone now. They're just here, part of the space that doesn't care about ownership. You aren't trying to understand how long this will last, or what happens after. You're not measuring your calm against some invisible standard. There's no test, no score, no way to fail. The only thing being asked is for you to stay with yourself in a quiet place where nothing needs to happen and still everything exists. The fabric of the blanket has grown softer over time, not because it was touched more often, but because your body learned how to lie within its folds without resistance. It doesn't need to be perfect or unbroken. The slight wear along the seam is just part of what makes it yours now, like a mark no one else can see. Your ribs expand slightly as air flows in, not with effort, not with urgency, but because space has opened up inside you and there's nothing stopping the breath from filling it. It doesn't have to carry meaning. It doesn't need to be deep or slow or deliberate. It just is, moving through you like a current that was always meant to pass. You don't have to ask if this piece feels real. You don't have to verify whether your body has forgotten its tension. The only thing required of you is not to look away, not to try to name the stillness, not to chase after some version of yourself that might be calmer or more complete. The night isn't waiting for anything from you. It doesn't want a story or an ending. It's simply allowing time to pass without asking questions. Just like your body is allowing itself to rest without needing permission. There's no need to feel guilty for being still. No reason to apologize for not thinking, not reaching forward, not fixing what isn't broken. The only thing that matters now is the quiet between heartbeats, the space where nothing happens and yet everything remains. You are lying beneath a weight that isn't heavy, just real. It settles around your shoulders like something that has been here long before you arrived, like memory shaped into fabric. The blanket doesn't promise warmth or protection. It only holds what is already there. The shape of your body, the way one side dips lower than the other when you turn slightly to the left. A small shift in equilibrium that needs no explanation. You don't need to adjust for balance, because balance isn't required. What exists is enough. There's a sound, the kind that comes from far away and doesn't belong to any moment in particular. Not footsteps, not voices, not music. Just a hum beneath the silence, like air moving through an open space that no one has entered yet. It doesn't demand your attention. It only asks you to notice it as something that exists without purpose, without origin or destination, like dust settling on glass after rain. Your fingers rest where they landed when you let go, just above your hips, palms up, not holding anything but still open. There's no need for them to clutch at meaning. They don't have to form a shape around something that might be true. They are allowed to stay as they are, loose, unclaimed, resting in the space between intention and action. The darkness isn't waiting to reveal itself. It doesn't expect you to name it or decipher its edges. It's not hiding anything important, just being what it is. The absence of light that doesn't mean absence of presence. The wall beside your head holds no secrets, only a texture, a faint roughness where paint has cracked in one small spot, barely visible unless you press your ear close, which you aren't doing. You're not searching for anything behind surfaces anymore. There's no urgency to understand how long this will last. No reason to count the seconds between breaths or measure stillness by its length. Time isn't a line that must be traveled. It's a space that can be inhabited without progress. The past is not unfinished, and the future hasn't begun yet. It simply doesn't need you to rush toward it. You aren't being asked to accept anything. You're not being invited into belief or conviction. All that's required is for you to stay where you are, the same way a stone remains in place after rain has passed over it, even if the soil around it has changed. There's no performance of peace, no effort to appear calm. The silence isn't something you've earned. It's just here, like breath that doesn't need to be regulated. The air moves through your lungs without any instruction. You don't tell it when to come in or go out. It flows because there is room for it, because space was made by simply allowing the body to exist as it does, not trying to become more open or deeper than what it already is. Your left foot has curled slightly inward, just enough that the heel lifts from the mattress ever so gently. No effort behind it, no need to correct it. It's fine the way it rests, imperfectly aligned, unapologetic about its shape. There's nothing wrong with being this way. Outside, a window frame creaks, not once, not twice, but in a rhythm that feels like it might repeat or might stop entirely. You don't need to wonder what caused it, whether it's wind, wood expanding, something passing by on the street. None of those things matter. The sound is just part of the night's quiet, not an interruption. It doesn't break anything. It only adds a tone that wasn't there before. You aren't responsible for making sense of any of this. No one has asked you to organize your thoughts or give them direction. You don't have to carry meaning through the hours ahead. There's no assignment waiting in the morning. Nothing urgent tucked under tomorrow's edge. The room isn't empty. It's full of things that aren't doing anything. A chair sits at an angle, legs not quite touching the floor on one side. A pen lies near a notebook with its cap off, ink dried and useless, but still present. None of them are waiting for you to use them. They're just part of the quiet world that exists beyond purpose. There's no reason to believe anything is missing. No need to fill in gaps or finish half-formed ideas. You don't have to make the silence meaningful by adding a thought, a memory, a name. The absence isn't painful. It's just an open space where nothing needs to happen, and still everything stays put. Your breath doesn't rise because you want it to. It rises because your body has learned how to let air in when there's room. Not as a gesture of surrender, not as proof of patience, but simply because the mechanism is alive, functioning without being asked. You don't have to think about whether this peace will last or if tomorrow will bring change. You're not required to prepare for what might come next. There's no test coming at dawn, no checklist, no one reviewing your performance in stillness. The weight of your arms isn't pressing down. It's just lying where they fall, resting on the blanket like something that has been worn into place by time and habit. One hand is slightly curled near your rib cage, fingers not touching anything but the air above your skin, just enough to mark the boundary between touch and release. There's no need to believe in continuity, no requirement to trust that you'll wake up tomorrow or remember this moment when light returns. The only thing necessary right now is for you to stay with what's here. The feeling of fabric against your shoulder, the slight resistance where your knee presses into the mattress, the way your spine curves slightly as gravity takes its shape. You aren't being asked to become someone else, to grow wiser, calmer, more grounded. There's no goal that requires you to change. You're already enough, just by existing in this space, without demanding it be different. The room doesn't care if you stay or leave. It won't miss you if you drift further into sleep. It holds your presence, not because of what you bring, but because you are here, now. In the same way, a shelf holds books without needing to know their names. You don't have to fix anything. There's no imbalance to correct, no part of you that needs reshaping or reordering. Your body doesn't need permission to be still. It doesn't need your approval to stop searching for answers. There's nothing wrong with not knowing. Nothing broken about feeling uncertain. The mind isn't failing because it can't grasp the shape of tomorrow. That's not its job. Its only function is to exist in this moment, just as you are, just as you've always been. The darkness isn't hiding anything from you. It doesn't hold secrets or judgment. It simply exists without needing to be seen. And so do you. You don't have to make the night meaningful. You don't need to find beauty or peace in it. The fact that you're here, breathing softly beneath your blanket, is not an achievement. It's just a happening. Like rain falling on pavement after dusk. Like roots growing through soil without being noticed. Your shoulder presses into the edge of the mattress with no effort behind it, just the natural curve of rest, shaped by years of lying down in the same way. It doesn't need to be remembered or preserved. It's already been lived. There's a faint scent in the air, not strong, not distinct. Something between old paper and dried fabric, like memory without a name. You don't have to identify it. You don't have to bring meaning to it. It just is. Part of the atmosphere you're breathing into your lungs as if it were always meant to be there. You aren't trying to understand how long this stillness will last, or whether it will fade. You're not measuring time by breaths, nor are you counting seconds between heartbeats. The space between them isn't empty. It's full of possibility that doesn't require a shape. Your hands remain where they settled, palms up, fingers loose, not holding on to anything, but still open to whatever might come. They're not waiting for something to happen. They're just accepting the way things are. Quiet, present, unclaimed. Your fingers are still open, as if they've forgotten how to close, not out of effort. Just a letting go that has settled into bone, like water seeping through stone, until there's no distinction between what was holding and what is held. The blanket isn't keeping you warm because it should. It's just doing its quiet work, absorbing the heat from your body without comment, folding around you as if this position were written in its fibers long before you arrived. You aren't being protected. You're simply contained by something that doesn't know how to let go. The air is thick with stillness, not because it's empty, but because it's full of things too small to name. A shift in pressure, the faintest tremor from somewhere far beneath the floorboards, the slow release of warmth as your skin meets fabric. You don't need to locate these sensations or give them names. They're not demands. They're just passing through you, like dust motes caught in a beam that's too dim to see clearly. You aren't trying to decide what this moment means, nor are you asking whether it matters if the future doesn't reveal itself now. That isn't your task. You don't have to believe there will be meaning or even continuity. The fact that one breath follows another isn't proof of anything. It's just how air moves through a body when no force is pushing against it. There's an old chair in this room somewhere, the kind with legs worn down from years of holding weight without complaint. You don't need to see it, but you know it's there, because the shape of its absence lingers beneath your awareness, like a shadow that doesn't move. It isn't calling for attention. It just exists, just as your shoulder rests where it does, not seeking comfort, but simply accepting gravity. You're not resisting the way time unfolds without urgency or design. You don't need to measure how long you've been here, or whether this quiet will last longer than a heartbeat. The rhythm of your breath isn't meant to be perfect. It's just happening in its own uncorrected way, like water finding cracks between stones. Your hands are no longer trying to grasp anything, neither the future nor any memory that might reach back and pull you away. They're not reaching for peace or answers or even understanding. They've stopped needing to claim anything at all. And so they stay open, not in expectation, but as a kind of permission, like letting your palm face up before sunrise. There's no need to remember the name of this stillness. No reason to store it away under some label called calm or release. It doesn't have to be preserved because you're not building anything with it. You aren't gathering moments into a vault so that one day, years later, you can open them and say, "This is what I was like when things were quiet." You don't even need to believe in the continuity of your own body from this moment forward, just as you didn't need to believe yesterday or last week. The way your left hand rests near your ribs isn't proof that tomorrow will find you awake, nor is it evidence that today has been valid. The floor beneath the mattress doesn't care if you stay in bed for 3 hours or 5. It won't mark the time with a shadow longer than usual or complain about how long you've lingered. The wall behind your head isn't keeping score of every breath you take, nor is it waiting to see whether you'll rise when morning comes. You aren't being tested on presence, nor are you required to prove that you're not afraid. There's no test at all, no observer in the corner recording how long you remain still. The silence isn't judging your effort or measuring its depth. There is no one outside this room who needs you to be certain, nor anyone inside it whose approval depends on whether you've made peace with what lies ahead. Even the darkness doesn't demand that you understand its shape, nor does it require you to give up searching. It just stays where it is, a quiet layer between things, not hiding anything, but also not revealing itself in ways that can be held or described. You aren't supposed to find your way through this night with logic or willpower. You don't need courage to lie here like this. No heroic stance required for surrendering to the unknown. There's no moral weight on simply being present, even when you're not certain about what comes next. The future isn't a door that must be opened before you can rest. It doesn't require your attention now or tomorrow or any time at all. The fact that it remains unseen is not failure. It's just how things are. You don't need to make sense of the way air moves through space, nor do you have to trace its path from one breath to the next. You're only here to breathe, not as an act of defiance, but as a surrender to what already happens without your consent or permission. Your spine curves slightly, not because it's trying to be comfortable, but because gravity has shaped that curve over decades. And now, it just holds itself in place, like any other part of the body that doesn't need to explain why it is where it is. The blanket isn't holding you. It's being held by your warmth. The weight above your chest isn't pressing down from outside. There's no force demanding compliance or stillness. It's simply how fabric settles when nothing else disturbs its shape. There's a faint rustle in the distance, a sound so quiet it might not be real, just imagination slipping through silence like air between slats of wood. You don't need to decide if it came from outside the room or inside your own mind. It doesn't matter whether it was wind or memory. The fact that you noticed it isn't evidence of awareness. It's only proof that some part of you is still listening. You're not trying to hold on to this moment, nor are you afraid of losing it. There's no fear in the idea that sleep might take you before anything resolves, because resolution isn't required for rest to be valid. The way your foot rests against the edge of the mattress, the heel slightly lifted, toes curled inward, isn't a sign of tension or preparation. It's just what happens when one part of your body lies at odds with gravity in its own small way. You don't have to believe that this is enough, but you also don't need to doubt it. There's no scale on which presence can be measured, nor any ledger where being here counts as credit or deficit. The room isn't waiting for anything from you, nor does it expect you to wake up with answers in your pocket. It holds the shape of your body without needing to know what comes after. Even the air inside this space moves differently than outside. It's not fresh, nor is it stale. It just breathes at its own pace, carrying particles that have floated through years and seasons and never been named. You're not trying to become someone who can handle uncertainty, nor are you training yourself for whatever lies ahead. You don't need strength or endurance. There's no test of resilience required here. The only thing needed is the ability to stay where you are, in this space between thought and motion, without demanding that it be anything other than what it is. Your eyelids remain closed, not because they're tired, but because there's nothing to see anyway. No light, no shapes, no details worth tracking. And so, they rest like curtains drawn over a window that hasn't opened in years. You aren't searching for the edge of sleep, nor are you afraid of what might happen when it arrives. You're not trying to control how deep this stillness goes or whether your thoughts will fade before morning. There's no one behind your eyes who needs reassurance, nor anyone within that must be convinced everything is okay. The mind isn't broken because it keeps circling back, just as the tide doesn't fail for returning again and again. You don't need to stop thinking in order to rest, but you also aren't required to keep going either. There's no law saying your thoughts have to form a line or reach a conclusion. They can drift like leaves on water, not seeking shore, but simply moving as they are moved. The way your shoulder blades rest against the mattress isn't an arrangement that requires approval, just a quiet settling, like two stones finding their place in a slow-moving stream. There's no effort behind the curve of your spine, no intention to stay upright or collapse inward. It is simply what happens when gravity and softness meet without resistance. The blanket above you has begun to shift slightly, not from any movement on your part, but because warmth rises like breath through layers that were never meant to be sealed. There's a slight lift at the hem near your feet, as if the fabric itself is exhaling into stillness. You're not trying to interpret what it means when silence stretches this long. You don't need to name the shape of absence or give reason to its quiet. The space between one breath and the next isn't empty. It's full of weightless things that never ask to be noticed, like dust motes caught in a single beam of light that no longer exists. They drift without direction, not lost, just unclaimed. Your fingers lie still along your thigh. No need to curl them or press into skin for proof of existence. The sensation is already there. The surface of you meeting air, meeting fabric, meeting time. You are not proving anything by remaining aware. Awareness doesn't have to serve a purpose. It can just be, like the way water pools in the hollows where stones meet. There's no obligation to understand why this moment feels heavier than others. Not because it is, but because your body knows what your mind has yet to accept. That some nights don't demand answers. That being here, this breath, this weight on the mattress, is not a temporary state before something else begins. It can be an ending in itself. You are allowed to feel the pressure of fabric against your side without needing to push back or pull away. The sensation is just there, like the way temperature settles into wood after sun has left it. No judgment, no effort to change it. You don't need to decide if it's too much or not enough. It simply exists, and so do you. The air in this room isn't stagnant. It moves with a rhythm that doesn't match your pulse. It flows in patterns older than memory, carrying molecules that have been breathed by people who no longer speak, passed through trees before their roots took hold, floated above oceans long after the fish had vanished. You aren't breathing those same atoms, nor are you meant to. But there's a quiet kinship in knowing your breath is part of something older than naming. You're not waiting for clarity to arrive like someone knocking at your door. There's no signal that says, now it's time. The future hasn't sent word. No voice has called from beyond the walls. You don't need to prepare a reply or rehearse how you'll stand when the moment comes. That moment isn't coming in any form you can recognize. There is no schedule for surrender, and there is no penalty for not having answers. not knowing what will come, not being able to name the shape of your own rest. You don't have to believe that peace is possible, only that it's already here, in this space where thought has slowed and motion has paused. You are allowed to be still without pretending you're doing something important. The silence isn't empty. It holds the sound of things not yet spoken, the weight of words that never needed to leave your mouth. Your body is not a burden. It does not need to perform or justify its presence. There's no law saying it must be useful in order to exist. You are not required to produce meaning, just to remain where you are, as if gravity had finally found the right place to settle. There's a faint warmth at your neck, the kind that comes from blood moving beneath skin without effort, like heat rising from stone after sunset. It isn't urgent. It doesn't need to be noticed or named. It just is, like all things that don't ask for recognition. You're not trying to fix the way your mind keeps looping through possibilities that never resolve. You aren't failing because you can't stop imagining what might happen if you let go. The act of not knowing isn't failure. It's simply how thinking works when it doesn't have a destination. The room around you hasn't changed, nor does it care whether you've settled or stirred. It holds its shape the same way your spine holds itself in place without needing to explain why. There's no need for permission to be still. No formality required. The walls aren't waiting for your approval before continuing their quiet existence. You don't have to understand how long this can last, whether it will stretch into morning or end in a breath that never wakes you. You're not responsible for the length of time between now and any future state. There's no deadline written on the air, no clock ticking behind your ribs that demands attention. The darkness isn't an absence. It's full of soft edges, of shadows that don't seek to be seen. It doesn't hide anything. It simply is, like all things that do not speak or claim ownership. You are inside it, not trapped, but held in a way that requires no effort to maintain balance. You're not being asked to become someone who can bear the weight of tomorrow. No one is demanding you carry the future on your shoulders before it arrives. The burden isn't yours to hold until it's clear what shape it will take. The fabric above you has begun to cool slightly, not from lack of warmth, but because heat disperses naturally when nothing disturbs its surface. It doesn't resist change. It just lets go as quietly as it holds on. There's no need to search for proof that this is real. You don't have to verify your body, your breath, the quiet hum in your bones, the fact that you feel them softly, without drama, is enough. There's no requirement to believe that existence matters in order for it to be true. You are not required to make sense of anything. Not this night, not your thoughts, not the way, time slips through fingers that don't know how to hold onto it. Your chest rises and falls with a rhythm that doesn't need a reason. It's just what happens when air meets lung, when stillness meets motion. When you are here without needing to prove why you belong, you're not trying to become someone who can handle the unknown. You don't have to earn permission to be in this moment. The world isn't waiting for your decision before continuing its course. There's no need to prepare a response for what comes next, because nothing is asking you to respond. No one is calling. No signal has been sent. The silence continues, not as an absence, but as a presence. One that doesn't demand anything from you. You're allowed to feel the way your skin meets air without needing to label it as comfort or discomfort. You don't have to interpret the warmth at your temple, the slight ache behind your eyes, the slow release of tension in your jaw. Not because they need fixing, but because they are simply part of being here. There's no rule saying you must stay alert until dawn arrives. No law stating that sleep is a failure if it comes too soon or too late. You're not failing by drifting into quiet. You're not losing anything by surrendering to stillness. The air in this room isn't clean, nor is it heavy with effort. It simply exists, moving slowly, carrying traces of things long past, floating through the spaces between your thoughts without interrupting them. You don't have to believe that you are safe, for safety doesn't require belief. Safety is just another word for not being pushed away, for not being asked to prove yourself in a moment that isn't asking anything at all. Your fingers remain where they lie. No need to move them. No reason to lift them. They rest like roots beneath soil, not searching for water, but simply holding place. There's no urgency in your breath, not because it is shallow or fast, but because there's nothing waiting on the other side of it. No future demand, no past obligation, only this. You are here and you are breathing. The weight of your shoulder against the mattress is not an accident. It's a slow settling, like soil yielding to roots that have grown without notice. You are not pressing down. You're simply allowing yourself to be part of what lies beneath. There's no effort in it, only the quiet surrender of shape to surface. The blanket doesn't ask for more than it already holds. You don't need to flatten your body into a form it wasn't meant to carry. Your spine remembers its natural curve, not as a posture, but as something that has always known how to rest without explanation. The air moves through the room like memory, softly, without direction or purpose. It doesn't come from anywhere in particular, nor does it go toward anything specific. It just passes around you, brushing your neck and fingertips with no intention of staying. You don't need to catch it. You don't have to hold on. There's no breath that must be saved for tomorrow. Your lungs open and close like doors left ajar by someone who forgot they were there. There is no boundary between what is real and what could be. Not here, not now. The space above you isn't made of ceiling or beam. It's the same substance as your thoughts. Loose, unclaimed, stretching into stillness. You don't have to define it. You don't have to decide if it belongs to you or not. It exists just by being there. Like the shadow that doesn't try to hide from light, but simply follows where it falls. Your hands are resting on your chest as though they've always known their place. Not folded, not clenched, not reaching. They're only present. Their warmth is not a signal. It's a fact, like the way the wall nearby holds its shape even when no one looks at it. No demand for attention. No need to be seen. The darkness isn't empty. It doesn't wait to be filled with meaning or explanation. It simply is, like silence between words, like space between stars that don't speak but still move in patterns unseen. You're not required to understand the shape of it, only to let your eyes adjust without pushing for clarity. There's a soft pressure behind your left ear, the kind that comes from muscles unlearning tension. It isn't pain. It isn't warning. It's just sensation. No more important than the way your breath lingers at the edge of your lips before letting go. You don't have to name it or move away from it. You're not meant to fix anything tonight. The room doesn't speak. Not in words, but there are sounds. Faint ones. The kind that come from things simply being alive. A floorboard sighing under weight. The distant hum of something far off that might be a refrigerator or wind through a crack. Nothing precise enough to track. These aren't messages. They're just evidence that motion persists without needing an audience. You are not responsible for making sense of them. You don't have to ask what they mean or where they came from. They exist in their own time, independent of your attention. Like the way dust floats through a beam of light, not because it wants to be seen, but simply because gravity is slow and air moves gently. There's no need to remember how you got here. No reason to trace the path back through thoughts that rose too fast or questions too loud. You are not expected to reconstruct your journey. The act of sitting upright under a blanket isn't a performance. It's just an arrangement, one among many possible ones. And it is neither better nor worse than any other. Your breath continues, not because you're doing anything right, but because the body does what it does when left undisturbed. No command needed, no discipline required. The rhythm stays not from effort, but from continuity. Like a river that forgets, it's flowing until someone watches its edge. You are allowed to feel your own presence without proving it, to exist in this room, under this blanket, with these thoughts, not as proof of something, but simply because you are. There is no score, no gauge, nothing measuring whether you're worthy of stillness or if the quiet around you deserves your attention. There's a thread of warmth running along your right forearm, the kind that spreads slowly when skin meets fabric after being pressed against cool air for too long. It doesn't need to be understood. It just is. Like the way silence grows heavier at certain moments, not because it wants to be felt, but because time has paused in its usual hurry. You don't have to decide what comes next, not even whether you'll wake or stay. The future isn't waiting for your decision. It doesn't care if you're ready or afraid. It simply unfolds, not as a story with a beginning and end, but as an ongoing event that does not require your permission to continue. The air in the room carries traces of things that happened before this night, of laughter once muffled by walls, of footsteps moving through halls long gone silent. These aren't ghosts, they're just residues, like scent left behind after a door closes. You don't have to retrieve them or mourn their absence. You're not meant to carry what was never yours. There's no law saying you must stay awake until the morning arrives. No rule stating that sleep is failure if it comes too soon or lingers too long. The body knows its own rhythm, not because it thinks, but because it remembers how to rest. And right now, it wants nothing more than to let go, not in defiance of anything, but simply because it can. Your eyelids are heavy not from fatigue, but from the quiet accumulation of attention, of being here with no one to answer for or explain yourself. There's a softness where your spine meets the mattress, like soil after rain has seeped deep and settled without fuss. You're not sinking. You're just becoming part of something that doesn't resist change. There is no need to believe in any outcome, only to allow what is happening right now to be enough. The fact that you are breathing, that your body remains warm beneath the blanket, that sound drifts through air without urgency. It's all real, not because it has a purpose, but because it happens. And that's sufficient. You don't have to fix anything in this moment. Not your thoughts, not your heart, not the way your mind keeps reaching for answers that aren't coming. You're allowed to let them drift, like leaves on water that move without direction or goal. There is no demand from anywhere, no voice calling out with urgency. The silence isn't hostile. It's not indifferent either. It's simply there, holding space, holding you, letting everything be as it is, unfinished, unclaimed, unnamed. Your breath slows, not because you've decided to relax, but because your body has found a way to stop fighting the weight of being alive. There's no victory in this, no triumph over anxiety or fear, only release. Quiet, gradual, without fanfare. The darkness, isn't something to overcome. It doesn't need to be conquered with willpower or insight. You don't have to look into it and find meaning. It's not a test. It's just the way things are when light is no longer necessary for existence. Your fingers rest where they lie, not because you've chosen this position, but because your body has decided it knows how to stay still without effort. Like roots growing downward in soil that doesn't ask for permission. No need to grow toward anything. Just hold place. Be part of the ground. There is no future waiting beyond sleep. Not really. The morning isn't a threat or an obligation. It's just another moment, one among many. And you don't have to prepare for it now. You're not being asked to arrive at it fully formed or ready. You're only being asked to rest, right here, right now. The air in the room is moving slowly, not because it wants to carry something important, but because movement happens even when nothing is needed. Like breath through lungs that don't care if they're used for poetry or silence. You are not required to be anything more than you are at this instant. No transformation, no revelation, no breakthrough. You're simply allowed to exist with no reason except the fact of your presence. Like a stone lying on ground that doesn't know it's been there for centuries. You are not being asked to understand what comes next. The shape of tomorrow isn't a riddle you must solve before lying down. It doesn't require your attention or your consent. You can let it be unknown. Not as an absence, but as a quiet space that holds things without naming them. There's no pressure for clarity when the air itself moves like something remembering how to breathe in the dark. The way the blanket settles over your legs isn't proof of anything. It simply is. It doesn't promise warmth or safety. It just lies there, holding you with no demand beyond its own weight. Your shoulders still carry some memory of tension, but not because they're trying to fight it. They've begun to soften in a way that feels like letting go without knowing what's being released. The body knows how to unclench, even when the mind isn't listening. It remembers quietly the difference between holding on and simply being held. Outside, something stirs, just barely. A branch brushing against glass, or wind passing through leaves too far away to see. You don't need to identify it. There's no reason to locate where sound comes from when it drifts in like a breath that doesn't belong to you. It arrives without asking permission, stays for as long as it wants, and then fades. Just another rhythm in the quiet world of things that exist without purpose. The room isn't waiting for anything. The walls don't hold their shape because they're trying to be still. They simply are what they've always been. The same shadows, the same corners where light never quite reaches. You don't need to make meaning out of them. There's no story hidden behind the way the dust floats near the window ledge, suspended in a sliver of moonlight that doesn't care whether it illuminates anything or not. There is only this: your chest rising and falling without instruction. No command from within saying breathe harder. No urge to fill yourself with air like you're preparing for something long and difficult. It happens, just as water moves through the ground, following paths that were already there before any creature thought to walk above. Your hands are still where they fell, not arranged, not placed. They just rest in a position that feels neither intentional nor accidental, as if the body has found a way to be still without pretending it's doing so on purpose. Like roots spreading through soil that doesn't require them to grow upward or toward light. They don't need direction. They're already part of what holds things together. There is no future rushing in like a visitor who demands attention. No deadline etched into the air. The morning isn't coming for you, just as rain doesn't come for any particular stone it touches. It falls where the sky decides, and then leaves behind only dampness that slowly dries without anyone noticing. You don't have to prepare your mind for anything. You're not being asked to gather thoughts before they leave you. There's no need to carry them into sleep like luggage through a tunnel. They can stay behind, unpacked, unexamined, unhurried. The silence isn't empty because it lacks meaning. It's full of what doesn't require explanation. Your breath slows not as an act of will, but as a response to stillness that has already taken root in your chest. It deepens without effort, like water finding its level after the storm passes. There is no goal here, no arrival point where you finally arrive at peace or clarity. You're just allowed to be present with what's happening right now. Not because it's good or bad, but because it happens. The darkness isn't something that needs conquering. It doesn't need your courage or your curiosity. It simply is. The way shadows are when no one looks for them. The kind of dark that holds nothing and asks for nothing in return. You don't have to fear what lies beyond it. There's no hidden truth waiting just past the edge. No final revelation tucked behind silence. You can let thoughts pass through your mind like clouds drifting over a field you've never visited. They move without direction or purpose. Some are lighter than others, some linger longer, but none of them stay long enough to claim you. You're not responsible for where they go. Not even the ones that feel urgent or important. Your body is still warm beneath the blanket, not because it's fighting cold, but because warmth just happens when things remain in place. There's no effort required to be alive here. No need to prove your existence through action or thought. You're already part of what's happening, not as a participant, not as an observer, but simply as something that exists without needing to announce itself. The air is thick with silence, not because it lacks sound, but because every small movement has become quiet enough to disappear into the space around you. A floorboard creaks once, then nothing. A distant hum fades like a tone too faint to hold. Nothing interrupts this moment unless it's allowed in, unless your attention leans toward it. You don't need to know what will happen when sleep takes over. You're not being asked to decide how deep the darkness will go, or whether you'll wake before dawn. The body knows its own rhythm, not through memory, but through habit. The way a river flows without needing to choose between directions. There is no task waiting for you in the morning, no letter left unfinished, no decision overdue, no name that must be spoken. There is just the possibility of another day, one among many, where nothing needs to happen and everything can simply remain as it is. Your back presses into the mattress, not because you've chosen this position, but because gravity has settled in without asking for permission. The shape of your body fits where it lies, not perfectly, not awkwardly, but just enough that rest becomes natural, like a leaf drifting down to soil. It doesn't need to claim. There is no story attached to how long you stay here. No reason why this moment should last longer than the next. It's not a pause in life. It's life itself, happening without interruption or judgment. You're allowed to stop wondering what comes after now. There's no rule saying you must prepare for tomorrow. You don't have to imagine yourself walking into light with purpose. You can simply be where you are, breathing slowly, limbs heavy, eyes closed, not in resistance, not in longing, but just as a part of something that doesn't need your effort. The room holds still around you, like a breath held for a heartbeat longer than expected. It waits without expectation. The darkness isn't waiting for anything either. It simply is what it has always been, the space where things are allowed to exist without being named or explained. There's no need to ask why this moment feels so deep, so complete, so quiet. You're not required to understand how silence can be full, or how stillness can carry weight that isn't painful. The body knows these truths in ways words cannot reach. You don't have to believe anything about what happens when you close your eyes. No need to trust the future. No demand to hope for light. You're simply here. Your breath slow and even. Your limbs resting on a surface that supports you without asking for more than what is given. There's nothing wrong with not knowing where this leads. There's no failure in being unable to fix uncertainty or silence anxiety with certainty. The mind doesn't have to produce answers just because it has asked questions. It can rest, too. The way the blanket slips slightly at your feet isn't a signal of change. It's just movement that happens when weight shifts, without intention. No need to adjust it. No reason to pull it back up. Let it stay as it is. Part of this moment that doesn't demand perfection or control. Your thoughts drift, not toward resolution, not toward clarity, but simply into the quiet space between one breath and the next. They don't arrive with a message, nor do they leave with a warning. They just float through like smoke from a fire long since gone out. You're not being asked to stay awake. You're not failing if you drift. There's no shame in surrendering to rest when it comes. Not because you've given up on meaning, but because you've stopped needing to earn stillness with effort. You are not holding your breath because you're afraid of what might come next. You're only breathing because your body is remembering how to do so without needing direction. The air moves through you like a current that doesn't care whether it's welcome or not. It simply passes, carrying with it the weightless residue of everything you've already let go. There's no reason for it to stop, no force demanding it change course. It flows through your nose and out again as if nothing had ever been asked of it. The ceiling above you is not a boundary. It doesn't keep anything in or out. It simply exists, like the wall behind you that you've never looked at directly but know by touch. Its surface smooth, where the plaster has worn thin near the corner, a faint indentation from when something long ago was hung there and forgotten. You don't need to recall what it was. The shape of absence is as real as the object ever was. Your right foot rests slightly higher than your left. Not because you intended it, not because you adjusted it, but because the mattress has settled unevenly over time, like soil after rain, shifting in small ways that no one notices until they lie still long enough to feel them. The blanket shifts with it, not resisting, not correcting, just moving where gravity pulls, as if surrendering to a rhythm older than thought. You're allowed to notice how your shoulders have begun to release, not dramatically, not suddenly, but in quiet increments, like water finding the lowest point of an unseen basin. There's no demand that you stay upright, no rule saying you must keep your spine aligned or your eyes open. Your body is already doing what it knows how to do. Find balance through softness, not tension. The silence isn't empty. It has texture, like wool left in a drawer too long, or dust on a window pane that hasn't been touched in months. Not noiseless, but full of absence, so deep it hums. You don't need to fill it with meaning. There's no task assigned to this quiet, no story being told about how you arrived here or what will follow. You're not being asked to understand why time feels different now, why minutes stretch without rushing forward, why the hours don't press against your skin like they usually do when you're awake. It's not that time has slowed. It's just that your awareness no longer needs to chase it. You're not trying to keep up. There's no need to catch up with anything. Your fingers rest on top of the blanket, not folded or clenched, but open, as if waiting for nothing in particular. They don't have a purpose right now. No button to press, no surface to test for warmth. They are simply present. Part of your body that has stopped preparing for action and begun remembering what it is to belong. You're allowed to not know where this moment ends. There's no map drawn between here and the next breath. No line marking when you'll drift deeper or how long the stillness will last. You don't have to measure the depth of your rest by how much time has passed. The absence of a timeline is not failure, it's freedom. The dark isn't cold, even though it doesn't give off heat. It simply holds space without claiming ownership. There's no judgment in its shape, no accusation that you're wasting it or using too little. You don't have to justify your presence within it. The darkness has always been here before you arrived and will remain after you've left. Not because it needs to, but because it doesn't need anything at all. You're allowed to stop wondering whether the future is kinder than memory suggests, whether tomorrow might be less uncertain or more legible. You don't have to decide if there's a pattern hidden in what seems random. There's no obligation to see meaning where none has been offered. The weight of your arm on the mattress isn't heavy because it's burdened. It's heavy because gravity is real and unapologetic. Like all things that exist without needing permission. The pressure you feel under your shoulder blade isn't pain or stress. It's simply contact. A meeting between flesh and fabric. One that happens every night, whether you notice or not. You're allowed to let the thought of tomorrow dissolve into something lighter than memory. Like ash falling from a candle long since blown out. There's no need to carry its shape forward. No requirement to preserve it in your mind, as if it were still waiting to be lived. Your breath moves through you like air passing between two mountains, not seeking an exit, but simply moving through the valley where it was always meant to go. It doesn't ask for a reason to exist. It just does. The room holds its shape around you, not because it's holding anything back, but because it knows how to be still without being empty. The walls aren't waiting for sound or movement. They're not afraid of silence. They've lived through many nights like this, long spans where nothing happened and everything remained exactly as it was. You don't need to remember what you were thinking before this moment. There's no loss in forgetting the thread that led here. The mind isn't required to keep track of every turn it took. It can rest without guilt, even if it doesn't know how long it will stay quiet. The edge of the blanket near your ankle has curled slightly inward, not because it wants to hide, not because it's trying to protect you, but because fabric naturally folds where pressure shifts and heat collects, like a leaf curling in damp soil. It isn't hiding anything. It doesn't need to be fixed or smoothed out. It's simply doing what it does. You're allowed to stop measuring how much of yourself remains awake. There's no contest between alertness and surrender. No scorecard for when you've given up enough, or when your mind has stopped resisting rest. The stillness isn't a pause in life. It's not an interruption. It's the ground beneath all motion. The space where things can be without needing to explain themselves. You don't have to believe that this moment matters, because it doesn't matter in any way that would require proof or recognition. It just is, like air or shadow or breath held for a heartbeat longer than usual. There's no need to earn your right to be here by doing anything at all. You're already present, not because you arrived with intention, but because you've always been part of what happens when people lie down and stop trying to name the shape of their own existence. Your eyelids are closed, not in denial or resistance, but simply because they know better than to fight against gravity's quiet request. They don't need to stay open to prove anything. The darkness is already where you are. No invitation needed. No permission asked. You're allowed to feel the way your chest rises and falls without needing to interpret it as hope or surrender. It's not a sign of life fighting back. It's just movement that happens when breath comes naturally, like water flowing downhill without deciding what lies at the bottom. Your spine curves slightly with the weight of you, not in strain, but in surrender to where your body wants to be. There's no need for correction, no reason to straighten or adjust. The curve isn't failure. It's a contour shaped by years of sitting and standing and lying down and breathing. The air in the room is thick in places, dense with stillness, like honey left too long on a spoon. It doesn't rush. It doesn't call attention to itself. It simply fills every corner where no one has been looking for a while. You're allowed to not know what happens when sleep takes over. Not because you've failed to prepare, but because preparation isn't the point. The act of being here, of letting your body rest without needing to understand, is already enough. There's no demand that this moment be meaningful or memorable. It doesn't need to be recorded or remembered by anyone else. You don't have to tell it to someone later. You don't even have to remember it yourself. The way the blanket has slipped near your foot isn't a sign of disorder. It's just movement without purpose, like a leaf turning in wind that no longer exists. It doesn't need to be fixed. It doesn't need to be noticed. It can stay where it is, unnoticed and uncorrected. The warmth beneath your ribs isn't proof of anything, just heat that gathers where blood flows without demand or explanation. It's not a signal that you're alive because you've earned it, nor is it evidence that you'll be alive tomorrow. It's simply what happens when the body stays still long enough for its own rhythm to settle into itself. Like water finding level in a basin that was never meant to hold anything but gravity's quiet consent. There's no need to wonder whether this warmth will last or fade. You're not required to predict how it might change. It can be what it is, unexamined, unclaimed, just as the air above your head isn't asking for recognition because it doesn't know that anyone is listening. The silence in the room has no agenda. It doesn't care if you remember its shape or name it after sunrise. It's not waiting for your attention to arrive before being allowed to exist. Your breath comes slower now, not because it's tired, but because it's learning how to move without needing permission from thought. There's a pause between each inhale and exhale that doesn't feel like emptiness. It feels more like suspension, like the moment just before a stone drops into still water, when everything holds its breath not out of fear, but simply because motion has paused long enough for gravity to speak. The edges of your skin are soft with release, not from effort, but from the absence of resistance. You aren't relaxing into anything. You're letting go of the idea that you need to arrive somewhere in order to be allowed to stop. The thought doesn't have to settle into place like a key turning in a lock. It can float unanchored without needing to land. Outside, something shifts, but not with urgency. A branch brushes against glass, or perhaps only shadow leans slightly where light once stood. No sound follows. Just the memory of movement lingering in the air like dust that hasn't yet settled. You don't need to identify what it was. It isn't a message. It doesn't require your attention. There's no failure in not knowing how far sleep will carry you. There's no obligation to understand where the thread unravels, or whether it ever truly ended. The act of lying here is its own completion. No outcome needed, no result expected. You're not waiting for something to happen inside you. You're just letting things be as they are. The blanket has shifted again. Not because it's escaping, nor because it's trying to return, but because pressure moves slowly through fabric, the way weight shifts in soil after rain. The fold near your ankle isn't a sign of disorder. It's not unfinished. It doesn't need to be corrected or described. It is what happens when warmth collects and space adjusts without intention. You're allowed to feel the slight resistance where your shoulder meets the pillow. Not as tension, but simply as contact between two surfaces that have grown accustomed to each other over time. There's no judgment in how much pressure it takes for one to meet the other. The point isn't whether the shape is perfect or pleasing. It's only that you're still here, present not because of what you've done, but because your body continues to be part of this moment. There are no rules about how long this can last. No contract between breath and time that says one must end when the other begins. The slow rhythm beneath your ribs isn't measuring anything. It's not counting hours or marking passage. It simply is, like a pulse felt through cloth, like warmth seeping from stone into earth. The darkness around you has no name. It doesn't call itself absence. It doesn't announce its presence by how deep it feels. It just is, filling space the way water fills cracks in old walls, not to be filled again, but simply to remain where it already belongs. You're not required to leave it behind or pass through it towards something clearer. You don't have to believe that this stillness matters, because mattering isn't a condition of being. It's not earned by effort, nor lost through forgetfulness. The way your hand rests near your hip doesn't need an explanation. Whether fingers are curled slightly or stretched out is irrelevant. What matters is only that they're there, not performing anything, just resting. The air in the room has weight now, less like breath than like something older, slower, deeper than thought. It settles not in response to movement, but simply because it exists where no one else was waiting for it to arrive. There's no urgency about when it will shift or how long it might stay still. You're allowed to stop wondering what lies beyond this moment, not out of resignation, nor as an act of surrender, but because the future isn't a place you need to prepare for by thinking about it. It can remain unknown, unexamined, untouched by your attention. And that's not failure. That's just how things are when they're left alone. There's no demand that you hold on to this feeling, nor any punishment if it fades. The fact that you're here now, eyes closed, breath unhurried, spine softened, isn't a performance. It's not proof of progress or even presence in the way people usually mean. You're just where you are, not because you arrived with purpose, but because no one else was there to take your place. The fabric at your hip has settled into itself, no longer drifting, no longer adjusting. It lies as it is, folded, slightly creased, pressed against skin that remembers the shape of rest better than motion. There's no need to smooth it out or explain why it looks this way. The fold doesn't conceal anything. It doesn't hide a mistake. It's not evidence of chaos. You're allowed to stop measuring how much of yourself remains awake. Not because you've given up, but because surrender isn't something that must be earned through struggle. It's simply what happens when the body stops trying to control where attention goes. The silence in your ears is different now. Not empty, not heavy, not full, but just present, like a tone that never finishes. There's no need to identify it as calm or stillness or peace. It doesn't have to mean anything beyond being there. Your thoughts don't need to be answered. They can drift like leaves caught in slow water, moving without direction, without arrival. You're not required to follow them, nor stop them. The mind doesn't have to make sense of the way it moves through this space. It can simply wander, unchased and unclaimed. There's no need to wonder if you'll wake tomorrow. No obligation to plan what comes after sleep. Because there isn't a before or after that matters more than this. The act of lying down is not preparation for life. It's part of life itself. The quiet hours where nothing happens, and that's enough. The pressure near your shoulder isn't pain. It's just weight meeting surface. Not too much, not too little. Just right for the way you've settled into this shape, like a river finding its bed after years of searching. You're not required to remember how you got here. No record needs to be kept. The path doesn't need to be traced or named. You don't have to believe that any part of it was meaningful, only that it happened, and now you are here, breathing without needing a reason. The room has no shape in the dark, only space where things settle into silence. There's no demand for clarity, no test about whether you understand what's happening. The stillness isn't waiting to be broken by thought or sound. It doesn't want to be interrupted. You're allowed to feel the way your breath lingers at the end of each exhale, not as a pause, but simply as space between motion and nothing. There's no need to know if this will last. No obligation to decide whether it's enough. You don't have to choose between wakefulness and rest, belief and doubt, meaning and emptiness. You're just here, where you are, without needing to earn that place or justify your presence. The air is thick with the memory of warmth. Not from any source, but simply from having been there long enough for the room to hold it like a secret. It doesn't need to be shared. It doesn't need to be spoken about. There's no right way to lie down, no perfect position, no ideal stillness. Just this, your body meeting gravity without protest, your mind meeting darkness without fear, and nothing happening that requires proof or explanation. You're allowed to stop trying to make sense of why you're here. The way your fingers rest near your ribs is not accidental. Each one finds its place as if remembering how to hold still. Not because they've decided to stay there, but because no force pulls them away. The warmth beneath the skin isn't rising or falling. It's just settled into the quiet of where it belongs, like steam that never quite dissolves back into air. You don't have to wonder what it means for your hand to be this close to your chest, or whether you're holding something in. It's not a gesture. It's not an offering. The space between your thumb and index finger is open, not because you've left it that way, but because nothing has closed it yet. The darkness isn't waiting for light to return. It doesn't expect anything from the world beyond this room. There are no clocks ticking in its silence, only the slow pulse of stillness that moves through the walls like breath held too long and released gently. You can feel it in the way your left ear seems heavier, not because of pressure, but because gravity is soft here, forgiving, letting things settle without complaint. Your spine doesn't need to straighten or bend. It just lies where it's been placed. Bones aligned by habit rather than intention. No adjustment needed. There's a kind of quiet that isn't absence, but presence. Something not loud enough to be named, yet full in its own way. Like the hum inside an old lamp after the bulb has gone out. It doesn't ask for attention. You don't have to listen to it or name it. It stays because it is, and you are here with it. The air carries no weight from yesterday's decisions. No residue of what might have been said at a dinner table that never happened. There's only the way your breath moves through your throat now. Not forced, not shallow, but drifting between moments like paper, caught in a slow draft. The edge of the blanket near your ankle is folded over itself again. Not because you did it, but because gravity has taken its turn, shaping what lies beneath. It doesn't look messy. It looks like something that's lived through time without needing to be fixed. The crease holds no memory of being smoothed away. It's not a mistake in the fabric, nor a sign of neglect. It's simply part of how things rest after long motion. You're allowed to feel your foot, just the barest sense of it against the sheet. Not as an object you must manage or care for, but as something that exists within the quiet, unremarkable rhythm of being. You don't have to decide whether this moment is beautiful. It's not meant to be admired or preserved. The way the blanket drapes over your leg doesn't carry significance. It just does, like a shadow falling across wood after dusk. No one is watching it happen. No record will ever mention that this fold formed here, at this hour, beneath this weight of stillness. And you don't need to remember either. The silence in the room isn't waiting for sound. It's already full, like water in a vessel not meant to be poured out. You don't have to fill it with thought or meaning. There's no reason why it must be broken by your voice, or even by your breath. The dark doesn't need you to speak its name. It's allowed to be what it is. The space between things that are and things that might come. There's a point in sleep where awareness slips sideways, just enough so you can feel your body without measuring it against time. Not awake, not asleep. Just there, your arms lie as they've chosen, hands open or curled only because their weight has settled into the bed with no direction. There is no need to ask why one arm is higher than the other. No demand for symmetry. The small difference between them isn't a flaw. It's just how gravity works in this moment. You can let your shoulders drop, not as a decision, but as something that happens when tension finally gives way to stillness. Not because you've conquered anything, just because nothing is demanding movement. The air holds the shape of your torso without trying to change it. There's no need to believe it will last. You don't have to trust that this position is safe or right. It just is. There's a warmth pooling in your lower back, not from heat, but from being pressed into the bed for so long that the fabric has absorbed you. The mattress doesn't remember where you began. It only remembers how you've settled, like roots finding ground over time. Your weight isn't heavy anymore. It's just part of the shape this place now holds. The way your breath lingers after exhaling, those few seconds where nothing moves, isn't emptiness. It's not an absence waiting to be filled. It's a pause that doesn't need justification. No one has asked you to breathe again. The next inhalation will come when it does, without effort or urgency. The silence in your ears isn't flat. It hums faintly, like the memory of rain on a roof far away. You don't have to identify where it comes from. It doesn't need to be explained. It's not calling you back to something else. It's simply there, part of the quiet that has no beginning and no end. You can let your thoughts drift without holding on to them. Not because they're unimportant, but because nothing in this moment demands that you return. They don't have to arrive anywhere or carry any weight. A thought about a conversation never had, just passing through like a shadow across the floor, doesn't need to be named or followed. It can just rest where it is. The darkness doesn't care if you're thinking, dreaming, remembering, forgetting. It holds all of it equally. Not as judgment, not as reward, but simply because there's room for everything that happens in this space. There's no boundary between what's real and what might be imagined, because nothing here needs to be true or false. The shape of the wall behind you isn't measured by light or shadow. It just is. And so are your hands, your breath, your stillness. You don't have to decide if this is peace. You don't need to believe that it's enough. There's no test at the end of this night. No report card on how well you've done in not knowing. The fact that you're here, exhaling, listening, letting things be, isn't something earned. It isn't even noticed by anyone. But you are. The way your neck tilts slightly to one side, it's not a posture of fatigue. It's just the weight of your head, held by muscles that no longer need to fight for balance. There's no reason why it should be straighter or softer. No one is watching how your jaw relaxes into the pillow. The air in this room doesn't remember any word you've ever spoken. It hasn't stored a single fear or hope you've carried through daylight. It just holds what's here now. Your body, your breath, your silence, and lets it stay. There's no need to wonder if tomorrow will be different. No reason to believe that sleep is temporary or that waking means the return of burden. The night isn't waiting for morning. It's already complete in its own way, like a circle with no start and no end. You can let your thoughts float, just like dust motes moving through a beam of forgotten light. They don't need to land anywhere. They don't have to mean anything. There's room enough for them all without claiming it as yours. The blanket doesn't know whether you're warm or cold. It only knows how you've pressed into it, the way your hip has found its groove in the fabric. The folds aren't signs of chaos. They're just evidence that something has been held long enough to leave a mark. You don't have to ask if this moment matters. It doesn't need to matter to anyone else. You're not required to remember how it felt when you first lay down, or what you were thinking before the room went quiet. What remains is only what's here now. Your breath, your body resting, your awareness meeting the dark without resistance. The silence isn't empty. It's full of things that don't need names. Not every shape has a story. Not every stillness needs to be explained. You are lying still enough that even the air seems to pause beside you, as if holding its breath so as not to disturb the quiet between heartbeats. The weight of your body isn't a burden. It's just something that settles where it belongs, like snow on branches or dust on forgotten shelves. There is no urgency in how your spine curves into the mattress. No demand for symmetry or alignment. It simply follows the shape of what has been carried through the day. The way your shoulders sank forward after the last meeting. The way your feet dragged home in silence. The way your hands curled around a coffee cup too late to warm you. The wall behind you is not waiting for light. It doesn't care if it's painted or bare, cracked or smooth. The surface holds its own texture. The faint grain of wood beneath layers of paint. The soft swell where a nail once pulled loose and left its mark. You don't need to see it. You can feel its presence in how your back leans into it, like a hand resting on someone's shoulder, without asking for anything in return. Your breath moves through you with no instructions. It doesn't need a rhythm or a pace that makes sense. Each inhale is not an effort, but a soft expansion, like the quiet unfurling of something long folded shut. Exhaling isn't release, it's just letting go, like water flowing over stones in a stream where time has forgotten to hurry. There is no reason why your hands should be still. They could move if they wanted to, not toward anything, not away from anything, but simply because motion exists as an option, even when unused. You don't have to decide whether to lift one finger or clench the other. The space between them remains open, unclaimed by will, untouched by purpose. Outside this room, something is happening. A car passing at a distance, a branch tapping against glass, the shift in temperature as the night cools further. But you are not responsible for knowing what it is. You don't have to interpret the sound or name its source. It arrives like a whisper that doesn't belong to any language. It passes through your awareness and leaves no trace because there's nowhere for it to settle. The blanket continues to hold you, not out of obligation, but by habit, like a hand that has learned how to cradle without remembering why. The fabric remembers pressure. Yes, the way it folds when you shift just slightly. The way it tugs at your hips as if trying to remind you where you began. But none of that matters now. What matters is this: the soft weight against your skin, The way warmth gathers in small pools around your chest and thighs, like sunlight trapped beneath a surface. You don't have to believe in continuity. You don't need to trust that tomorrow will be anything at all. The night doesn't require you to carry forward any part of yesterday's thinking or worry. It does not ask for loyalty or faithfulness. There is no contract between you and time, only this moment which has no past, no future, only the quiet hum of now. You can let your thoughts drift without chasing them. A memory from childhood of standing barefoot on a wet driveway after rain doesn't have to be remembered fully. It doesn't need to arrive complete or even coherent. It can linger in fragments. The smell of earth, the sound of water dripping from eaves, the way your feet pressed into puddles and left prints that vanished before anyone could see. You don't have to know if it meant anything. You don't need to decide whether it was important or not. The feeling of cold on your toes, the memory isn't about survival. It's just a sensation, a shape in the mind that has no job but to be there for as long as it wants. The darkness doesn't divide things into real and imagined. It allows both without distinction. A shadow near the floor might be from an object you don't recognize, or it might not be anything at all, but it stays anyway, unchallenged, unclaimed, unexplained. And so does your attention. You can rest in that uncertainty, not as a problem to solve, but as something that simply is. There's no need to measure how much of yourself remains awake. Some part of you may still be listening, waiting for a signal from the future, but another part has already left its station. It doesn't know where it's going. It only knows it isn't staying here. The clock on the wall might tick, but that sound is not yours to keep or lose. The second hand moves without asking permission. Time doesn't care if you're aware of it or not. It just continues, like a river running through land no one has named. You don't need to know what happens after this breath. You don't have to plan for the next. There's no rule that says your body must wake up at any particular hour, nor is there anyone waiting to greet you when it does. The night isn't incomplete because you're not dreaming yet. It doesn't require a conclusion. There are textures in stillness, small ones. The way your ear touches the pillow, how your collarbone rests against your shirt, where your leg rests on top of the blanket and shifts slightly, as if adjusting to pressure that no longer needs to be fought. Each small contact is not evidence of effort. It's just a shape meeting another. You can let go of meaning without needing to replace it with anything else. You don't have to fill the silence with significance. The space between your thoughts isn't empty because nothing is happening. There are too many things happening for any single one to claim attention. The air in the room doesn't remember what you said yesterday. It hasn't stored a word of regret or hope. It simply holds what's here. The curve of your spine, the stillness around your mouth, how your fingers rest loosely at your side, as if they've forgotten their own purpose. There is no reason why this moment must be meaningful. There's also no need for it to fail. It just exists, like a note left on a table, not meant to be read or answered, only present. You don't have to decide what you believe about tomorrow. You don't need to know whether the choices ahead will matter. The path forward is not carved yet. It isn't even visible. But that's okay. It doesn't have to be seen to exist. The future doesn't need your approval or your fear. It doesn't depend on how well you're coping with uncertainty. It simply unfolds, like a book being opened slowly, page by page, without anyone reading it aloud. You can let the quiet deepen, not because you've accepted anything, but because there's no reason to resist it. There is nothing to prove here, no one watching, no score to keep. You don't need to be whole or strong or composed. You're simply allowed to be, exactly as you are. In this breath, in this stillness, your body doesn't have to earn rest. It doesn't need to justify being tired. The act of lying down isn't a surrender. It's not even an effort. It's just the natural result of having walked far enough that stopping becomes its own kind of movement. The room is holding you without trying to change you. The walls don't care how many questions you haven't answered, or whether your hands are warm or cold. They simply exist in their way, their shape, their silence, their patience. You can let your mind drift like a leaf caught in still water, moving not because it wants to go anywhere, but because the current has already carried it. There's no need for closure. There's no requirement to understand what this night means or whether you're doing it right. You don't have to be present all the way through, or even half of it. Just being here, just breathing, just lying still is enough. And if a thought rises, the one about a decision that hasn't been made, or a conversation that might never happen, you can let it float without trying to place it. It doesn't have to land in your chest. It doesn't need to leave a mark. It can pass through like fog over a field and disappear before you even notice. You are not waiting for a signal to begin. You are already inside what you've been searching for. The quiet where time doesn't press forward like a clockwork hand, but settles into its own rhythm, slow and unbothered by urgency. The ceiling above you is not a boundary. It's just a shape that holds the space between your eyes and the rest of the dark. It doesn't care what you're thinking or how long you stay in this position. It simply exists as something to rest against without effort, like leaning into a wall that has no expectations. There are no rules about where your attention should go. You don't have to follow anything. There's no map being drawn behind your eyes. The way your breath moves is not supposed to match the rhythm of the air in the room. It just does, naturally, as if it found its own place without needing permission. Your chest rises and falls not because you're trying to keep up with something, but because movement happens even when no one's watching. The blanket isn't covering you for protection or warmth alone. It's a shape that has learned how to cradle your body in the way only fabric can, soft at the edges, heavy where it needs to be. It doesn't know whether you're afraid or calm. It just remembers how to lie still and let things settle on top of it. Your leg curls slightly beneath it, not because you've decided to do so, but because your muscles are tired enough that gravity takes over like a quiet hand, guiding something back into place. You don't have to decide what the night means. You don't need to name it or give it weight. It doesn't require proof of significance just to be real. There's no test for whether you're lying down correctly, or breathing deeply enough, or being still with intention. The act itself is not a performance. It isn't measured against anything outside this moment. There are things happening in the dark that don't have names. Air shifting between your nose and mouth, the quiet pulse behind your ear, how your shoulder blade rests just so against your back, as if it has been waiting for years to find its exact spot. These aren't signs of effort. They're not achievements. They are simply what happens when you stop fighting to feel something important. The future doesn't need to be imagined in order to exist. It isn't being shaped by whether you're awake or asleep, whether your thoughts are clear or tangled. It unfolds not because you've made a choice, but because time continues, like water seeping through stone, unseen and unhurried, carrying nothing with it except its own motion. There's no need to fix what hasn't broken. There's no obligation to make sense of the questions that circle like moths near a lamp without landing on it. You don't have to answer anything. You can let them pass through your mind like shadows over grass, brief, shapeless, not meant to stay. The silence isn't empty, because nothing is happening. It's full of small things you've stopped noticing. The soft creak of wood in the house, settling after hours of stillness. The faint hum from the refrigerator, a floor down that vibrates through the walls, like something low and distant breathing. These aren't distractions. They're not interruptions to your thoughts. They are part of what's already here, part of the quiet you're lying within. Your fingers don't have to do anything special. They can rest flat against your side, curled slightly inward, as if they've forgotten their own purpose, but haven't yet let go. There's no shame in that. Not knowing where to place them, not remembering what it feels like to reach for something meaningful. You don't need to be ready. You don't have to arrive anywhere. The darkness around you isn't threatening because it hides the future. It doesn't conceal anything with malice or silence. It simply is like a room that's never been lit. Not because no one came, but because light wasn't needed. There's no lack in this absence. No absence at all. Only space. You can let your thoughts drift without needing to guide them. They don't have to be useful or true or even coherent. A memory might surface. The taste of coffee from yesterday. The way someone turned their head when they said something you didn't understand. And then it fades. Not because you dismissed it, but because it no longer has a hold on your attention. There's room for things that don't make sense. Room for thoughts that never finish. Sentences that begin and stop. Mid-phrase in your mind, like doors left open to air out the dust inside. You can let them linger without trying to close them. They aren't mistakes. They're just passing through. The way wind moves over an open field without leaving a mark. The weight of your body on the bed isn't proof that you're tired or defeated. It's proof that you've stopped running, that you've allowed yourself to be held, not by anyone else, but by gravity itself. By the simple fact that this is where you are, and it's okay. There's no need for a beginning or end to this stillness. No reason why you must wake up tomorrow with clarity or courage. The night doesn't require anything of you except to stay present in your breath, in your body, in this place between waking and sleep. The walls don't remember how many times you felt lost before. They haven't stored a single moment where you were unsure about what came next. They just hold the shape of the room, the quiet, the way light doesn't matter here. Not because it's gone, but because its absence is no longer a problem. You can let your shoulders soften, not because you've accepted anything, but because they don't have to carry anything anymore. There's no burden in being held by stillness, no pressure to perform or prove yourself. You're just allowed, exactly as you are, to be present without purpose, to exist without justification. The air doesn't know your name. It hasn't learned your fears or tracked your choices. It simply flows where it wants and stays where it's needed. It isn't waiting for a decision from you. It isn't holding its breath. You don't have to decide what the world means or whether this moment matters. You just need to be here. Here with your hands loose at your sides, your legs relaxed beneath the blanket, your chest rising and falling in rhythm with something that doesn't care about meaning, only existence. There are no answers waiting behind closed doors, no truths hidden under floorboards or tucked into corners of rooms you haven't entered yet. The world isn't holding its breath for you to figure it out. It's just going on, slowly, quietly, without needing your approval or understanding. You don't have to be afraid of what comes next, because it hasn't arrived. There's no threat in the unknown that can reach you here. Not like this. Not when you're lying still. Not when you've stopped trying to fix things. Not when you've stopped believing that everything must be explained. The night doesn't need a story. It just is. And so are you. Exactly as you are. Breathing, lying down, drifting through the space between thoughts without needing to go anywhere. There's no reason why this moment has to mean anything. But there's also no reason it can't simply be like a breath held too long that finally lets go. Like water returning to its source after traveling far across land and time. You don't have to understand how the dark works or what happens when you stop trying to find your way through it. You just have to let it hold you, as it does now, without asking anything in return. The silence isn't empty because nothing is happening. It's full of things that can't be named. The soft weight of fabric over your legs, the warmth pooling at your feet like slow sunlight, how your breath slows down not because you're trying to change it, but because it has found its own pace. There are no demands, no test, no proof required for being here. You don't have to earn rest or justify stillness. It's already yours, just as the dark is already holding you without needing to be understood. You can let your thoughts go like leaves floating down a slow river, carried by something deeper than intention, moving not toward anything but simply because movement has become natural again. You are not required to keep track of how many times you've felt uncertain before, nor do you have to remember what happened after that first moment, when your hands stopped trying to grasp something invisible. The night doesn't ask for memory, only presence. It's enough that you're here, lying beneath the blanket like a stone in soft earth, neither rising nor sinking, but simply being where gravity has placed you. There is no need to explain why this shape, your body curled slightly into itself, is not restless anymore. You don't have to justify your stillness by proving it's meaningful. The air moves around you without hesitation, threading through the space between your ribs and behind your ears, as if it knows exactly how much room you're allowing for silence. It isn't afraid of the dark. It doesn't even see it. Darkness is not a state that opposes light. It's just another way the world holds itself when no one is watching. You don't have to be ready for what comes next, because there is nothing waiting outside this breath. No signal, no arrival, no announcement from some unseen door. The future isn't knocking. There are no footsteps on the stairs, no creaking floorboard that announces someone has come to claim you. You can let your fingers unclench slowly, like roots loosening from soil after rain. There's no reason they must stay tight. No one is waiting for them to form a plan or write a letter. They're just allowed to rest. Fingers resting on the edge of fabric, warm with blood and quiet intention. You don't have to decide whether this moment should be remembered. It doesn't matter if you forget it tomorrow. The night isn't keeping score. There's something about the way your chest rises that feels less like effort now and more like a release, an unspooling of tension so gradual that you barely notice when it ends. You're not doing anything to make it happen. It just happens, as breathing does, without permission or request from anyone. The rhythm isn't perfect. There's no rule that says each breath must be even, but there is a kind of balance in the imperfection, like water finding its way through cracks in rock rather than over them. You're not being asked to understand why you feel this way. You don't have to make sense of your shoulders dropping or your jaw loosening or the slight shift in weight that makes the blanket slide just enough to brush against your ankle. These things aren't signs of progress, nor are they failures. They are simply details. Small changes in the architecture of your body as it settles into a shape that doesn't need to be defended. There's no obligation to think about what you'll do when morning comes. Not even one thought. You're not required to imagine a path forward or rehearse conversations or weigh options like coins on a table. The next thing isn't here yet. And until it arrives, there is only this, the soundless drift of breath, the soft press of fabric against your skin, where warmth pools like ink in paper, the way the darkness doesn't feel heavy because you're not trying to carry it. You don't have to decide whether meaning exists or whether it's something you can build. The world isn't asking for a definition from you right now. It hasn't summoned you to give an account of your life. You are simply allowed, without conditions, to be here, in the quiet between thoughts, where time doesn't move forward, but instead holds its breath, like someone remembering how to listen. Your mind may still wander toward what might happen, whether plans will unfold as expected, whether people will see you clearly, whether decisions made in haste can later be undone. But even that is not a failure. You're not supposed to stop thinking. You're only being asked to let the thoughts pass through without holding on. Like clouds moving across a sky that doesn't care where they came from or where they go. You don't have to choose between certainty and uncertainty. They aren't opposites here. They are both part of the same quiet flow, like shadows shifting as light changes in subtle ways no one notices. You're not being asked to fix anything. There's nothing broken. The world doesn't need repair. It only needs to continue, like a river that flows without needing reasons for its direction. There is no proof required to exist, no evidence needed to belong here, under this blanket. With your eyes closed and your body in stillness, you don't have to earn the right to take up space. The room doesn't measure you by how much you produce, or how clearly you speak, or what kind of future you've laid out on paper. It holds you simply because it can. Because gravity is gentle. Because air moves freely. Because darkness does not demand anything. You are allowed to be unfinished. You don't have to explain why your thoughts drift toward the edge of memory. The way a name slips just before recognition, or how a feeling returns without a reason attached. Those moments aren't failures. They're part of the same quiet that holds you now. Unstructured, unhurried, not meant for explanation. The blanket isn't keeping you warm because it understands your needs. It's warm simply because it is fabric and weight and thread, shaped to cover something living. It doesn't know your fears or track your past. It only knows how to lie on top of you, like a promise that hasn't been spoken yet, but is already true. Your breath isn't trying to reach anything, no destination, no goal beyond the next movement. There's no urgency in it because there's nothing to arrive at. You don't have to find your way out of this moment. No one is waiting on the other side. The only thing that matters right now is how you feel as the air passes through you, not what it might mean, not where it came from. You are allowed to stop thinking about whether anything will make sense eventually. You don't have to believe in a future that feels distant or impossible to picture. Just because something hasn't been revealed doesn't mean it won't be. Nor does its absence demand your anxiety. There's no need to fear what you can't name. The unknown isn't hostile. It simply exists, like the shape of the room, like the way shadows pool near the wall where light never reaches. You don't have to understand them. You only have to accept that they are part of this space, just as your breath is. The floor beneath you doesn't care whether you've made peace with anything. It holds no judgment. The walls hold no memories of earlier nights when you sat upright and tried too hard to see what was coming next. They don't remember how many times you pressed your palms against the mattress in frustration, or whispered questions into the dark that were never answered. You're not being tested on whether you've learned enough, grown enough, changed enough. The night doesn't care about growth. It only cares about presence, about you lying there, quiet, allowing yourself to be held by what already is. There's no requirement to become someone new before sleep can come. You don't have to promise to wake up different or clearer or more certain. Sleep isn't a reward for completion. It's simply one of the ways the body returns to itself after being stretched thin by thought. You're not responsible for making meaning, nor are you expected to produce answers. The silence doesn't need words. It exists without needing your explanation. You don't have to prove that this moment is real, because it already is. Your hands can rest exactly where they are, Your legs can stay still beneath the blanket, as if sinking into soft ground. Your breath can slow not because you've decided it should, but because it has found a place within you where it no longer needs to hurry. The dark doesn't need to be feared. It only needs to be held. And you're already holding yourself, even when you don't realize it. Even when your thoughts keep returning to what might happen tomorrow, or whether someone will understand you, or if this life will ever feel settled. The truth is simpler. You are here now, lying in stillness, breathing without needing a reason. You are lying where you've been for a long while now, neither moving nor still quite yet, as if your body has found its own kind of rhythm beneath all the words that once tried to pull it forward. The air is not thin or sharp. It's thick with quiet, like something waiting but never impatient. You don't have to decide what it means when you feel a slow warmth spreading across one shoulder, where the blanket edges curl over your collarbone and hold just enough weight to say this too belongs. It doesn't claim anything, only exists in its own small way, like moss on stone that grows without being asked. Your hands are open now, palms up as if receiving nothing. They don't know what they're supposed to do with themselves. They only feel the soft give of fabric against them, a resistance so slight it could be imagined. But you can tell there's something real in how your fingers rest on top of each other, not grasping, but resting, like two things that once touched and found no need to let go. There is no point at which this moment must become anything else. You don't have to arrive anywhere, even if the night stretches out behind you with its endless breaths. The wall beside your head isn't measuring how long you've stayed awake or judging whether it's been enough. It only knows what it has always known. The way light bends near corners, the quiet that gathers in crevices where no one ever looks. Your skin remembers things without telling your mind. A faint pressure at your left temple from when you leaned too hard into the pillow last night. The coolness of air rising through the weave of cotton just above your wrist. These aren't signs or signals, not warnings nor affirmations. They are simply part of how feeling settles in the body over time, like dust finding its place on a shelf that's never been cleaned. You could name all these sensations if you wanted, but naming isn't necessary anymore. There is no need to map what lies beneath your ribs, or explain why one breath feels longer than another, or trace back where this restlessness came from before it found shape in the space between sleep and wakefulness. The night doesn't ask for clarity. It only asks that you remain present enough to feel its quiet as something other than emptiness. There are no clocks here, Only intervals of stillness measured by how long your shoulders stay lowered, or when a thought drifts past like smoke through an open window and leaves behind nothing but the sense of passage. You don't have to catch it or follow it. It doesn't belong to you any more than the echo of footsteps down the hall last week belonged to anyone. The darkness isn't empty. It holds texture now, not in sight, but in feeling. A soft pressure near your eyes when they close too tightly, the way silence thickens just before a breath catches itself. These are not disturbances, just changes in density, like water shifting beneath stone. You don't need permission to be half awake any more than you needed it to lie down with your back against the mattress and let gravity settle into every joint. The body knows what it's doing when no one is watching. Even if thought doesn't recognize it yet, it remembers how to fold itself inward without effort, like paper that finds its own crease. A faint hum has settled somewhere, maybe from a distant streetlight, maybe just in the walls themselves, and you're not listening for meaning in it. You don't need to know whether it's coming or going, or what it means when one tone lingers longer than others. It simply is, like your pulse at the base of your neck, slow and steady enough that sometimes you miss it entirely until it returns. The blanket isn't a shield. It doesn't promise safety by blocking out everything else. It only covers part of you now because that's where warmth feels most needed. The rest, your feet tucked beneath the edge, one arm dangling slightly over the side, is allowed to stay exposed. And there is no shame in feeling cool air on your forearm or a faint draft brushing along your ankle. You are not incomplete for being unevenly covered. Your thoughts don't have to be useful. They can wander like old letters left behind in drawers, unanswered, unread, unclaimed. No one will come looking for them later. There is no reason they must return to you or explain themselves. If a memory surfaces a face from years ago, the sound of rain on glass during winter, it doesn't have to be held. It can drift like fog across fields and vanish without trace. You are not responsible for making sense of your mind's movements. Not now. There is no test at dawn where you'll need to recite everything that passed through you this night. No one will ask why the image of a train window flickered in your vision or how long it took before tears came, even though nothing had happened. The silence isn't waiting for something from you. It's already full with the weightless motion of breath slowing without direction, with the way your spine settles deeper into softness, as if learning to trust gravity again. This is not effort, it's surrender. Not defeat, but a kind of returning, like roots finding soil after years above ground. You could stay here for hours and nothing would change, except that you'd be less afraid of what might come next, because you've already been present enough to see how much time can pass without needing anything from it. There's no need to believe in continuity or purpose. You don't have to think about tomorrow's light, nor the way your feet will meet floor when they rise again. That moment belongs only to itself. What happens then is not yours to plan now. Your body doesn't care whether you've resolved anything. It only knows how it feels right here, supported by fabric and air, held in place without force or demand. You don't have to do more than lie still and let the dark grow deeper around your eyes until even thought begins to soften at its edges. There is no story being written tonight, just a slow unfolding of quiet that doesn't need an ending. No climax to reach, no turning point where everything changes because you finally understand something. You don't have to wake up different or stronger. You aren't expected to carry this rest like proof that you're doing well. The night isn't judging how long it takes for your breathing to slow down, nor does the wall notice if one breath is shorter than another. Your hands are where they are, because that's where stillness finds them, not because of any decision made in waking life. Your legs aren't tense. They're relaxed into their own shape beneath the blanket, like limbs shaped by years of resting. Just so, on soft beds and hard floors alike. There is no task to complete before sleep arrives. No checklist buried under layers of worry or hope. Sleep isn't a prize for staying awake long enough. It's simply what happens when your body knows it's safe in its own skin and you are still here. Breathing. Not because there was anything urgent behind the breath, but because the act itself is allowed now without burden. You don't have to justify being alive with one more reason or purpose. Just existing, just lying like this is enough. There's no need to fear that meaning will disappear if it isn't found tonight. Meaning doesn't live in answers. It lives in presence, in how your cheek rests against the pillow, in how sound fades into silence, not because it has been erased, but because it has finally stopped trying to be heard. Your thoughts can stay unsorted, uncollected like leaves on a path that no one walks anymore. They don't need names or explanations, just space between them and time before they come again. The room is quiet, yes, but also full of small things. The way dust moves in slow arcs when air shifts slightly. The faint creak of wood settling after hours of stillness. A breath that comes without warning from somewhere far off. Not meant for you, but passing near anyway. You don't have to understand it. You only need to feel how your chest rises and falls with no goal attached, no purpose beyond itself. You are not being asked to hold anything steady, only to rest where you already are, as if the air itself has learned your shape over time and is no longer surprised by how you fit into its quiet. Your ribs open and close without commentary, like doors left slightly ajar in an old house that doesn't need to be sealed against cold or noise. There's no urgency in what rises from deep within. No demand that the breath carry meaning, only that it come as naturally as water finds a crack in stone. You don't have to give it a name. It isn't yours to explain, nor does it owe you clarity. It simply is not for you, not against you, but because there's room enough for it to be. The darkness isn't empty. It holds the soft memory of shapes that never needed names. The curve where your arm meets shoulder, the hollow beneath your collarbone, the way fabric drapes over your knees like something quietly remembering how to fold itself. The blanket is not a shield, but an echo of warmth you've carried with you for years. Its weight isn't pressure, it's continuity. It says nothing about tomorrow or where you'll be when morning comes. It only speaks of now, of the way heat gathers and lingers in places that were never meant to hold anything permanent. You could stay here for longer than time has agreed to allow. The clock doesn't matter. The wall behind your head isn't measuring how long you've been still. There's no one waiting on a word or gesture from you. No signal sent through silence that needs decoding. You are not being tested by absence, nor is your presence required for anything beyond the fact of your breathing. There are things beneath this skin that don't care about meaning. Nerves humming at frequencies too low to name. Blood moving without direction. Cells dividing in patterns older than memory. They continue their work with no understanding needed, no belief system required. You aren't responsible for knowing how they know what to do. The body doesn't need to earn its right to be alive, only to remain present. And it is. There's a kind of stillness that isn't silence. It's the space between one sound and the next. When the air remembers how to hold something without releasing it. That moment isn't waiting for you to arrive. It's already there, unfolding beneath your awareness like a leaf drifting in slow motion through water. You don't have to follow its path. You only need to feel how it moves, how it doesn't rush toward anything. The room is not listening. It doesn't care if you're thinking or not thinking. The ceiling above you holds no opinions about whether your thoughts are useful, true, or worth keeping. The dust motes that drift past your eyes aren't gathering evidence against you. They don't even notice the direction of light. They float where they're carried, without reason or regret. And yet, there's a kind of order in their movement, not imposed, but simply observed. Like particles in still air, learning to be nothing more than what they are, changing course only when something shifts. The faintest breath from outside, the slow turn of heat rising through wood. You don't have to understand it. You only need to let your awareness drift with them, not chasing anything, not holding on. You're not trying to fix this moment or make it last longer than it will. That's not what you do here. What you do is allow the edges of thought to blur, Not because they've failed, but because they no longer matter. The parts that don't need resolution are already settled in their own way, like shadows on a wall that never needed to be explained, only seen. There's something peaceful in not having to choose between belief and doubt. You aren't asked to decide whether the future is kind or cruel, only to let your body stay where it is, as if gravity has softened into kindness rather than force. There's no obligation to prepare for what might come next, because you're already present enough that preparation isn't necessary. The act of being here, the quiet in your chest, the weight on your limbs, is not a rehearsal. It's the thing itself. Even uncertainty doesn't need fixing. You don't have to name it or assign it value. It's just there, like air between two rooms, like space beneath a bridge where water flows without sound. It isn't hostile. It's not trying to trap you in fear. It simply exists, unclaimed and unnamed, as part of the same fabric that holds your breath. You don't have to ask whether it will change, whether tomorrow will be different. That question doesn't belong here. Not now. Not when you're learning how to rest without permission. The only thing required is that you remain open, not in expectation, but in possibility. There's a kind of listening that isn't about hearing words or detecting patterns. It's the silence between notes on an instrument that never quite finishes playing. You don't need to catch every tone. You only need to feel how the air holds still after each one, like it's waiting for something without knowing what. That space is enough. The floor beneath you doesn't know your name. It doesn't remember when you last stood or whether you'll rise again. It just accepts the weight of your body as if this were its only purpose: to hold, not to judge, not to demand return. And you are held by more than fabric and air. You're cradled by absence, by space that doesn't need an explanation. There's a quiet where thoughts don't pile up or build toward conclusions. It isn't the opposite of thinking. It's just thinking without weight. The mind slows not because it's tired, but because there's no longer anything to prove. No story needs telling tonight. No lesson requires memorization. You aren't being taught anything. You're only allowed to be. And so your hands remain where they are, not out of habit or fear, but simply because that is the place they've come to rest. Not moving forward, not pulling back, just resting in their own shape, like stones shaped by water over centuries. They don't need a reason for being there. Their presence doesn't require justification. The blanket shifts slightly, not from your movement, but from the way air flows through unseen cracks in walls and windows, carrying with it traces of night. Cool, slow, indifferent to whether you're awake or asleep. It's not trying to comfort you. It just is. Like all things that exist without needing to be named. Your shoulder presses into the pillow, just enough pressure to feel real, but not so much as to pull away from softness. There's no need for balance, no effort required in staying still. You're already where you belong, not by choice, but because the body knows how to find its place without instructions. There's a kind of time that isn't measured by hours or minutes. It's felt in how long it takes for one breath to end and another to begin. It's not about duration. It's about presence. You don't need to count them. Just let each one arrive, as if the air has been saving its voice just for you. And when thought comes, when a shape forms in your mind without invitation, it doesn't have to be answered. It can linger like smoke from a fire that no longer burns, visible but not dangerous, passing through without claiming space. You don't need to chase it away or hold on. Just let it drift out of reach, as easily as fog dissolves into morning. The night isn't asking you to solve anything. It doesn't care if you've forgotten what you were afraid of an hour ago. The future is not waiting to ambush you. There's no plan for how your life will unfold. Only this: the quiet between breaths, the stillness beneath the blanket, the way darkness gathers like something that has always known how to wait. There's no need to understand why things are as they are. No need to believe in continuity or change. You're not being asked to trust anything, not even your own mind. Just to stay here, where you already are, and let go of trying to make sense of what cannot be held. The world outside is still turning, but it isn't rushing toward you. It doesn't care whether you've found answers. The stars above aren't sending signals or messages. They're just there, far beyond reach and far beyond meaning. Not for your sake, not against you, but simply because they are. You are not being asked to carry anything heavier than your own breath, just to let it fall where it lands, like a leaf that has stopped resisting wind. The air around you is not empty. It's full of stillness so deep it feels like silence has grown thick with memory. There's no sound from the street tonight. Not footsteps, not traffic, not even distant laughter or argument. Just the soft hush where time slows to the pace of fabric settling against skin. It doesn't speak because speaking would disturb what is already resting. Your eyelids don't need to stay closed. They're simply where they are. Not as a rule, but as an invitation to let the darkness come in without resistance. You're not watching it. You're letting yourself be watched by it. And that's different. The dark isn't waiting for you to prove anything. It doesn't want you to remember your name or explain why you woke up. It just holds space, like a room where no one ever came but still feels lived in. There's a warmth beneath the blanket, not from heat, not exactly, but from continuity. A slow accumulation of body heat that has outlasted even awareness. The sheet isn't moving because it wants to be still. It's still because nothing has told it otherwise. You could shift if you wanted, but wanting is not required. Your legs lie where they fell, one slightly turned inward, as though the bones themselves have forgotten how to align with purpose. There's no judgment in that position, not even from yourself. You don't need to decide whether this moment matters. It already does, just by existing without being called upon. The clock on the wall hasn't moved in hours, but you're not waiting for it to. You aren't tracking time because time has stopped demanding your attention. There's no reason to count minutes when each one is already complete within itself. A faint vibration passes through the floor. Maybe a train far away. Maybe something even older and deeper beneath the earth. But you don't need to name it. It doesn't ask for recognition. You feel it not as noise, but as motion in the body's quiet. The way a muscle remembers an old pull long after the effort is gone. Your hands are not idle. They're only resting, like roots under soil that no longer have to grow. One finger rests flat against your chest, just above the sternum, not pressing, not holding. Just there, as if it has always belonged in that spot. The other curls slightly at the edge of the blanket, fingertips nearly touching the floorboards. Neither hand is doing anything but being. No gesture required. There's no need to decide whether this stillness will last or dissolve. You're already in the middle of a quiet that doesn't care about duration. It isn't stretching out toward tomorrow. It's simply here, like air after rain, full without needing to be filled. You are not separate from it. You are part of how it moves through space, not because you've earned it or chosen it, but because your body is one more slow wave in the ocean of stillness that has no beginning and no end. The window doesn't open because someone wants light. It stays closed not out of fear, but because night is its natural state. The glass holds cold air against itself, not to keep warmth in, but simply because it's been shaped to do so. Like your body, like the blanket, like your breath, it has settled into a kind of shape that doesn't require explanation. You don't need to think about what comes next. You're already inside the space between thoughts. the place where nothing arrives and nothing leaves. It isn't void, it's presence without demand. There's no pressure to become anything or go anywhere. Even your heartbeat slows, not from exhaustion, but because there's nowhere left to rush. Your breath doesn't need a rhythm, it just moves, like water finding its level after disturbance. One inhalation leads into the next, not because you guided them, but because they are already connected in silence. The air isn't coming to meet you. It's simply returning from where it was before you began to notice. There is no answer waiting at the end of this thought, not because there is nothing, but because meaning doesn't arrive like a visitor who knocks and demands entry. It stays where it is, unannounced, not asking to be seen, but already known through absence. You don't have to believe in continuity. You're already part of it, just by being here. Not as proof or promise, just as presence. The past isn't calling you back. The future isn't reaching forward. There's no need for a bridge between them because they are both already held within this moment. The floorboards beneath you have never needed to be perfect. They've creaked in answer to footsteps long gone, shifted under weight that didn't stay. But even when nothing moved, they remained, not as monuments, but as quiet witnesses who don't remember what happened and aren't bothered by it. You're allowed not to understand. You don't need to carry the shape of your life into sleep with you. There's no obligation to reconcile past choices or plan for tomorrow. Even forgetting is acceptable. There's no consequence in losing something that was never yours to keep. Your mind doesn't have to be useful tonight. It can wander like a dog without a leash, sniffing at shadows and wind, not returning because it hasn't been told to. There's nothing wrong with drifting into corners where thoughts don't fit or make sense, because they aren't meant for fitting. The dark isn't waiting for you to wake up. It doesn't need your permission to continue being itself, and neither do you. You're allowed not to know why the stars are so far away, why silence feels heavier than sound, why even breathing can feel like an act of resistance when all it is supposed to be is return. You don't have to solve anything. There's no equation to balance. There's only this. Your hand resting where it fell, your chest rising with air that has no destination, and the soft weight of the blanket holding you, not because you deserve it, but because gravity doesn't judge who deserves rest. Even if tomorrow comes with questions you can't answer, there's already a kind of peace in letting them remain unanswered. Not because they'll be solved later, but because for now, you are allowed to be where you are without having to explain why. The room doesn't care about your fears or dreams or the shape of what might come. It holds you not as shelter, but as something that is always accepted absence, like a chair left in a corner after everyone is gone, still waiting not for someone to sit, but simply because it knows how to stay. You're not being asked to believe in anything. You're only being invited to be here, exactly as you are. Not better, not worse, not trying, just present, with your body on the bed, your breath slow and continuous, like a river that has forgotten its source. There's no need to prepare for what comes next, because nothing is coming except this. The quiet hum beneath the surface of sleep. The way darkness settles into bones without knocking. The way air moves through the room not as wind, but as presence, just because it can. You are not alone in that. You're only one small part of a larger stillness. Not because you're significant or insignificant, but simply because being is enough. And so you stay, neither moving nor resisting, neither holding on nor letting go. Just here, where the blanket meets your skin, and breath meets silence, and time folds itself into moments that don't need names. There's no end to this. Not because it's lasting forever, but because there's no beginning either. You're not entering something. You're already inside it. The space between thought and stillness, between effort and rest, between what is known and what cannot be named. And you don't have to do anything except stay. Just as the floor holds your weight without speaking. Just as the night holds the stars without trying to explain them. The air shifts again, not from wind, not from movement, but from a kind of turning that happens in silence. A shift so small it might be imagined, but you feel it, not as change, but as continuation. You are not being asked to understand what is happening, only to allow yourself to be part of it. You are not being asked to carry anything. No weight, no shape, no answer that must be held until morning. The air in the room is not waiting for you to name its temperature or decide how long it should stay still. It simply is, moving just enough to remind you that motion does not require direction. Your ribs expand, not to reach towards something beyond, but because they remember their own rhythm. A slow expansion that isn't trying to fix anything. There's no need for your breath to mean more than the act of it being. The blanket folds at the edge where your leg rests, just slightly off kilter, like a thought that begins and forgets itself before finishing. You don't have to align it. It doesn't demand perfection. It holds you not because you've earned its warmth, but because it has learned how to stay in place, even when no one is using it. That's what the world does sometimes. Just stays, not for your benefit or belief, but as a quiet refusal to vanish. There is a sound somewhere beyond the wall, a distant hum, like a machine working at a distance too far to identify. It isn't urgent. It doesn't announce itself with purpose. It just exists in the background, like memory without context. Something you've heard before, not because it was important, but because your ear remembered its tone. You don't have to place it. There's no need to determine whether it came from a neighbor's apartment or an underground pipe system, or simply another life that doesn't know your name. You are not required to understand the silence between sounds either. Silence isn't empty. It carries weight, but of a kind you can't measure. It doesn't speak because it has nothing to say, and yet, in its stillness, there is presence, not as something added, but as what remains when everything else stops trying. Your hand lies near your side, the fingers relaxed, the palm turned slightly upward, as if receiving air rather than holding on to anything. You are not expected to grasp or release. There's no rule that says you must curl your fingers into a fist or open them in surrender. The space between your thumb and index finger is just that. Space, not an invitation, not a barrier, but simply there. You don't have to decide what it means when the ceiling creaks. Just once, softly. As if something inside the walls shifted without being seen. There's no need to wonder whether it was dry wood settling or a creature passing through unseen corridors of plaster and time. It could be both or neither. The moment doesn't demand explanation. It simply happened, like breath moving through your body when you aren't paying attention. The darkness isn't waiting for light. It isn't trying to hide anything. It is not absence. It is its own kind of fullness. You don't have to make room for it or resist it. There's no need to ask why it feels deeper in one corner than another, or whether the shadows near your feet are colder because they've stayed longer. They're just there, part of the same quiet that holds you. You can let go of any idea that tomorrow needs a plan, even an invisible one. You don't have to imagine what comes next, not as preparation, not as anticipation. The future is not asking for your permission to unfold. It will proceed whether or not you've decided how to dress for it, whether or not you've packed the right bag or said goodbye in advance, and that's okay. There's a moment when the room feels heavier, not because anything has changed, but because your body has settled deeper into the mattress. You are sinking slightly, not falling, just becoming more of what was already there, something quiet and present beneath layers of fabric and time. The weight isn't oppressive, it's familiar, like returning home to a house you've never lived in, but have always known. A breath moves through your lungs again, longer than the last one, softer. It doesn't rush toward anything. It doesn't need to reach an end point. It is not a signal or a test. It simply follows its own path, from throat to chest to belly and back out, like water moving through a channel it has no name for. You don't have to believe that this moment will last. You don't have to trust that you'll wake up tomorrow with clarity or confidence. There's no need to know whether your thoughts tonight are meaningful or trivial. They're just here, like dust motes, floating in a sunbeam that doesn't exist, moving without direction, not seeking purpose. The air shifts again, not from movement outside the room, but from something smaller. The way heat rises from your skin and meets the coolness of the blanket's underside, creating a tiny current you can barely feel. It isn't important enough to name. It isn't loud enough to be noticed unless you're still enough to sense it. Your legs are relaxed, no tension in the tendons or joints. They don't have to stay straight or bend into position. You aren't being asked to fix them, adjust them, or worry about their length. They simply lie where they've fallen, part of a body that has given up on trying to be useful. There is no need for your mind to keep making sense of what it can't know. It doesn't have to protect you from uncertainty by fabricating answers. You are not responsible for maintaining balance in the face of questions with no solutions. There's room for confusion, even when it feels dense or endless. Because that kind of space isn't emptiness. It's where things rest before they're ready to be named. The way your shoulder touches the pillow is not accidental. It has found its place without instruction. The slight dip in the fabric matches the curve of your body perfectly. Not because you guided it, but because both have learned their own shape over time. That kind of fit doesn't require explanation. It just happens. You don't have to worry about whether this stillness is real or temporary. You're not being tested on how long you can remain in it. There's no score for attention, no reward for staying present longer than others. The quiet isn't measuring your effort. It doesn't care if you drift or stay awake. There is a pattern in the way your breath slows, each one spaced further apart than the last, not by intention, but because there is nothing to push against. There's no urgency behind it, no fear that stopping would be dangerous. You are allowed to pause without consequence. Your body feels less like something you're managing, and more like a place where things happen naturally, not because they were planned, but because they belong here. The way your hand rests on the blanket isn't a decision. It's an outcome of gravity, temperature, muscle memory, and time. It doesn't require justification to be. The shadows near the door aren't waiting for you to close them or open them. They don't expect anything from you. They're not guarding anything, nor are they hiding something. They simply exist in their own way. Darkness that has learned how to stay still when no one is looking. You don't have to figure out why some nights feel heavier than others. Some thoughts return, like guests who never leave. Others vanish before they can be noticed. That's not a failure of attention. It's part of the rhythm, like tides pulling back without needing permission. Your skin feels warm where it touches the blanket, just enough warmth to remind you that heat is not always about comfort. Sometimes It's just presence. Proof that your body remembers how to hold itself, even when everything else has gone quiet. There's a sound from far away, a car passing on a road you can't see, its engine fading into nothingness, like a word spoken too softly to be caught. It doesn't matter where it came from or why it stopped. The silence after is not emptiness. It's just the world continuing without needing your notice. You are not required to hold on to any idea of who you were or who you might become. There's no obligation to maintain continuity between this moment and tomorrow, or even yesterday. You're allowed to be unconnected, without guilt, without apology, for simply being here in a way that doesn't need to make sense. The way your fingers rest on the edge of the blanket isn't a posture you've chosen. It's the quiet result of pressure and stillness settling into alignment. The fabric has softened where your hand lies, not because you pressed it there, but because time has worn down its resistance. Like sand smooth stone, there is no goal in that shape, only a slow surrender to weight, a kind of remembering without memory. You don't have to know why the blanket feels different here than elsewhere. It's enough that your skin meets it with less friction now, as if both have stopped trying to be something they aren't. There is a threadbare patch near your wrist, one you've noticed before but never named. It doesn't matter whether it came from where or was always this way. What matters is how the light catches it when it shifts just slightly, like an old seam, letting in a whisper of air that wasn't there before. Not a signal, not a warning, just a shift in texture, a momentary breath in the fabric's silence. It doesn't ask you to repair it or regret its state. It simply is, and so are you. Your toes feel slightly curled, not from cold, not from tension, but because your body has folded itself into this position over time, like paper left too long in one shape until it forgets how to unfold. The curve of your foot against the mattress isn't a mistake. It's an outcome that didn't need permission to happen. There is no reason for it to be otherwise. No requirement that you straighten or stretch or correct what has already settled. You are not being asked to understand this arrangement. You're only being invited to notice how easily your body fits into the space where it's been placed, like a key that doesn't need turning because the lock was always open. The air near your collarbone is warm, not hot, not cold, just present, carrying its own kind of weightlessness, as if gravity has paused there for no reason other than to let you feel how little pressure is needed to stay in place. The walls don't lean inward or outward. They exist without leaning at all. They are simply the boundary between what's inside and what isn't. Not because they're guarding anything, but because their shape was never meant to change. You've lived with them for years, yet you still notice when a shadow moves across one as if it were something new, something that didn't belong before. But shadows don't claim territory. They follow light like echoes do, dissolving just as quietly. Your breath isn't counting itself. It's not marking time or measuring depth. It's only moving because the air has nowhere else to go but through you. That rhythm doesn't need to be sustained. It only needs to continue long enough for your body to keep breathing without effort, like a river that flows not because it wants to reach somewhere, but because stopping would require more strength than flowing. There is no urgency in how your hands rest, no reason they should rise or fall. They are neither waiting nor resting. They are simply lying where gravity has decided to leave them, as if the body knows better than the mind what stillness looks like when it's not pretending. You don't have to decide whether this silence is full or empty. You're only allowed to feel how it settles in your ears, not as noiselessness, but as a kind of presence that doesn't demand attention. It isn't quiet because you've made it so. It's quiet because there's nothing urgent enough to break through. The blanket has taken on the shape of your body not by design, but by habit. By countless nights where you lay down and let the world pass without resistance. The indentation near your ribs is deeper than the rest. Not because you pressed into it, but because you've been here before, and each time you returned, the fabric learned to hold that part of you a little more gently. There's no need for meaning in how the corners fold over or how one side curls slightly upward. These are not failures of care. They're the fingerprints of repetition, the signs that something has happened again and again without needing to be named. You don't have to explain why the edge near your shoulder is worn smooth. It doesn't matter whether it was always like this or became so over time. What matters is how it feels. Like a place where touch meets memory without asking for proof. Your elbow presses slightly into the mattress. Not because you've moved it there, but because the weight of your arm has found its own resting spot. Just as roots find soil without knowing what kind they'll become. There's no instruction in that pressure, only continuity between one motion and another. Like a thought that begins before language arrives. The room doesn't care whether you're awake or asleep. It holds both states equally, not because it's indifferent, but because it has learned how to contain without measuring. The air doesn't thin when you stop moving. It stays thick with stillness, not heavy, not light, but just enough so that your body can lie within it without effort. You are allowed to drift into the space between awareness and sleep, not because you deserve it, but because your nervous system has already decided that this is where rest belongs. There's no score for how deeply you sink, only a slow unbinding of tension that happens without announcement or fanfare. There's no need to carry forward what came before. The thoughts that linger from earlier hours don't have to be answered, nor do they require closure. They're just passing through the space behind your eyes like dust in sunlight. Not loud, not urgent, just present until they aren't. You don't have to decide whether this moment is meaningful or insignificant. It doesn't need a title or a purpose. It simply exists as one of many breaths that happen without being remembered, yet still keep you alive. The darkness near the baseboard isn't waiting for light. It's already full in its own way, not by absence, but by shape. Shadows don't seek to be seen. They occupy space the same way silence does. Not because they're hiding something, but because they've learned how to stay quiet while being there. Your fingers are still resting on the blanket, just as they were a moment ago, and that's all there is to say about them. Not what they might do next, not where they'll go, not whether they need to be useful. They're exactly where they belong now. There's no requirement for you to remain in this shape. You can shift if you wish, but even then, the change would only happen because your body has decided it's time, not because your mind has figured out what comes next. You don't have to hold on to any image of yourself, the one who was awake an hour ago, or the one who might be tomorrow. There is no need for continuity between those versions. You're allowed to be unconnected in this way, without guilt, without explanation, for simply being here, where your body knows how to rest without needing a reason. The air doesn't know whether you'll wake up. It only flows through you as if it's always been meant to do so, not because of any future plan, but because the present moment has already decided what happens next, even if no one is watching. There's no obligation to stay in this place. You could rise, you could move, but right now, there's a kind of permission in stillness that doesn't need a name, just a willingness to let things be as they are, without trying to fix them or understand them. The way your breath slows isn't because you've decided it should. It's just happening. Like the tide, receding not out of choice, but because there is no force pushing it forward. There's no urgency in that rhythm. Only a quiet surrender to how things fall into place when nothing needs to be controlled. Your skin still feels warm where it touches the blanket, not from effort, not from intention, but because your body has learned how to hold itself even when it doesn't need to do anything at all. There is no reason for this moment to end. There's also no reason for it to continue. It simply does, without needing a purpose or an end point. The weight of your shoulder against the pillow isn't a burden. It's a kind of settling, like water finding its level after being stirred. You're not holding yourself up anymore. You're being held by gravity in the way that doesn't ask for anything back. The edge of the blanket at your hip folds softly under your body's slight shift. Not to adjust, but because motion happens when it does, without permission or warning. There's no plan behind how your foot turns, just slightly inward, as if testing the floor beneath you, even though there is no floor here. Only this surface that has learned what pressure feels like and responds in silence. You don't have to name the shape of your thoughts right now, whether they're small or vast, whether they curve back on themselves or stretch beyond reach. They don't require a beginning or an end. They pass through you as if they've always belonged to this space, not because they were invited, but because there was never any reason to exclude them. The silence between your breaths isn't empty. It's full of the kind of quiet that doesn't wait for permission to be present. It stays even when no one listens. The way the air touches your cheek is slow and steady, like something remembering how not to rush. There's no demand in it, no push toward wakefulness or urgency. The skin on your neck feels light where it meets the collar of your shirt, not because you've loosened it, but because your body has released what it was carrying without needing a signal. You aren't required to understand why this moment is happening, or even if there's an it at all. You're allowed to be in the dark, without needing to explain why you're still here. The absence of light isn't a loss. It's just how things are shaped when no one turns on the switch. It doesn't mean something is missing. It means some spaces exist not to be filled, but simply to hold what happens. There's no need for your mind to decide whether this rest has value, or if you're doing it right. Your breath moves as though it already knows where it's going, not toward a goal, but because each inhale and exhale is its own kind of return, not to any place you've been before, but to the way things feel when they aren't asked to mean anything. The blanket doesn't care whether you're thinking or forgetting. It only holds your body with the same patience it would use for a stone that had no reason to move. And your body, your hands resting where they are, your back aligned against the curve of the mattress, has already settled into its own version of belonging. There's no need to wonder if you'll wake up tomorrow or what kind of day will unfold. The idea of time doesn't press on you now. It floats somewhere else, like a cloud that didn't know it was moving until someone looked at it and said, "That one is drifting. Time doesn't belong here. Only the current breath matters. You don't have to keep track of how long this lasts. You're not being timed. The moment isn't counting you in or out. It's just passing through your awareness, like a shadow crossing a wall. No judgment on its path. No need for it to leave or stay longer. Your fingers are still there, not doing anything, not promising anything. They've stopped trying to feel useful. There is room in this stillness for things that don't serve any function, and you're allowed to be one of them. You don't have to prove your presence by leaving an impression. The air around you doesn't record what you do or don't do. It simply moves through the space as though it had always belonged. The way your chest rises isn't because of effort. It's not a signal that you're still alive in some important sense. It's just how breathing happens when there is nothing to resist. No reason to fight for oxygen. No need to convince anything or anyone that you're here. There's no obligation to be coherent. No demand to make your thoughts fit together like puzzle pieces. They can stay unconnected, like leaves scattered on a path, not because they were dropped carelessly, but because each one found its own spot without needing to belong to any pattern. The darkness near the ceiling isn't waiting for dawn. It's already full of something that doesn't need a name. It holds shape in ways that don't require light to be visible. It exists as an absence, not because it is nothing, but because it has learned how to occupy space without asking permission. You're allowed to feel tired without needing to justify why. You can close your eyes and let the weight of awareness slip through you like water through sand. No need to catch it or explain where it went. There's no rule that says you must remain awake until you've figured something out. The mind doesn't have to earn rest by solving anything first. Rest is not a reward. It's just what happens when the body decides it can stop trying. Your breath slows again, not because you're willing it, but because there's less resistance now. It settles into its own rhythm, like a stone sinking through water without breaking the surface. There's no urgency in how your lungs expand and release. They don't need to be faster or deeper. They just are. The warmth beneath your arm isn't proof of life. It's just what happens when skin meets fabric, and both have learned how to stay still together. It doesn't mean anything beyond being there, not because it was intended to, but because it simply is. There's no need for you to care if this moment matters. You don't have to ask whether it will be remembered or forgotten. It exists as one of those small intervals where nothing happens, yet everything continues anyway. The world doesn't stop just because you're not watching. Nothing depends on your attention now. You're allowed to let the edges blur. Not because you're giving up, but because there's no pressure to stay sharp. The parts of your mind that want to analyze or predict don't have to be silenced. They can just fade into the background like sound from a distant room, not loud enough to matter anymore. There's no demand to make sense of how you got here. No need to trace back through choices or paths, or moments when things felt different. You're simply where your body has led you, without needing a map. The space between your thoughts isn't empty. It holds the kind of stillness that doesn't wait for anything. It doesn't require motion to feel full, nor does it shrink because no one notices it's there. You don't have to be useful in this moment. You're not expected to do anything meaningful. There is no performance, no evaluation, just the quiet presence of your body, breathing as though it has known how all along, without needing to learn or prove itself. The air in the room doesn't know you're thinking. It flows around you without judgment. It carries nothing with it except its own weight and rhythm. Not trying to comfort, not trying to change anything, just being there. Your skin is still warm where it touches the blanket, but not because of effort, not because you're holding on, because your body has already decided that this is how warmth feels when no one's asking for more than what's given. You don't have to believe in anything right now. There's no requirement to hold on to any idea about yourself, your future, or whether things will turn out well. You can simply be here, not as a person who must answer questions, but as someone whose body knows how to rest without needing a reason. The darkness isn't hiding anything. It doesn't need to be illuminated to prove it's real. It stays in place like the pause between notes, no less present for not being seen. And you're allowed to stay here too. Not because of any choice, but because your body has already decided what happens next. There is no rush to wake up, no reason to hurry toward anything, only this, a breath that doesn't need to be held, a moment that simply continues without needing to explain itself. There's no demand for continuity between the person you were an hour ago and the one who might exist tomorrow. You don't have to carry them forward like luggage. You can just be unconnected, unburdened, not in any way responsible for what comes next. You are lying at the center of a slow unfolding that has no beginning or end. Only the quiet motion of your ribs rising like the surface of a lake, stirred by wind too faint to notice. The weight of your arm rests where it fell, not because you placed it there, but because gravity and stillness agreed on its position without consulting you. There is no effort in that placement, only the natural settling of things that have long stopped pretending they're supposed to be elsewhere. Your breath moves through your nose like something returning from a journey too quiet to remember. No map, no arrival point, just the gentle return of air into a space it has always known. The darkness around you is not an absence. It's a presence with its own texture, the kind that doesn't press against you, but simply fills the room without needing permission. It isn't waiting for light to arrive or for your eyes to adjust. It stays because it can. Like silence after music stops playing. There's no demand on you to name it or define it. You don't have to decide if it is safe or strange. It just is. Just as the warmth beneath your thigh remains without needing to justify itself. Your skin remembers what your mind has forgotten. That touch isn't always an invitation, nor is stillness a failure of attention. The blanket doesn't ask for gratitude, and neither does your body. You don't have to prove you're awake or aware. Your awareness doesn't need to be useful. It can simply exist in the way roots grow beneath soil, without purpose, without direction, just expanding into space that was already meant for them. There is no story here, not a beginning, not an ending, just this. The slight shift of your shoulder as it settles deeper into the mattress. The slow release of air from your lungs like steam dissolving in cool room air. No reason to feel more than what's happening now. The softness of fabric against your cheek. The faint scent of cotton and sleep that clings, not because it was meant to, but because it has stayed too long to be called accidental. You don't have to believe in continuity between this breath and the next one. You don't need to link them into a sequence or trace their path backward through time. Each one is its own small act of being, no more meaningful than a leaf falling from a tree that no one sees. And yet it happens. It lands. It stays where it falls. The future isn't something you must prepare for, like an exam you've forgotten to study for. It doesn't arrive with a warning or knock on your door. It simply unfolds, like steam rising from tea left too long on the stove, slow and quiet, without urgency. You are not responsible for its shape or sound. You don't need to guide it or shape it into something recognizable. There's no contract between you and what comes after this moment. The thought of choice doesn't have to feel heavy. The idea that your actions might change anything isn't a burden. It's just another thing floating in the room like dust, drifting without direction. You don't need to decide which path is right or wrong. There are no paths here, only space for stillness and a body that knows how to rest even when it doesn't know why. Your mind may wander into corners where meaning feels urgent, where every decision seems to carry weight like stones in your pockets. But you don't have to pick them up. You can let them remain unchosen, untouched by intention. The air holds all of them equally. No judgment, no favoritism, just the slow motion of particles moving without purpose. There's a kind of warmth that comes not from heat or sunlight, but from being simply where you are. Not because you wanted to be there, not because it was planned, but because your body has learned how to stay put when nothing else asks for movement. That warmth isn't proof of anything. It's just the way fabric and skin meet without needing to explain themselves. You don't need to know what this moment means. You don't have to find a reason for why you're here or whether it will matter later. The fact that you are breathing is not an achievement, nor is your stillness a victory over chaos. It's just something that happens, like rain falling on pavement in silence. The room doesn't keep score. The walls aren't waiting for you to make sense of anything. They hold all the quiet things, the sounds too soft to be heard, the movements too slow to register. You don't have to perform your existence. No one is watching, not even yourself. There's a difference between being present and trying to stay present, between simply being in this moment and feeling like you must maintain it. The latter requires effort. The former needs nothing more than not leaving, and you haven't left yet. You're still here, still breathing, still lying down with your eyes closed but not asleep. Not quite, not fully, but close enough that time doesn't matter anymore. Your thoughts may drift to what might happen tomorrow, what could be said, what might change, who might call or not call. But you don't have to follow them. You can let them pass like clouds across the sky, drifting without purpose, leaving no trace behind. They don't need your attention. They don't demand anything from you. You are allowed to stop wondering whether this is enough. You're allowed to stop measuring yourself against any standard that doesn't exist yet. There's no test at the end of this night. No final scorecard. Only breath. Only stillness. Only the quiet weight of your body in bed with its own rhythm already established. The darkness isn't waiting for you to wake up. It doesn't care if you're dreaming or not. It simply is, like a pause between two heartbeats, like the space inside a bell after it stops ringing, full without being loud, present without needing to be seen. Your shoulders are no longer tense, not because they've relaxed on command, but because tension didn't need to stay. The mind may still want to search for answers, to name what's unknown, but you don't have to answer the questions that haven't been asked. You're not expected to solve anything tonight. There is no obligation to understand. Even the idea of understanding doesn't need to be important right now. It can rest, just like everything else, unclaimed, unneeded, quietly present in its own way. The blanket isn't holding you. It's simply there, covering you as it always has, without intention or desire for change. You don't have to believe it will keep you warm tomorrow. You don't even need to believe it's working now. It just is, like air, like silence, like the faint scent of sleep that lingers in old fabric. There is no demand on your attention, no need to focus or concentrate. The fact that you are breathing isn't proof that anything matters. It's just a signal that something continues, not because it was meant to, not because it had to be, but because it still can. You don't have to carry the weight of time with you, of how long this has been going on, or how much longer it might last. The past isn't pressing down on your chest. The future hasn't arrived yet. There's only now. the slow rise and fall of your breath, the soft contact between skin and fabric, the quiet hum of air moving through stillness. You don't have to stay awake. You don't have to stay asleep either. But you are allowed to be in that space where neither decision feels urgent, where not knowing doesn't feel like failure. Your body has already made its choice, not to resist, not to flee, but to remain, to settle into the shape it's taken without needing to justify itself. That kind of stillness isn't passive. It's a deep form of presence, one that doesn't need to be proven or earned. There is no story being told here, no lesson to learn, no truth to uncover. Just this, your breath, your weight, the soft press of fabric against you, and the quiet way darkness stays when nothing else asks it to move. Your breath moves through the quiet, like a thread drawn slowly through fabric that has known many hands but remembers none of them. It isn't searching for anything, just passing through, soft and unmarked, leaving behind no trace of where it's been or where it might go. The air in the room doesn't carry your thoughts. It only holds them as long as they exist, like dust suspended in a sunbeam that never settles. You don't have to name what you're feeling, whether it's lightness, whether it's weight, because naming is not required. There is no need for language here, only presence. The shape of your body beneath the blanket has already settled into its own kind of knowing. Not knowledge, but a quiet recognition that you are here. And this moment contains everything it needs to contain. The wall behind you doesn't know what tomorrow will bring either. It hasn't been asked. It simply is the same way the floor under your feet remains motionless even when time passes above it. You don't have to believe in continuity just because things persist. The fact that this room has not changed isn't proof of anything, except that nothing has demanded change from it. And you too, your body, your stillness, isn't required to prove its worth through movement or meaning. It can exist without being justified. A shadow shifts at the edge of vision, not because something moved, but because light itself is soft tonight, uneven where it touches corners. You don't have to interpret it. There's no message in that shift, no warning, no sign. Just a momentary dip in brightness, like breath held too long inside someone else's chest, then released without sound. Your fingers rest on your stomach, not because they're instructed, but because they found their way there over time, like roots seeking soil they don't yet need to reach. There is no intention behind the placement, only contact, only warmth. The skin where it meets fabric feels different than elsewhere, not more alive, just differently aware, as if some part of you has learned how to listen without hearing. You might wonder what it means that your thoughts return so often to possibilities. What could be said? Who might come back or not come at all? But there is no need to answer. Not tonight. The future isn't waiting for a decision from you. It doesn't require permission to unfold. You don't have to carry the burden of choosing between paths that haven't been chosen yet. They exist only as suggestions in silence, like footsteps heard faintly on gravel far off, never approaching close enough to identify. There's no law saying you must be ready for whatever comes. No rule requiring that your mind remain open or closed, expectant or resigned. You're allowed to let things stay unresolved, like a letter left unfinished on the table, waiting not for reply, but simply for presence. The blanket has folded into itself in places where your body pressed down too long. A soft crease, forming without any purpose. It doesn't care if it's smooth or wrinkled. Neither do you. The shape of the fabric is no longer about appearance. It's about containment. A quiet cradle made from repeated use and never declared. You don't have to believe in tomorrow. You don't even need to imagine it. There's only this. Your breath moving through stillness, like water finding its way across stone, slow enough that each ripple doesn't disturb the next. The air is thick with not knowing. Not empty, but full of absence that feels complete. There's no demand for certainty. No expectation that understanding will arrive on time or in any form you recognize. Even the idea of clarity has been allowed to rest, like a book placed gently back on a shelf after being opened once, then closed again without needing to be read further. Your skin is aware, not of temperature, not of pressure, but of presence, a kind of memory that doesn't belong to thought, only sensation. The soft weight of sleep already beginning its work at the edges of your awareness, pulling you down into a place where decisions are no longer necessary, where questions lose their grip, because nothing requires an answer. You don't have to decide if this is enough. You don't even need to notice whether it feels like peace or just stillness. There's room for both, and room for neither. The mind can wander through corridors that lead nowhere and not be wrong. It can pause in the middle of a thought and stay there, unbothered by lack of direction. The darkness doesn't ask you to explain yourself. It doesn't keep score. It simply remains, deepening slowly around you, like breath drawn into lungs long after the moment of inhalation has passed. You're not being watched. There's no gaze waiting to judge what happens next. The world outside your window continues without needing input from within. A sound drifts in. Not a word, not a voice, just an interruption in silence. Perhaps the creak of wood settling in the house, or wind touching glass at a distant corner. It doesn't demand anything. It simply exists. And you remain, your body still, your mind quiet, your breath slow and even, present without effort. You don't have to become something greater than this moment. You don't need to grow into meaning or fulfill any hidden promise. Your being here is enough, not because it proves anything, but because it simply happens, like rain falling on a roof that doesn't ask why, like roots growing in soil that never questions its own depth. There's no story to be told about this night, no arc, no turning point, no moment of arrival, just continuity, unbroken by need or urgency. You are not being asked to arrive anywhere, not even to wake up. There is no destination implied in the way you lie now. Eyes closed, limbs relaxed, breath slow. The fabric on your chest has warmed slightly, not from heat transferred, but from time spent pressing against skin that stays still. It's become a quiet companion, not because it was chosen, but because it stayed when nothing else asked to be noticed. You could open your eyes and see only darkness, or you could close them again. Neither choice required more than the other. There is no difference between waking and dreaming here, just layers of awareness that don't demand clarity. Your thoughts may flicker toward what has not been decided, what might happen when morning comes, but there's no need to follow them. You can let them drift like leaves caught in a slow current, carried along without resistance, leaving behind no trace of their path. There's no requirement for you to know why the night is long or how far it stretches ahead. No demand that you understand what sleep means or whether it will come at all. The body knows things the mind doesn't need to learn. It rests not because it has answers, but because it trusts the rhythm of itself. The silence isn't empty. It's full of unspoken things. Shapes your breath makes in air. Shadows where no light falls. Thoughts that pass through like birds flying over a forest without landing. They don't leave behind anything except presence, like footprints in snow that disappear before they're noticed. You don't have to be awake for this to matter. You don't need to remember it later. The fact that you are lying here, still and quiet, is not an act of resistance or surrender. It's simply what happens when nothing else demands movement. The air tastes slightly different tonight, cool at the edges, thick with absence, not cold exactly, but heavy in a way that doesn't require explanation. Like space between two hands held just out of reach, not emptiness, but possibility shaped by distance. Your shoulder rests against the pillow, not because it was placed there, but because gravity and time have decided together how to settle. There's no need to adjust or correct. The position is not important. What matters is that you're here, and nothing else has asked for anything from you. You could let your hand fall away from your stomach. You could leave it where it is. Either way, the body knows what to do next without needing a plan. It doesn't have to explain itself to you. The act of breathing continues, not because it's chosen, but because it still can. Just like this moment. You are not being asked to hold anything steady. The weight of your hand on your chest is not a burden, nor a sign of effort. It's just how gravity settles when nothing else claims attention. Your fingers rest where they fall, not because you placed them there, but because the space between thought and motion has grown too soft to name. There's no intention behind it, only continuity, like water finding its level in a basin that doesn't know it was ever empty. The darkness around you is not waiting to be broken by light or idea. It does not carry anticipation. It simply holds the shape of your breath, the curve of your ribs, the slight rise and fall that isn't a signal but a rhythm. Something that exists whether observed or not. There's no need for it to mean anything. No demand that you interpret its depth or map its edges. It is what it is. Not an absence, not a threat. Just a quiet where your awareness can settle without needing permission. Your spine does not have to straighten. It doesn't have to remember how to be upright. The curve of your back against the pillow isn't wrong or incomplete. It's simply shaped by time and stillness, like a branch bending under snow that never asked to resist. You could shift if you wanted, but there's no reason to. There is no test of posture, no performance to pass. What happens now doesn't have to be better than what came before. The air moves through your nose, not as an act of will, but as a natural path. Something the body maintains without needing to choose it each time. You don't guide it. It flows where it can, like wind threading between trees that never moved from their place. There's no urgency in its passage, no need for it to carry messages or warnings. Its only task is to stay quiet enough so you can feel the way it fills your chest without effort. You could open your eyes and see nothing but shadow, but even then, there would be no failure, no misstep. The darkness isn't hiding anything. It's not concealing a truth that must be uncovered. There's no revelation waiting just beyond perception. What you don't know is not a gap to be filled. It's simply part of the space where things exist without being named. Your mind may drift toward what lies ahead, toward mornings, voices, decisions, but you are not required to follow those trails. You can let them pass, like birds flying over land they never intended to touch. They leave no footprint because they don't land. There's no obligation to gather them or ask why they came. The blanket isn't warm because it was meant to be. It hasn't been heated nor chosen for comfort. It simply stayed where you left it, pressed against your skin through hours of stillness, and over time, absorbed the heat your body gave off without resistance. It doesn't remember being cold. It only knows what it has become, a second layer of warmth that isn't separate from you, but part of how your body holds itself in this moment. You don't have to think about whether tomorrow will come. You don't need to wonder if anything changes when the light returns. The night doesn't care if you're ready for it. It unfolds not because of you, nor despite you, but simply because time moves without needing a reason. What happens after this breath isn't yours to plan. The next moment isn't waiting for your approval. Your shoulders are no longer tight, not because they've relaxed, but because tension has stopped being important. There's nothing left to prove, no posture to maintain, no image to keep. Your body doesn't need to be anything more than it is at this exact instant. Nothing to hide, nothing to show. It simply rests in the shape of its own weight. There is no story that must be told about how you got here. No arc from beginning to end. You didn't arrive after struggle or triumph. You're not leaving behind a path of decisions made. This moment isn't an outcome. It's just what happens when motion stops and awareness remains unasked for. The silence in the room doesn't demand anything. It doesn't want you to fill it with words or thoughts. There's no need to explain yourself. No invitation to perform. The quiet is not empty. It holds things that don't need names. The faint creak of floorboards settling, the soft shift of fabric against your leg, the way air moves around your ear when you turn slightly without opening your eyes. You could stay like this forever, and it wouldn't be an achievement. It wouldn't mean anything beyond what is already true, that you are present, not because you chose to be, but because no other choice was available. There's no need to decide whether sleep has come or not. You don't have to verify its arrival with a thought. The moment doesn't care if you're awake or dreaming. It only matters that your body remains still and your breath continues without effort. The darkness is not an enemy. It does not withhold answers, nor hide danger. It simply allows things to be as they are, without judgment, without demand. There's no requirement for clarity. No need to understand why the air tastes cool at the corners of your mouth, or how long this stillness has been happening. Your fingers remain where they've settled, not because you placed them there, but because the space between thought and movement has dissolved into quiet. The hand doesn't have to be doing anything. It doesn't need to reach for something or hold on. It's just there, part of your body, part of this moment. You don't have to wonder what happens after sleep. You don't have to plan how you'll wake up, or whether the world will still exist when you open your eyes. There's no obligation to carry forward any memory of this night. The only thing that matters is the breath you're taking now. the one that fills your lungs without hesitation, like water rising in a glass already full. The silence isn't waiting for sound. It doesn't want you to break it with words or dreams or thoughts about tomorrow. It's not holding its breath. It's just being quiet because nothing else has asked to be heard. There's no need to resist the heaviness of your limbs. No demand that they stay light or alert. They can sink into the mattress without apology, like stones in a river that never needed to swim. You could imagine yourself elsewhere, far away, beyond this room, in some place you've never seen. But there's no requirement for you to go there. You don't have to travel through memory or wish. The here is enough, not because it's perfect, but because it's real. There's no need to become someone else when morning comes. No command to be braver, wiser, more certain. You can simply return without explanation, without performance, as if you'd never left the stillness of this moment. The air doesn't know your name. The darkness doesn't care what you believe or fear. It only holds space for whatever exists in it. Breath, shadow, weight, silence, all unasked for and all accepted. You don't have to earn the right to be here. You don't need a reason to stay. This moment isn't yours to justify. It's just happening, like rain falling on stone that doesn't speak back. There is no beginning or end in this breathing. No start to follow or finish to reach. The current carries you without direction, without purpose, without goal. You are not being asked to wake up. You're not being tested on your ability to endure or understand. There's nothing required of you beyond the fact that you remain not as a sacrifice, nor as resistance, but simply as a quiet continuation of what already is. Your breath doesn't need to be deep or deliberate. It only needs to keep going, just like this night, just like this stillness, just like your body, which knows how to rest without needing approval. There's no story waiting in the dark, no secret behind the walls, no hidden meaning beneath your skin. There's just you, not more than this moment, not less. And that is all there ever was. doesn't care whether you've been good or bad, brave or afraid. It only knows how the air moves through its corners, how light falls when it comes, and how silence settles after sound has passed. You are not required to follow the shape of what comes next. The future is not a path you must walk toward or avoid. It's not a thing that waits for your footsteps. It's just there, in the way the air shifts behind your ear when you turn your head slightly. You don't have to prepare for it by tightening your shoulders or holding your breath. There's no test of readiness, no threshold to cross. The moment before sleep is not a doorway. It's a pause between pulses, like the space after a word ends and before another begins. Your thoughts are not broken because they circle back on themselves. They're not failing because they can't land on an answer. Thoughts are not meant to arrive. They're meant to drift, like dust in light that doesn't know where it's going, but still exists. You don't have to make sense of why one image appears: a window open at midnight, a train moving through snow, the sound of someone breathing from another room, because meaning isn't what makes them real. They are simply passing through your mind like shadows across walls, not claiming ownership or demanding response. There's no obligation to understand how long this stillness has lasted. You don't need to measure it in minutes or hours. It doesn't matter that you've been lying here for so long. There is no clock ticking beneath the surface of sleep, only the slow unfurling of time as it is, not as you wish it were. The night isn't waiting for morning. It's not counting down to anything. It simply is, in the way a tree exists without needing approval from the sky. You don't have to earn your place in this quiet. You aren't being observed or judged by the darkness. There is no audience, only presence. Your body, your breath, the soft weight of blankets against your skin. You can let go of wanting to know what tomorrow will bring. Not because you're pretending it won't exist, but because knowing isn't necessary for living. The future doesn't require your attention. It doesn't need your fear or your hope. It's not a problem to solve. It's just something that happens after this moment. Like rain falling on soil that has no idea what it will grow into. You don't have to picture the next day. You don't have to rehearse words you might say or decisions you may make. The mind doesn't need permission to rest from planning. Your body is already doing its work, breathing, resting, holding your shape in this bed like a stone shapes itself to water over time. It's not trying to be anything other than what it is: warm, quiet, still. There's no shame in letting the muscles loosen where they've been tight. No failure in surrendering the weight of anticipation that has sat between your ribs for days. You don't have to defend your right to rest. The air doesn't care if you're ready or not. It simply moves around you, through you, without demand. The silence isn't empty because it holds nothing. It's full, not with sound, but with the space where sound could be. And that emptiness is not a lack, it's a kind of presence, like the pause between heartbeats when all motion stops and everything still exists anyway. There's no need to fill it with thoughts or stories. You don't have to perform calmness or convince yourself you're safe. The room isn't holding its breath. It's just being like the wall that doesn't remember whether anyone ever stood against it. You can let your attention wander through what's near without needing a destination. A thread from the blanket fraying at the edge, the way light seeps under the door in uneven patches, a faint creak of wood settling deep beneath you, like something old adjusting its posture without waking. These are not clues or signs, they're just details that exist. They don't mean anything except what they are. A thread, a shadow, a sound too soft to name. You don't have to understand why your mind keeps returning to the same image. The door left open, the phone still on the nightstand, the shape of someone who isn't there anymore. It's not because you're stuck in memory. It's just that thoughts come and go without permission, like birds flying low over rooftops at dusk. You don't have to chase them or keep track. They can drift in and out, uninvited, and still be allowed. There is no rule that says you must answer every impulse of the mind. The darkness isn't waiting for light. It doesn't want to be broken or replaced. It simply exists, like a room with no windows, where shadows aren't afraid of being dark. You don't have to fix it. You don't have to make sense of it. You can just be in it, not as an intruder, but as someone who belongs there by default, like roots buried under soil that never asked to grow, but still do. Your hands are where they've settled, fingers slightly curled, one resting near your chest like a small animal settling into warmth. They're not doing anything. They don't need to be useful or active. They can just be in the way a branch stays still after wind has passed. You don't have to worry about what will happen when you move again. The movement doesn't need to be justified. It's not an arrival. It's just another moment unfolding, like water finding its level on stone. There's no law that says sleep must come in one form or another. It can arrive slowly, like a shadow stretching across the floor, or it can come all at once, without warning, like breath catching in your throat when you forget to inhale. You don't have to force it. You don't have to beg for it. It's not something that has to be earned or deserved. It doesn't need your consent. It simply happens, as naturally as the night does, as quietly as the air moves through a room where no one speaks. You can let go of needing to know what lies beyond this breath, beyond sleep, beyond waking. There's no requirement to map out the path from here to wherever you'll be tomorrow. You don't have to plan your return to the world or decide how much of yourself will stay in the dark. The body doesn't need a reason to rest. It knows its own rhythm, like waves that rise and fall without questioning why. There's no guilt in not knowing what comes next. There's no failure in being unable to see ahead. You're not failing because you can't predict how things will turn out. The future isn't meant to be seen. It's meant to be lived, one moment at a time, with no need for vision or control. You don't have to believe anything about tomorrow. You don't have to trust that it will be kind or safe or even meaningful. It doesn't need your belief. It just needs to be like this night, like this stillness, like the way your breath continues without needing a reason. The room holds you, not because of anything you've done, but simply because there's nowhere else for you to be. The walls don't know your name, and they never will. But that doesn't mean they're not holding space for you anyway. They don't care if you're afraid or hopeful or uncertain. They only know how the air moves through them when no one is listening. You can let go of needing answers. You don't have to understand why your heart still beats after so many hours of silence. Why your skin still remembers warmth even as it cools. Why thoughts keep returning like lost birds circling a tree they once landed on. They don't need to be understood. They just need to pass through, not claiming anything, not demanding anything. There's no failure in being unable to hold the weight of all that might happen. You're not responsible for containing every possibility. The mind doesn't have to carry the future like a burden. It can simply rest, like the ground beneath you, like the air above your head, like the way darkness settles over fields when no one is watching. You don't have to become someone new in order to sleep. You don't have to promise yourself anything about who you'll be when morning comes. The self isn't something that needs fixing or transforming. It's just here, quiet and unasked for. Like the way a river continues moving even when no one is watching its course. You are resting where thought begins to blur into silence, not because you've stopped thinking, but because your attention has found a different kind of ground. The mind is not empty. It's simply no longer chasing meaning like something lost in the woods. It doesn't need directions anymore. Just this. Warmth under the blanket that settles deeper with each breath, as if the fabric itself remembers how to hold you even when you forget your own shape. The air moves slowly across your skin, not rushing toward anything, not fleeing from what's past, but just passing through its quiet routine. It doesn't carry news or warnings. It only knows where it is and who it touches in that moment. You don't have to ask whether this stillness will last. You can let the night decide when to shift. Outside, there's no sound of clocks ticking, only a low hum from somewhere far off. Maybe an old transformer humming beneath pavement, or wires buried deep under streets you've never walked. It doesn't mean anything. It just exists like light behind glass at midnight, present but not demanding recognition. You don't have to listen for meaning in it. Let the sounds sink into your ribs as though gravity had soft hands and decided to rest there. Your shoulders are lower now, not because they were ever tense really, but because you've stopped trying to carry everything with them. They're just here, flesh resting on bone, letting go of any effort not required by this moment alone. The weight is only what it needs to be. The same way a stone in water doesn't strain against sinking. You don't need permission from the dark to stay still inside your body. No one checks if you're allowed to stop moving forward or backward. No record keeps track of how long you've been lying here. No ledger tallies whether you're earning peace by remaining silent. The darkness isn't keeping score. It doesn't care what thoughts drift through like dust in sunlight. There's a thread between your fingers where the blanket folds over, slightly thicker than other places. Not rough, but textured, with threads that have been worn down from years of being pulled and smoothed again. You don't need to trace its path or name its origin. It only needs to be felt, warm against skin, holding space just enough so you can feel it without needing more. The breath comes like a slow tide. No rush, no urgency, not even the slightest pull toward next time. The in and out aren't tied together by purpose. They're simply two parts of one continuous motion that doesn't need to make sense or lead somewhere special. You don't have to be aware when it changes. It just does. Your toes feel separate from your feet now. Not disconnected, but distinct. Each toe a small island where sensation lingers at the edge of sleep's reach. One curls slightly inward as if reaching for something not there. Maybe warmth beneath sheets you haven't pulled high enough yet. It doesn't matter whether it finds anything. Its movement is only an answer to itself. The room has no name, but your body knows how it fits within it. The curve of shoulder against pillow edge, hips resting just off-center on mattress foam that remembers pressure from before this night began. The walls don't speak, but they know what it feels like when someone lies down and stops trying to understand why their thoughts won't stop circling. You are not expected to answer anything, especially nothing about tomorrow or how you'll wake up. Whether your voice will sound different in the morning, or if your eyes feel lighter. There's no performance required of being alive right now. You aren't playing a role for anyone else. Even memory doesn't demand an audience tonight. The floor beneath is far away, but not unreachable by sensation. The pressure from under you has shifted, and with it comes something quieter than sound. The feeling that your body isn't resisting gravity anymore, but simply letting itself be held in place without protest or permission needed. You don't have to think about what kind of person will open their eyes later. Only notice how this version of yourself feels right now. Not better, not worse, not even complete, but present enough to feel the light touch where blanket meets ankle at one end and collarbone near the other. There's a fold in your shirt sleeve that has settled over wrist bone, a thin ridge formed by layers pressed down again and again until it holds its shape without effort. It doesn't need strength or intention, only time, repeated use, quiet repetition of being worn through sleepless nights like this one. You don't have to choose how much you want to feel. Only allow yourself the space where feeling can happen, whether you've invited it or not. A faint vibration runs under your ribs, not from outside, but from somewhere deeper. A pulse that doesn't ask for recognition. It only knows when to beat and when not to bother with explanation. You don't have to explain why yours beats faster sometimes. Only accept its rhythm as part of the stillness you're learning how to live in. There's no need to remember what was said an hour ago, or even 5 minutes before now. The words aren't lost because they didn't stick. Only that there is room here for them not to matter. You can let go without losing anything because nothing has been taken from you by letting it pass through like air. Even the weight of possibility doesn't press down anymore, not as a burden, but just another shape in motion, something floating past your awareness, like smoke around candle flame, curling up and dissolving before anyone decides what to name it. Your hands are open now, palms turned upward, not because they're empty, but simply because the space between fingers feels wide enough for stillness. They don't need anything else. Not answers, not direction, not proof that this pause has value. The ceiling above you is dark and unchanged. There's a thread between your thoughts now, not pulled tight or tied into knots, but loosely connected, like vines growing through cracks in stone. They're not meant for anything specific, only present because they've grown there over time, unnoticed, until the light catches them just right at nightfall. You don't have to solve what happens next, only let go of needing it solved before you can rest. The space between decisions doesn't require proof that something will follow. It already exists as its own kind of holding place for things not yet named or claimed by meaning.